Okay, let me put this in chat. Hey, INFJ. Hey, Jeff. Okay, so I have been off work for an hour. I started work early this morning, so I got off early because it's my birthday weekend, but am I going out and being social? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Why? Because I hate men. I hate men. I especially hate men that say, I'm not like the rest of them. I'm not the same as who you say you hate. They're always the same. They're always the same. So, did it take me an entire fucking hour to open up a bottle of champagne? Yes. Yes, it did. Why? Because Friday decided to say, hey, hold my beer. You haven't had enough bullshit happen this entire fucking month. Let's add to it. So, am I in a mood? Yes. Yes, I am. Am I going to drink an entire bottle of champagne? Yes. Yes, I am. Which, by the way, fun fact, on my birthday, my very expensive lashes that I purchased for Vegas, and I'm talking very expensive sets of lashes and under lashes, were stolen. They were either stolen or the dipshit UPS person who doesn't know how to do their fucking job delivered my expensive lashes to the wrong address. It's great because they sent a picture saying, hey, delivered. And I never got that package. So I'm very irritated. What's up, Street? Your audio is still connecting, I think.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
What's happening?
I'm so irritated. I did my nails just so I could say I could cut a bitch.
Filed and pointy? Oh, yeah.
Yep. Although I broke two trying to open the wine bottle. That took a fucking hour. So I need to go fix it.
They could poke out a retina.
Yep. I'm so irritated today. Like, I can't even explain it. That's why I'm on camera. I don't care. I look like shit. I'm wearing an oversized sweatshirt. My hair is in braids. I'm wearing a hat. I'm wearing no makeup. Come at me, Barbara. I'm ready. Let's go. Round what? Fucking 5,000?
There must be a full moon out or something, man. I don't know what the hell's going on today.
I don't know. It's been so shitty. I'm not kidding. I'm like, I'm staring at my wine right now because I know if I start it, I'm just gonna finish it, and I'm gonna be so fucked up. I'm gonna be like, God knows how bad I'll be. Okay, so you want to know how bad everything is? Okay, remember how? Okay, I won't say all of it because there's those little fuck faces in the chase that like to make my life their business, but I'll say some of it. You know, one of those guys I was initially talking to way early on when DJ dumped me.
Okay.
Well, I lost interest because he's like basically a fucking mushroom forager that doesn't know how to reach out and respond to, you know, messages that he sends. I don't like men that don't know how to respond to messages in a timely manner. It's like, hey, if you bother me with a message, you can respond back within like a day. So he comes out of nowhere last week and messages me at like 2 a.m. on Instagram. I was like, hey, I'm going to be in LA. Want to hang out? And I'm all excited. I'm like, yeah, sure. It'd be nice to like hang out with you, see you. It's my birthday. Oh, cool. Okay. I'll definitely hang out with you on your birthday. Okay. Whatever. Whole week goes by. Totally ignores my messages. He reads them. It shows that he read them. He sees them. Doesn't fucking respond. Doesn't acknowledge any of it. A whole week. So I finally go, oh, don't worry about meeting up in LA. Have fun in LA. The fucker hearts that message, doesn't reply to it, doesn't respond, hearts it. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I go out with Heather for my birthday. It's whatever, it's fun. She's awesome and shit. Well, today I was talking to my friend, and that friend talks to his dumbass, and she's like, Candace, you know that before he flew to LA, he flew out from Texas to San Francisco, and then from San Francisco to LA. And I'm like, the fuck's in San Francisco? And she's like, another girl he's seeing. And I'm like, see, this is why I have issues with men, because you talk to them and they say, oh, if I'm interested in someone else, or if I'm seeing someone while I'm seeing you, I'll totally let you know. No, never did that, asshole. And secondly, he had the audacity to think right after he fucking sees this chick in San Francisco, he's going to come see me on my birthday. What is wrong with men, Street? What is wrong with men? And by the way,
where do you begin on that? That's a trick question, man. Where do you begin on that?
I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. And then to top it all off, not only is my fucking driver's license expired on my birthday, I can't renew it online like I normally would. So I have to actually make an in-house fucking DMV appointment to take a written test and get that renewed. And I'm supposed to go to Vegas in a couple of weeks. So I had to Google it, and it says, hey, you could use your passport as proof of identification to drink, but nobody wants to go around with a goddamn passport trying to get drunk.
Especially at the 8 Lounge. You don't know what'll happen to it.
I'm just so like, right now. Today, I'm just like, what the hell? And so I looked at my my ID, right? Because I had to send in new paperwork for the transition over from my company, and I had to send in my I-9. And so HR messages me, and they're like, hey, so sorry to let you know this, but your ID your driver's license expired on your birthday. And I was like, fuck. So they're like, if you have a passport, that'll work. And so I find it, thank God. I thought I had to dig deep into the like bowels of hell for the box, but it was in my purse. Cool. So I do that, and I'm trying to set up an appointment, and the next available appointment at the DMV is February 7th. I'm like, wow, you guys are assholes. And I look at my ID. Turns out I'm 5'10". I'm not 5'9". So the guy I'm into is like, I think 2 or 3 inches shorter than me.
Well, let's stop and look about that. You have a ID. It was valid up until a date that they specify. So according to the government, once that date arrives, you're no longer who you say you are, and you can't prove it. How ironic is that? Pay us, and we'll validate who you are. And yet we have a card right here for you. Does that make any sense at all, honestly, besides just gouging money out of our pockets?
No, it doesn't. The fact that I have to pay money to get my fucking ID renewed is ridiculous. The fact that I have to do a written test is ridiculous. I'm like, this is why I'm not dressed up wearing a tiny ass dress and fucking freezing my ass off going to clubs and acting like I'm 30. No. I am seriously here, an oversized sweatshirt, drinking wine that took me an hour to open because I'm questioning what life really is. It's great.
You're an old soul. What's happening, Trusted?
Hey,
how you doing, Mr. Street? Aren't you supposed to be churning butter or something, Lady Otak?
I mean, if that were the case, DJ would have been married to me already because he's all for Amish bitches.
Getting his non-electric freak on, huh?
Oh, you guys. How you guys doing?
Oh, shit, that's big. Hi.
What's up, Greg?
Hey, what's happening, buddy? How you guys doing?
Good.
Hello, Greg.
Same shit, different day, right? Just different night.
Pretty much, yeah.
Happy late birthday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It doesn't even feel like a birthday anymore.
Keep smelling it. It's not going to get any better.
I'm like smelling it. I'm like, if I drink it, I'm going to drink all of it. I'm going to be like, this is like 16% alcohol for the champagne I got. Which means if I drink this, I'm probably already going to be on a good one.
Don't worry. Street will keep you up.
I
Right,
mean, he's
Street?
around that talks about shit worth talking about.
Yeah, I'm good for shit. Even at my old age, I'm good for at least 12, 14 hours, man, before my ass goes numb.
Yeah, he needs to steal all the bandwidth.
Yeah, he's got to keep calling Bill out.
Speaking of Bill,
I was
want to get your-
laughing my ass off when I heard that.
I want to
Okay,
get your
Rip.
opinion on this, Greg. So
What?
after seeing the new video from Kyle Doofus today, I have this theory that Bill might actually be Kyle Doofus. What do you think about that?
That's a good point.
Because today's video, did they intentionally mean to put Bill's voice on the video, or did they just fuck up and forget to cover
Well,
up?
no, remember he did that last time. He did that to what was his name?
Tyler?
Yeah, Tyler. You remember? Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember?
but Tyler isn't that person.
No, but remember, it's just a deterrent.
It's so annoying. I want to know who the psycho is. Like, I'm not gonna lie, whoever it is, they are definitely working with Barbara. Like, there's no fucking doubt in my mind on that one.
Oh yeah, probably just like Greg Keller. You know?
No, that was my first suspect. I don't think it's him anymore. I think my top suspects are Paul Amons and oh my god, what's his name? You know, the one that always comes in and talks about DB Cooper, Nikki. I think Nikki's a really good possibility too.
It's so much. There's so many trolls out there. I have no clue anymore.
Yeah, it's true. At least we know that Kyle Doofus is like clearly mentally unstable and
No, it's Street. What are you talking about? That's Street.
bro, if it's Street, I'd be so fucking pissed.
I'm gonna spread that rumor. That's Street. Street is
Well,
Kyle.
I would be so pissed.
That would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? I have one question. Why is Bill going through the gay porn section at Blockbuster?
I don't know. I mean, he maybe needs a butt plug. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Like I said, I've been doing my own thing like you've been doing, Street. You know?
I think it's a full moon now, honestly. It's crazy, man.
I know. I'm seeing all these fucking news feeds left and right today. It's like, what's going on? It's getting crazy today.
What do you mean?
That's all I'll say.
Lord.
Well, all I saw today is they're talking about my ass and sucking things. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the hell's wrong with you people, man? Jesus.
Watch all the
Yeah.
way through. I got bored after the first 2 seconds. Calicum Doofus really needs to pick up their fucking shit.
What the
I don't
hell
know.
are you watching, Street?
Yeah, what's he watching, Trusted?
The Forrest Finn feed for today, man. It's insane.
He's watching the LGBT or whatever they call it, LGTTPV. Well, I don't know what the fuck.
It sounded like that.
I don't know. All I see is my name everywhere today too. I was like, what the hell did I do?
Where do you look at a Forrest Finn feed?
You just go to YouTube, you search Forrest Fenn, then you go to filters, and then you select today.
Yeah, 24 hours today. And then it'll come up, Trusted. That's how you'll see if any new trolls come up. You just do that every day.
I mean, the only fucking people we have are Bill, Barbara, Josh Jordan, and Kyle Kim Doofus. Like, our selection is shit.
Yeah, they're thinning out quick, ain't they? They're losing material too. They have nothing to go on anymore. They're like running out of steam.
Well, I mean, even Ben's being smart and saying, fuck it, not going live. It's like, Street, you and I are the only ones that really go live anymore that have something of substantial anything to talk about.
Oh, that's because we're egotistical.
Yeah, we're narcissistic, egotistical, and I will testify that in a verified pleading.
Yeah. So what's the difference between, like, I see other channels, okay? You know what they do? They go on that OBS, okay? And they take their channel and they just put 70 music live all day long. What's the difference? They're not even talking. Like they'll come in for like a short time and say, hey, everybody. And then they'll leave and the music goes for like 4 hours. And then they come in again, they say hello, and then they let it go again for another 4 hours. And they just go live on OBS and let it record all day. It's some funny shit. They hog up all the bandwidth. Oh, so I'll give you an update today just for the fun of it. You want to hear it?
Sure.
So today I sent Miss Anderson an email saying, hey, if you want your in-camera solve private, like she's been asking, what does she call it, Street? Or verified pleading?
Yeah, her in camera in judges' chambers, in camera, in private, in other words.
Yeah, so I sent her an email saying, here's an agreement. You could have your verified pleading privately, but you will dismiss the case with prejudice. And I told the judge that today too. She didn't accept it. So you wanted your verified pleading. You didn't, now you ain't getting it.
Well, I mentioned the other day, I'm just a simple-minded layman, so take it for what it's worth. But once she gets testimony in any court of law, that's why she tried to inject herself in 5 or 6 different cases. Once she gets that testimony into a court of law, she's going to turn back around and sue for the chest. Watch, mark my words. That's what her goal is, to get this.
Been auctioned off. What is she gonna
whatever.
do? And haunt everybody that bought a piece and be like, this is my verified pleading. I am the true owner of this piece. I need to go to every person's residence and collect it like a fucking leprechaun.
But Candy,
Yeah.
you know what this tells me, everybody, is she has more than a bigger thing she's planning to do. Because if she didn't take that offer, in my opinion, she has other plans for the future.
Yeah, like haunt us for all eternity.
So even the judge, so I'm not going to say too much about it. So I asked the judge specifically, I said, can I subpoena whoever I want? And he said, yes.
But that's actually going to have validity to it? Because, yeah, you can subpoena whoever you want.
Yes, and she's mad. Yes, and she's mad because I can subpoena who I want to subpoena. But the one thing he said, you can't take depositions because that time has lapsed. But he says, yes, you can subpoena people. So now she's mad at me because I asked the judge this morning, I said, I would like to subpoena people. And he goes, you have every right to subpoena people. Those are exact words. And then after that, I got 20 to 30 emails from her threatening me and intimidating me. Welcome to my world.
You know, something I noticed, because like anytime she goes live and trashes people, especially us, she'll go on a tangent about cavalry, right? And she's like, did anyone get paid out? Blah, blah, blah. I think it was a scam. Did anyone get paid out? Just so she just to let her know, just because she doesn't understand how treasure hunts work. You have to solve the fucking thing before you get the payout, Babs. Nobody solves Calvary's 50K fucking X marks the spot. That's why it hasn't been paid out, because it's still live and you're supposed to solve it. Fuck. I had to say that because she says it every day. And I'm just looking at her like, how did this woman get a fucking law degree? Like, how did she pass the bar? This is common sense. And she can't even fucking comprehend that.
Her ego's going to kill her.
I can't.
Anybody's ego will kill anybody. You know what I mean? Right, Street?
Well, if you feed someone's ego long enough, yeah, they will hang themselves.
But you know what? You know what? At the end of the day, I was nice about it, and that's what I did. Like I said, I've only been doing myself and dealing with myself and doing my solve and doing what I need to do down in New Mexico. Okay, I gave her the opportunity. She didn't take it. Now we could go to trial, and I could subpoena whoever I want. She could try to go after my subpoenas and say, no, it's not. Nope. You brought all these people in. I could ask for them. It's her own fault for bringing all these people in. So then she tried to send me an email saying, oh, it's only about us. It's only about you and I. No, you made it about everybody, not me.
Well, if it's just about you and her, why does she mention dozens of other people in all of her
Correct.
motions?
Exactly. So, and I'd like her to see her tell the judge that you're the one that asked for subpoenas for records on YouTube, and now you're sitting there telling this guy he can't subpoena these people after you asked for them. What happened that you can't subpoena them? You see what I'm saying?
I don't know if I'm too pissed off, but I don't know what it is, but this isn't bothering me. It doesn't taste bad. It tastes like my mood.
So what's going on with San Lazaro, everybody? What's the conversation for tonight?
I mean, San Lazaro is open for debate. I mean, I've got my whole hashtag 7 Cities of Gold, Cibola, Atzlan, Grail. It's all there. But
So
my
all
favorite,
of them,
Barbara says, you're not allowed to switch your solves. And it's like, this isn't a solve. This is just research and history pointing back to San Lazaro. It's not a solution. But even if it was, who can someone please tell me who fucking died and make her in Border Patrol? Like, she's literally the gatekeeper for fucking everything now. You're not allowed to make treasure hunts. You're not allowed to go live. You're not allowed to fucking think your own thoughts. You're not allowed to talk about New Mexico. You're not allowed to have friends with Street and Trusted and you. Like, she's literally on a fucking rampage trying to be the border police for fucking everything. I'm pretty sure if you fart the wrong direction, Street, she's gonna come at you for that too.
Oh, I'll have to try that. Good thinking. Thanks. I'll have to try that, see what happens.
I just like, I can't right now. I can't. With work and reality and my ex and then asshole boys that just suck at life and little kids that go on your patio and steal your fucking expensive lashes for Vegas, I'm ready to cut a bitch. I'm ready to cut a bitch.
so Street, you gonna go to Vegas?
Oh, hell no.
You said you're supposed to go to the 8 Lounge, remember?
Well, if I show up, no one will know it is me. I'll go incognito.
If
Right.
you're
I'm
gonna,
going
You're
drag,
going, right?
for God's sakes. I'm going in drag. Fuck y'all, man.
Trusted's going, aren't you? Trusted? You're gonna go to Vegas?
No, I don't go to Vegas.
Oh man, you gotta do some poker, right?
No.
wait, Greg, are you gonna go to Vegas?
I don't know. You have to see.
Oh dear Lord.
A
If you do, bring Tish.
what?
I said if you do, bring Tish.
How am I gonna bring her?
I mean, like, have her go with you?
How's that?
Put her on a plane with you.
I don't know if that'll work.
Why?
We won't get into that one.
Did you and her break up?
We won't get it. We're not going to talk about this on a live feed.
Oh dear Lord. Can you men just have your shit together? Go send her some flowers. Fix that shit.
I had my shit together. So did she.
Then send her flowers. Send her flowers before she sends you Miley Cyrus.
Can we just change the subject and move on?
No, if I gotta air my dirty laundry, you could air yours.
I'm not airing my dirty laundry.
Did you see Paul went on my stream like a couple of weeks ago and was like, Candace, why are you going live and airing your dirty laundry out to everybody? It's like, because this is my mood journal, bitch, and you're gonna fucking sit here and listen to how my day went.
Well,
Yeah.
the better question is why are you watching?
Yeah.
I feel like because it just everyone will watch anything Chase related, even if it isn't Chase related.
Well, it's watch at your own risk. That's what we always say. We don't force your hand to watch.
Okay, well,
Okay.
are you gonna go to Vegas?
Maybe.
I'm trying to see who else is going to Vegas. I know Ashley and Ben are going to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas. Fuck, who else is going to Vegas?
Who's all going? What's the list?
I'm trying to think. I don't even know at this point. It's just like, I thought Jana was, but she can't go. Q was supposed to, but now she's not going to go. I don't fucking know. And I'm still waiting for my boss to give me approval for my time off request, which is fucking hilarious.
So what do you got? What do you guys do there? You just got poker and just run around all night? What do you guys like do?
Well, pretty much the first night we're supposed to go to a speakeasy theme bar, and then from there you go to Fremont Street, and there's supposed to be a party bus. So it's like $25 each way. So I think it's like $50 for the party bus. Ben and Ashley said they don't want to do that, so we're not going to do the party bus, but there is Fremont Street. Last time you just like walk around Fremont Street, get a bunch of drinks, listen to live music and shit, bar
And
hop.
watch the lights up in the top.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Well, that's old Vegas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Old, I call it Old Town. I don't call it Fremont. It's called Old Town.
Well, they also have, okay, so that's Friday night. Saturday night or Saturday is, meet up and have brunch with everyone. And then I think like I have an itinerary list somewhere. And then they have to go to the poker room to learn how to play poker or learn about treasure hunts that are going on. And then I think at like 5 o'clock on Saturday is the poker tournament. So you do the buy-in and you basically try and kick everyone's ass at poker.
What's the buy?
After.
What's the buy-in?
I think $75.
That's it.
Yeah, but I think you could buy in twice after that if you get knocked out.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It was different last year and the year before that.
Where's everybody staying?
Ben and Ashley and I are staying in this big ass suite at the towers, the something towers. I forgot what it's called. It's not too far off. The other places is Flamingo and Horseshoe, which is originally Bally's. But if you want like a suite or anything, I don't think there's any more suites available for like Flamingo or Horseshoe.
Well, I don't ever stay at this place. I stay at Mandalay.
Yeah, that's where I always stay too, is Mandalay.
All my rooms are free, so I always stay there.
Well, I mean, the suite we got, it's really fucking nice. It's huge and it has its own, like, we have, because Ashley said she wanted, her own separate bedroom. And I'm like, yeah, I do too. So I have my own bedroom. She has her own bedroom with Ben. And then we have this like huge, like, suite with like an extra lounge room, all kinds of stuff. So it's a lot better. But yeah, the ones for Flamingo and Bally's was just kind of like subpar in comparison. But then there's also the Paris. There's people staying at the Paris hotel. So it's all over the place.
The street's going. Don't let him fool you. He's showing up. So
Hell, I'm already there.
Fucking bitch slap me.
Street's gonna show up.
I'll be waiting at the 8 Lounge for anyone who wants to meet up.
I'm hoping Shad will be there too.
Street will be there. Street ain't leaving. Street, don't let him fool you. Street don't leave his fucking the state of Ohio. He stays right where he's at.
That's funny.
Don't you, Street?
I don't even leave the room I'm in right now, man. I try not to.
No, you're in the basement. What are you talking about? Your mom's basement.
Finger food,
Yep.
mayonnaise.
Yep.
Oh man. I know Cynthia's gonna be there.
Oh, that should be interesting for everybody.
Well, I mean, she lives in Vegas, so of course she's gonna be there.
I thought that was pretty funny. The last live I did on Wednesday, she accidentally pushed buttons, man. I thought that was hilarious.
What happened?
She was lurking and she actually did. She pushed like 5 ... BBCUYX percentage. You could tell it was like a butt message or whatever. Yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
That is kind of funny.
That's the one where I said ICU does not pertain to anything medical. It means I see you.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Oh. That means she's watching you, Street.
She always did.
Nemo and Sam are gonna be there. They're always there for poker. Davio's gonna be there.
And poker's on Saturday?
Yeah. But I know they have a lot of poker after parties on Friday and stuff and Saturday in the suites. So there's that.
And Sam will be there.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of who else. I don't really know who else is gonna go. I'm just basically going to hang. Oh, Nate's gonna be there, but I'm mainly just going to hang out with Ben and Ashley.
Your friend Greg Keller's not going to be there?
If he is, I'm swear to God, you better keep me like 10 feet away from his bitch ass.
Now that would be the perfect time street for you to show up if Greg Keller was there. Did I lose him?
Rowan. Street, you still there? He probably ran to get a beer just to deal with my ass.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it. I ran off into the kitchen.
Told you. Told you. You lied. Street. You said you never leave the room.
Yeah, I lie all the time. You guys just figuring that shit out?
No.
Street just plays the game.
Such an
I
interesting.
don't understand what these people think when they played that Buffalo Bill game and they chose that particular name. I mean, have you really watched the movie and looked at that character?
Yes, I have.
I'm so oblivious to shit. I thought he was talking about Buffalo Cody.
No, he's talking about this fictitious character from a movie that
From the Silence of the Lambs, right?
Operation and got denied at 3 different hospitals and was killing women to take their skin to build a woman's skin suit.
What? Where's this?
That's Buffalo Bill.
That's the Buffalo Bill character on Silence of the Lamb.
Oh,
Hell, Gorman took it and ran with it, man. Every time he puts my face on the body, I'm like, what the fuck, man?
I didn't know that. Holy fuck.
All I know is there's no way I'm going to be alone at any time in Vegas.
Wise choice.
Like, no fucking thank you. I'm already creeped out. I already have so many creepy people. Like, Greg, did I tell you? Some psycho who I'm pretty sure is Kyle Kim Doofus and Bobby Brass, they were emailing me anonymously like they've been for the past 3 years, but they sent me an entire PDF on a chapter they wrote about my ex hooking up with K-Pro in detail. That's how fucked up this person is. Whoever this person is, it's fucking disgusting.
I mean, I don't get it. Like, so many of you searchers get fucked with. I mean, I don't get. I mean, like, nobody fucks with me. Very rare do I get. You know, I don't get it.
You don't comb your hair.
What do you mean I don't comb my hair?
You don't comb your hair. Don't you remember when I was mad at you that one day and I was going off on you? The only thing I could say is like, comb your fucking hair.
Oh yeah. Street always laughs. He goes, "You fucking done doing your hair yet?"
Flock of seagulls, man. Flock of seagulls. That's all I see.
He goes,
I've
yeah.
actually flock of seagulls in a sushi restaurant one day. It was funny.
Don't you know I'm in a band? That's what people would say.
I feel like what you do is after you get out of the shower, you put gel into your hair and then you fucking get in your car, you roll the windows down like a puppy and you drive like 90 miles an hour up the road to get that effect that your hair does. Am I wrong?
Nope. It's a lot of blow drying and straightener.
Just let it go natural, dude. Just let it go natural.
And a lot of fucking hairspray. Like the 70s and 80s.
See, Street, now you got to go to Vegas just to keep Greg's ass company.
I didn't even say I was going.
We all know you're going to go. You're going to pop up. You're going to be like, where's Shiloh? Yes or no questions. Yes or no answers.
Nope.
Or Cynthia. You're going to be like, Cynthia, yes or no answer.
Well, if I would have done that, I would have done that to her at the courthouse. I would have got her at the courthouse.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Last year, she was pretty fucked up sitting next to me at the bar. And she was like telling me a lot of shit. Just I don't know how much of that was actually accurate. I'll never know, but 'tis fascinating. I mean, the main reason why people go to Vegas isn't for fun stuff. It's just literally to hang out and get fucked up. It's pretty fun.
What goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas, right, Street?
No, it doesn't. It follows you. It follows you with Barbara. It follows you with fucking all the
Hey, Greg, that poem you read on Why Must I Go's live stream the other day,
Yeah.
does that follow in order, in line with that ode to Peggy Jean?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought that was pretty cool the way. Does the repeating occur in the ode to Peggy Jean, or did you add in that repeating at the beginning of every stanza, that same line?
No, it's thank you very much. No, when she's talking to Peggy Jean, it's 4 stanza. I mean, it's 4 stanzas there. Do you see it on that page?
I don't have the book anymore.
Yeah, but no, it's all I read it. I read the first line from Peggy to Forrest, and that's what I did. I was reading those 4 stanzas in order. So I'd do one line, and then I'd read Forrest's first line, and then I'd read the second line of Peggy Jean, and then and I'd just go down the line. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that sounded pretty good.
that's thank you. Yeah, but that's what I come up with, just trying to put that together, because she repeatedly talks about the sparrow and the fly and then the raven. I thought it was interesting. I liked it. I came out with it by luck. It was all luck. I was like sitting there, I was like, wait a second, this looks like a stanza. I said, why, he said not to mess with the poem, right?
Yep.
And that's what I did. I just took it as, you know what I mean? Like when you go through her, to Peggy Jean, it's got 4 stanzas. It's got 4 lines, just like the poem, 4 lines. The first 4 stanzas of Peggy Jean. So it's
Did you find any meaning after adding those together?
Yes. And my main concern is the sparrow.
Okay.
Yeah, my whole thing is the sparrow. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to look at the other ones where he has the wavy, you know what I mean? Like, if you shall ever think of me, you know what I mean? When I pass the veil, I'm trying to see if those connect to any others. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Like 101, my war for me. The moving for rights and have writ. But see what's getting me the most here's where I'm getting caught up. So on this one, it says the moving finger writes and have writ, moves on, nor all your pity nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line. That's where it's getting me. Like, why is he saying cancel half a line? You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, it's difficult to interpret stuff like that.
But that's how I'm looking at
just that type of writing. But I mean, it flows pretty damn good.
Well, right. But I'm looking at it now as he's talking to somebody in the book, and somebody's talking to him. That's how I looked at it.
Remember, what was it? I think it was a Hemingway book. It's just For Whom the Bell Tolls. It's just a guy talking to himself. Hell, I can do that. That's what all books are. Yeah. That was in Moby Dickens' interview.
Is that what he said?
Yep. He said, I think he was talking about Hemingway and For Whom the Bell Tolls. He's like, everybody said they're great books. Well, hell, it's just a guy talking to himself. I can do that.
Oh,
and he wrote the Thrill of the Chase. And
that's what I'm coming to find out, Trusted, when I'm putting it together for myself and sharing it with everybody. I'm looking at it as they're talking to each other. These people are talking to each other. It's just a matter of how do you put it all together?
Are you
They're at,
thinking there's people talking in code?
yes.
Well, that's CIA level shit that we talk about all the time. Welcome to the club.
No, Peggy's just talking to Forrest. That's all. I mean, the best part is, when he says, just take the chest and go in peace. And then after that is my loving wife looks after me.
Yeah, but Peggy is the dove or the sparrow in the moon, right?
Yes. And what is she sitting on? A nest. And he's looking up at her. And
Also,
that's why it says 4 times. It says exactly 4 times. Today I looked up in the sky. 4 times she repeats it.
yeah. Well, then wouldn't that make you think that the blaze would be in relation to Peggy?
Yes, I think so too.
Look at me drinking champagne or Chardonnay and getting all philosophical. Okay. So, okay. Well, if we got Peggy Jean, we know Fen did the blaze. What do you think could be the blaze in reference to Peggy?
It's his pant leg on the wing of the plane. But it's many other factors besides that. That's just my opinion.
Oh, you mean the patch on his leg from the plane picture?
I think it's the patch. I also think it's a picture of him sticking his tongue out while he's looking at you on that picture. And also it's a moon and it's a shooting star.
That's just too many all in one. Are we painting an actual picture? And please don't tell me it's on a fucking TV because I will kick you out right now.
What'd you say?
Are we painting a picture? Because that's way too much detail and too many items all in one. And then I say it's on TV or else I'm kicking you out.
Okay, so I got a question for you then. Since you are the book of everything and you remember everything, so when he said the blaze is not feasible to move, correct?
Yeah.
Did anybody ever ask him a question? Is there more than one blaze?
Yeah, they actually said, what was that one street where it says in a word yes? Because they said, is the blaze multiple things or like more than one? And he said in a word yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but he said only specifically because somebody sent me one of the videos. I'd have to look it up. He said specifically there is one blaze in the poem, but he never said specifically there's more blazes throughout the book.
Well, see, he wouldn't actually answer that one. And then also, I mean, if you're running off of whatever Jack Stoof said, which you think he's a supplanter, meaning he's meant to either deter or to guide, whichever, he said that he figured out the blaze in the book.
Right. And then when he went to the original blaze from the poem, it was damaged.
Yeah, which is interesting because the only time Forrest talks about anything being damaged is in 2018, I believe. And it says when he's zooming in on Google Earth, and he said that the spot is damaged or different, and it's because of what the weather did to it, like what Mother Nature did to it. So
An act of nature changed it.
Yeah, and so one that shows you ever since 2018, Forrest used to literally use Google Earth to zoom in on where he hid the chest, which is very dangerous because anyone could hack him and get those exact coordinates just by doing that. Secondly, if you go off of the the Condor 2 Reddit database, it talked about how he was obsessed with page 99 and how he used page 99 to overlay it with the exact location on Google Earth. So again, how do you get the exact location?
Say that again about the overlay.
So he used page 99 from TTOTC
Okay.
to overlay with his solve on Google Earth. And he manipulated the photo a little bit, but it ended up being an exact match, especially when in 2019, Forrest signed his name and did one X pointing to another X. And
Okay.
that photo and manipulated it with his solve, and it gave him the starting point and the search location.
What's on page 90? Oh, you're saying that one. With
Yeah,
the-
page 99, the one that everyone was obsessed with, the one with the my work for me.
All I could tell you is, all I could say is, what do you think? Street knows the answer already, but I'm not gonna say nothing. See, you think those are flashlights coming out of that box?
Wait, what? Out of the box?
On
Oh,
90
you X for the under the bunker?
Yeah.
No, that's not a flashlight. That's a signal for a pirate. That's a symbol for pirates to use for marking treasure. Gigi found that one.
Oh, you don't think they're levers, huh? From the guns?
No, it's an
They're
actual
levers. They're
pirate map.
levers to open a box.
No, it's an actual pirate map. Okay, so
All right, I won't say no more. I'll leave it at that. You go on to what you got to say. It's just I'm just giving you my opinion. It's levers
No,
for a box.
serious. So Gigi found that the actual image that Forrest put in page 99 is an exact match to how they used to mark treasure maps as pirates. She had the overlay. It's an exact match. So it's not a lever. It's nothing like that. It's X marks the spot for pirate maps. That means and proves that page 99 is in fact a pirate map.
Gotcha. And then Street, was it you Street that said that Forrest said there was boxes hidden?
You mean the jars and bells?
Was it you Street or Trusted?
Said what? Boxes hidden?
Yeah, when he talks about San Lazaro, when boxes were hidden.
Oh, that was Troy. Troy
Troy.
said
Yeah.
discovered a box at San Lazaro or somewhere nearby. And then he was asking if the key that he showed is a match to the chest.
Gotcha. I see what you're saying. I see what you guys.
Which is interesting because, I mean, there's still the whole concept of the bells and jars. And like, so far, the only people I know that are still interested in finding a bell or jar is Gigi and myself, and maybe Huli. But it's funny because you know how people are freaking out about the olive jar being sold at auction for like what, $49,000, and it has the autobiography in it. Well, what you really want is a bell or a jar, because he said he buried those and they also hold his autobiography, but one better. He ended up altering the biography or the autobiography he wrote for the chest and took out the reason why the place was special to him. He didn't do that for the bells or jars because he actually hid those way before he hid the chest. So the more important autobiography isn't the chest one, it's the bells and jars.
Gotcha. So who's got? Does anybody have the San Lazaro Pablo one from Forrest Finn or no?
I have no idea. I would assume there would be more information on it.
No, I meant, do you guys have the book for that one or no?
Oh no, it's like $200.
No, it's $100. It's $95.
I mean, I know Stephanie has a first edition that 10 gave her.
The very first one out of 2000.
Yeah, she has a first edition
Whoa.
because he gave her one.
Oh, it's marked as number one. Is that what you're saying?
It's not number one, but it's just the first edition, meaning it was one of the first printings.
Correct. 2000. There's still 200 left.
Yep. So she has one. Mindy has one. Ashley just got one for Ben for his birthday or Christmas present. I can't remember which one. I was always intrigued because I'm really interested in getting it, but I'll probably get it in like a couple months or something.
I don't know. When I looked at it, I'll tell you guys one thing. Fucking it looked like not Stephanie. Cynthia was in a fucking picture in there. I was like, wait a second, that's not her name. That looks like Cynthia in there in the fucking San Lazaro with him.
You know, if you look up Rick Havashki, you will find him on this scuba diving forum. And he actually shares a lot of information on San Lazaro, working with Forrest, and exactly about Cozumel and more information about Skippy pertaining to like his death and stuff. And
Gotcha.
like out on how Forrest was talking to him about his building up to releasing the chase?
What do you think, Street, on San Lazaro?
I think he found something of historical value at San Lazaro. And the only way he felt secure, the only way he wanted to, plus a lot of other things, he was dying, blah, 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 that he came out with this treasure hunt to release it. And he knew the person that would be able to think like him and solve that poem and come up with the answer would be just the right person to follow through, carry the torch, in other words. Because remember, his family don't like that. They're not interested in that kind of stuff. Indian artifacts doesn't interest them.
Right. What do you think?
Oh, are you
Trust
supposed to fight Ben, Greg?
What?
Are you supposed to fight Ben?
When?
I don't know. Susie's in chat saying, isn't Sunday the boxing match?
Yeah, we ain't. There is no boxing going on. It's too expensive.
Y'all are crazy.
Oh, I'll box anybody any day. I don't give a shit.
I mean, if you want me to, Greg, if this is an invitation, I'll walk up and totally just like punch square in the face and call it boxing.
Call boxing.
Just kidding.
We don't want that. We want to have fun. If I come out, everybody wants to have fun.
I'm joking. I was just trying to be fun.
You all be shocked if I show up.
I mean, didn't you show up before back in 2020? Or no, 2021?
Yeah.
Nobody saw you. You were like, I'm here, but no one ever saw you. It was
I was
like,
just
here, but
with
you're not here.
I wasn't there. Street and I were fucking with you.
I was like, well, because I remember Christy looked at me and she's like, Greg's asking you to come up to the suite. And I was just like, this is your suite, dude. Like, I don't know what you want me to fucking say.
We were fucking with you. We were messing.
Are you sure that wasn't for 2022?
No, that was I think that was a couple years ago. We were
for
fucking with.
the wedding, right?
Yeah, no, it was the wedding. I was fucking with you. No, it was before. No, it was the year before that one.
No, because when I was in Vegas, you were even saying you were in Vegas. You were like, hey, I'm in Vegas. What's everyone doing? And I'm like, playing poker. Like, what? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's when we were fucking with you.
That's funny. Yeah, everyone was too busy playing poker and bar hopping.
Yeah. I might be there.
I mean, if you go, you gotta have your song for karaoke.
I don't do karaoke. I sound like a fucking dead rat.
That's for karaoke. You're supposed to get shit-faced and just have fun with it. Y'all need to stop making it a fucking show.
I'll just put Street on live and let him sing for me.
I feel like Street would do Fly Me to the Moon.
Hey, Tristan, what song you gonna sing?
I believe in Jesus.
That's the song?
Yeah, it's one of the songs I used to sing at church.
Oh. I don't know anything about church because I'm pretty sure if I entered one, I would self-combust.
Do what?
I said I wouldn't know because I'm pretty sure if I ever tried to enter a church, I would probably self-combust. Meaning, turn up in flame. Sacred hollow ground. Can't enter there. It's not allowed.
I don't know. I don't walk into churches.
What is going on in chat, Street? What the fuck? Street's just having a good old time, isn't he?
What's he doing?
Friend. Like, damn.
What's he doing?
No, Idaho Buffalo goes around talking shit constantly about me and all the other chats, and then says, has the audacity to say we're friends. No, we're not friends. Don't call me Jeff. Only my friends call me Jeff. You're not my friend, so you can call me Street. If you have to call me anything at all, I prefer you not even call me. Actually, IB.
Don't call me. Don't call me. I'll never call you.
So trusted, that arrow, that arrow that you're showing, what do you think that is?
What I'm showing in this picture?
Yeah, what do we all believe that is? Like, what is that, below a mountain? Below, like in the basin of a
Well,
mountain?
let me first show you how I come about it.
Nobody knows.
Oh, I know.
I'm crawling into my bed right now because it's cold. Whee!
So if you go over to the far left on page 99, right,
Oh, shit.
you'll see this cross right here, an X. I took that X and I made a line straight across the picture. And then I went to the center of the picture and I made one going down. What it did was it isolated this area and it drew a picture through this square box. See the square box that I circled?
Yeah.
You see this?
I see it.
Does it look like a guy going up a mountain? One
Oh,
leg,
no, it's so-
2 legs?
It's so small.
Yeah. I call that the phantom. That's the phantom that Forrest was talking about, my opinion. The phantom's the only one that knows where the chest is.
I'm being lame. Gotta fix the nails.
Now,
So when he made the 2 X's in the book, when he did his signature, that's what gave me the idea about making these X's right here.
I see what you're doing.
Because if you looked at that picture with him with the X's where the arrows pointing up, it points right up to that area.
La, da, 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 da.
I mean, it doesn't get anybody to the location. I mean, it's all an abstract thing, but it appears to me to be there on purpose.
So I have a question that's been bothering me about the 8.25 miles. Okay. So maybe you got some answers. Maybe Street, Trusted, or you, the host.
Me without a name. I am no name.
We'll keep it as the host. The host
have-
of. So Candy, he
That-
says 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe, or the links, or whatever people put
Yeah,
together.
the links was originally the answer.
Okay, but I looked up articles to where there is no response from Forrest on the links.
It's not from an article. It was from he used to go into forums and stuff.
But then he specifically said if it didn't come from my mouth on TV or from me, then it wasn't true.
No, he said if it doesn't come strictly from me, then it's not true. So like when he would come into different Discord, or not Discord, when he go into different forums, I think it was like Chase Chat or something, I can't remember. He used to be Forest Fire and some other name account under Chase Chat, and that's where the original comment came from. And he also used to obviously talk, to Jenny Kyle's forum, so that's strictly him too.
Right, but 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe. Santa Fe has over what, Street? 30,000 miles?
Yeah, but he was just trying to get people to stay the fuck away from his house. That's all.
Well, even if you did that, let's put it in perspective, and you went down to the bottom of Santa Fe, the border, okay? You're still not even to his house.
Well, you know what's weird? When AJK ended up getting him to write that letter for to write that letter for the winner of AGK's hunt or whatever. They ended up someone bought it, sent it to Amy Seeks, and they went looking for something special south of Santa Fe. So I don't know why they got sent something south of Santa Fe.
Well, but wait a second. So, like you say, south of Santa Fe, when you're saying south of Santa Fe, he never said downtown Santa Fe, correct? He never said north of Santa Fe downtown, correct? He said
Yeah.
North of Santa Fe.
He was just saying 8.25 miles north of Santa
Correct.
Fe.
So even if you went right, but even if you went 8.25, which is as good for street and trusted, and maybe you, when he said
well, he was just saying like starting 8.25 miles away from his house, north of his house.
Did he say that specifically?
Not his house. He just said Santa Fe.
Right. So take the border of Santa Fe and take a line from the very bottom of Santa Fe, the whole border. You're way below his house.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure he meant, starting from his house.
Yes, because I've tried to find street. Have you found anything on that?
I've always argued the point that he could have meant straight fucking up. 8.25 miles straight up would be considered north of Santa Fe. That's straight up. Wherever you're standing, straight up, 8.25 miles.
You talking downtown Santa Fe, or are you just talking the border of Santa Fe?
Anywhere. You could stand in the dead center of Santa Fe
and go north.
8.25 miles north is straight up. Look straight up into the sky. That's 8.25 miles north.
Exactly. And that's how I take it. Even if you took every border from Santa Fe from west to east, and you took 8.25 and went straight up and made lines from each border. Nobody's ever done that. You were trying to bring up Santa Fe, Candy?
No, I'm just trying to say the comment was him being a cheeky old man saying "Get the fuck out of his house." There's really no method to the madness. He's just saying, like, look, if you want to solve the poem, it doesn't lead to my house. Leave me alone.
Yeah, it don't lead to his house, but it doesn't mean it's down below.
I mean, if you're trying to go south of Santa Fe, then I don't think that's accurate.
Well, no, nobody's saying going south Santa Fe. I'm just bringing up observation. If you take the border, go to Google Map, put it.
Well, if you're trying to look around with the garden spot or the San Lazaro,
I already got myself. My garden's in my garden. That'll never change.
My garden's my garden.
Yeah, that's my spot. That'll never change.
I hope you're watering your garden, or it's probably going to die, and then you're going
only when you make me mad. I go out and I water my flowers.
That means pissing on something, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that for the longest time, and Ben used to tell me that all the time, and I was like, I'd go out and water my garden today, but I don't have a garden to water.
I'm gonna go piss on my flowers. Street don't have no flowers. You just fall off his fucking steps when it's all icy. You don't even salt his fucking steps.
Are you fucking stalking me, man? What the fuck is that? How the hell do you know I don't salt my steps, damn it?
You don't fucking salt his steps or anything, man. You don't fucking do nothing over there.
No, enter at your own risk. Matter of fact, I watered the steps down in the wintertime just for the hell of it. I got a camera. I like watching people slip and slide, and I took the handrail down too.
Are you serious? Did you take that fucker off?
Yeah, and I ice those fucking steps. I pour a couple gallons on the steps every night, man.
Yeah, you go to his house, you fucking slide down the steps. He's like, come on in.
And I don't get it either, because he has a 5-gallon bucket of salt right there on the porch and a cup by the waist. I had to put the cup back in the bucket last time.
Well, I'm a narcissist, man. I just want to fuck with people. They see that salt and it plays the game. They're like, oh shit, it's safe.
Yeah, and then you step on the steps and you fucking got to grab onto the railing because you're sliding down the fucking steps. Now he took rid of the fucking steps, the railing, so you're screwed. He's probably just got a ramp now, so he can just pour water over it. Hey, you ain't getting up my fucking steps because it's straight shot up now. It's probably a ramp now.
Y'all are crazy.
Yeah, well, I should know. I've been to his house.
Wait, to Fenn's house?
No, the streets.
Oh. Fucking straight. I remember when he was live and you guys were at like some hotel in Ohio and you were like fucking plastered off your asses. That was probably my favorite live you guys have ever done.
Oh, I was trashed, man. I was
Yeah,
fucking
I could
trashed.
tell.
Oh yeah, he went downstairs. It was funny shit. We even had a white van following us, motherfucker.
No, not the white van. That's
He
the worst.
fucking went downstairs. He's like, I gotta go. I mean, what do you mean you gotta go? Oh man, it's too late for me. I'm smashed. He fucking leaves. I'm gonna sit downstairs and wait. Fucking don't even hear from him. I'm sitting here texting his fucking daughter, wondering if he's okay. I don't hear until next morning.
Y'all are crazy. Yet I'm the one drinking champagne and doing my nails on a live Friday night.
That was a fun night, wasn't it, Street?
Yeah, it was those fucking. They were like gallon bottles of beer, Japanese beer at a Iron Chef, man. They were like,
Sapporo. It was
yeah.
Sapporo. We had
Jeez.
Sapporo. Yeah.
Wait, you had Japanese oh my sake?
Well, we had sake. We went to Hibachi, didn't we, Street?
Iron Chef, I thought it was.
Well, it was Hibachi where they cook it in front of us, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did Hibachi and then we bought Sapporos on the way home and beer and everything. Oh, we were smashed. And then I had to drive home next morning.
I sat down in the lobby and bullshitted with that. Remember that? Remember when we came back from the restaurant, the young lady behind the counter, the whatever hostess or whatever they call it, was I was talking to her and bullshitting her by the elevator.
Right.
I ended up sitting down for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, just bullshitting with her, man. I had a killer time. She's like, oh yeah. She's like I was like, man, delivery or something. She's like, oh, we got some snacks. Help yourself. I'm like, oh, cool, thanks. Went in there, had a bowl of cereal and shit. Was bullshitting with her.
Yeah, he was down there, and then I didn't hear from him all fucking morning. I was like, did you make it home? Then I had to keep fucking texting his daughter to find out he got home okay.
Well, I swear that
Your phone died.
All joking aside, ladies and gentlemen, my phone was fully fucking charged. I never used it. We went out, was out for, probably a couple hours, drinking, eating, whatever. By the time we got back to the hotel room to start doing that live show, we continued drinking, partying. My phone went fucking dead, man. It had zero. I couldn't get in. I'm old. I don't remember phone numbers no more. I couldn't. He was like, call your daughter. I'm like, fuck, I don't know her number, man. I don't memorize that shit. I push, I couldn't. It was fucked up night, man. But that was weird how my phone went completely fucking dead off a full charge, which usually lasts me probably 3-4 days if I don't use it. Yeah, that was weird, man. That kind of, and then that fucking van. Yeah, I think it had to do with that fucking van. Whoever was in that van.
Yeah, so there was a van candy and trusted outside. Okay. So first time I ever got notification somebody tried to hack into my Facebook. I woke up in the morning and fucking I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I was trying to get a hold of Street, telling him what the fuck's going on. My fucking Facebook, somebody was trying to hack in my Facebook while I'm hanging out with him at night. I said, he's a bad influence. This motherfucker.
Well, if you remember right, we went live and then got fucking knocked off.
Yeah, we got knocked off and all kinds of shit was happening that night.
Yeah.
His phone died in less than 3 hours.
And you guys got followed by the white abduction van.
It was weird, trusted. Trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have thought the next one, like, what the hell is this shit going on?
It was very
I was
strange.
honestly, I was kind of scared to leave that building, knowing the white van. I could still see the white van with no. I was kind of scared to leave. That's why I'm like, fuck, I'm going to hang around and talk. I think I'll be safe with her. I don't think they'll kill her too, or can, I think I'm safe
I
in
would
here.
just go up to the van and
I'm
be
just
like,
going to eat some cereal and try to get her phone number, man. What the hell? I have nothing else. She didn't seem to mind the conversation, so hell, I was comfortable, man.
y'all are crazy.
Oh yeah, and the van was parked backed in, like you know what I mean, like that creepy shit. It wasn't just pulled in; it had to back up, and, and it's looking at you.
The only reason I noticed it because the window I was smoking a pipe and blowing it out the window. That's the only reason I was like, "Fuck, that van's been there ever since we got here, man. Hasn't moved."
Nope, did not move. It
And
did
that's
not
when all the bullshit happened, man.
wrong.
All of it.
That was a weird night. That was the first time that ever happened, except for falling off his fucking steps, usually. With all the fucking ice and shit. It's fucking ice on his steps. Kills me.
Whatever that Sapporo, whatever the fuck we were. I'm a hardcore drinker, man. I've been doing it for a long time. I know how to limit myself. I know how to ride out the buzz. I was bound. I hadn't bound walking down the hall. I was literally like bouncing from wall to wall, and I was concentrating on walking straight. I'll never drink that shit again, man. Whatever that Japanese shit is, never again.
You guys ever have that, Sapporo? Oh my God, Sapporo will knock you on your ass. Candy?
Yeah, I've never had that.
You never had it at a bocce? Oh my
No.
gosh. You got to do it after sake and do a Sapporo. Oh my God, you might as well hang it up. You're gonna be hurting the next morning. Trust, did you ever have Sapporo?
I think Trust ran away.
I went to go get some rice. I cooked some rice.
No, he cooks
But
rice
yeah,
out of
that,
bocce.
that damn story is fucking awesome.
The what?
Years ago, I mean, that's the, I wouldn't call it scary. That's the exciting, fun kind of friggin' shit that happens. Just because there could be something occurring. Years ago, I want to say I was in my 30s. I was working in a parking garage at nighttime, and I did a lot of nighttime work by myself in big commercial buildings. And this was a parking garage. I was saw cutting the floor, cutting the cracks and putting caulking in them so that the water wouldn't penetrate through the floor. Anyhow, I'm on an empty level in an underground parking garage. There's hundreds of feet in front of me, no cars in there, big wide open area. And so anyhow, two guys come out of the elevator, which is at least 100 feet away, probably 100 feet away from me. They got Halloween masks on. These creepy looking fucking skull Halloween masks on. And I'm kneeled down because I'm saw cutting on the floor, and they walk towards me. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting. I don't know what these fucking idiots have in mind, but this is going to be really interesting. But they come walking up towards me, got really friggin' close and walked away. They just wanted to see what the hell I was doing there. But just the fact that it was the time that it was, there was nobody there. These two strangers with Halloween masks on, you get that kind of creepy feeling, but it was kind of like exciting. It was like, am I going to cut this fucking guy in the groin with this grinder in a minute?
I think it's that adrenaline rush. I get that adrenaline. That's what got you going.
Yeah, it's like, it wasn't scary, but it was like, since I was a little toddler, I've been watching horror movies. My dad used to let me watch horror movies with him. And then as I got older and we had color TV and the movies got worse and more graphic and bloody. And so I watch all that stuff all the time, constantly. Loved it. Never fazed me. Never made me scared or nothing like that. So I just kind of look at it in a objective thing, like it's a fucking television show that's going on right now. I don't know what's going on with these friggin' knuckleheads with their masks, but it's like a show.
I think it's funny, like besides that, like when I see these people run around in those little dinosaur fucking things. You ever see them
No.
where they run around those they're all air flighted. And they're like dinosaurs, and they go inside of them and they run around town.
No, I never seen that.
That's
Yeah.
why, ladies and gentlemen, that's why I never go to Cleveland. And I was born and raised in Ohio.
Yeah, don't come to Cleveland. You'll see some fucked up shit here. Oh my God. There's a lot of fucked up shit here. Too much fucked up shit. All right, I'm gonna get off, everybody. I'm gonna go relax. I'm gonna watch some Payback.
Some Payback.
No, sorry, Paycheck.
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
What, Paycheck? With Ben Affleck?
Oh,
Is that the one with his daughter?
That's the one where he goes and designs like a computer, and then he goes under for like years or something, and then he comes back, and then he's got to figure out why he lost his whole memory, and he's got an envelope the whole time.
Oh,
And
I
he-
think I've seen that.
and he like sees the future, so everything in the envelope helps him to survive.
Cool.
I
Well,
still want to see.
have fun. It was good chatting with you.
Yep, you guys too. All right, you guys have a wonderful weekend.
okay.
All right.
Greg.
All right, bye. Take care. Stay safe.
So I can't be the only one with strange stories, rather they're real fiction or nonfiction. I think we all have strange moments in our thrill of the chase, man.
I mean, I get strange stories every fucking week.
You're like a magnet for them, aren't you?
Dude, you have no idea. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. I fixed my nails. Okay, so you and Trusted need to take over for a second.
Got it. I told you, just be patient, trust it. We'll get her.
What?
No, I told you this is a lesson in patience for me.
Oh God. I'm scared.
See, now that was really strange sounding, but it was fun.
I'm scared.
Mark
and
that
I'm
up as
concerned.
another strange moment.
Oh, that's cool. That was cool. Okay, take over.
Got it. When you said rice, I cook a lot of rice, and people think it's hard. It's not. You just boil water, dump it in, put it on simmer, cover it, and 20 minutes later you eat. You don't have to stir it, watch it, nothing. It's pretty simple, man. Have you ever tried when I was building out the van to travel in, I bought this little miniature, I think, quart pressure cooker from India. It was here's what sold me on it. I was like, India, okay, that's cool. They do pretty good product. Then it said virgin aluminum, and I was doing Amazon. I'm like, virgin aluminum. I've never heard of that. So I clicked on it to see what the hell virgin aluminum. And it means it's never been recycled. It's pure. I'm like, shit, yeah, give me some pure aluminum, damn it, from India. Have you ever tried a pressure cooker to do rice?
That's how I cook my pressure. That's how I cook my rice. It's the best way.
Yes. Okay, cool, cool.
It's the fastest way. When I'm at home, I got one of those electric instant pot type things. It's not the instant pot brand. It's Farberware. But if I set it to the bean setting and I set it down to just 2 minutes of cook time, that's a proper amount of time to cook rice. And I do an equal amount of water in measurement to the rice. Whereas when you normally boil it, you use at least twice as much water.
Yeah, 2-to-1 ratio. Yeah. I do like the pressure cooker. Once I found out that, man, it's like, oh shit.
Do you do the 1-to-1 ratio in the pressure cooker? Or do you still go
I use chicken broth and I do the 1-to-1 and I usually put some meat or something in there with it.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't use water, I use like chicken broth.
Yeah.
Organic chicken broth. I think it's Swanson. And it's nice because it comes in like a little, I don't know, a little like quart maybe, little square. It's like an enlarged milk carton from school, and you can reseal it.
Yeah. That's an awesome way to do it.
Well, you and I grew up. I know I grew up. My parents and everyone else's parents cooked with pressure cookers. Hell, Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's why that's cooked in pressure cookers.
Yeah. And actually my family did not have a pressure cooker. I didn't
Really?
get one till I moved. Yeah. I didn't get one till I moved out to the country.
Well, we lived in the city, Marion, and of course, my mom grew up on like a farm in Illinois type situation until she moved to Chicago. But canning, there was a pressure cooker. Like every late summers, early fall, she'd can a lot, and anything if she did a roast, chicken, everything, it was in the freaking pressure cooker, man.
Yeah. I used to cook moose meat in Maine in the pressure cooker, and it's awesome because you take this big old tough moose meat roast and put it in the pressure cooker and pressure cook it, and it comes out tender as anything.
Yeah, everything does. People should really look into pressure cookers. They're dangerous. They can seriously hurt you if you don't follow the instructions. Bleed the pressure off an hour before you try to open that sucker because it's under high pressure and it'll fuck you up.
Oh, my my oldest son, he still remembers. He thinks it's funny as shit. When we were in Maine and my oldest son was young, anyhow, I cooked up corned beef and cabbage in a pressure cooker. And damn it, all the pressure wasn't out of it when I cracked that lid open. I just did it too fast is what I did. I just did it too fast. I think I grabbed the weight on the top because it was one of the ones for canning that has a weight. I think I grabbed the weight and pulled it off or whatever. It was still so hot and there was still some pressure in it that when I cracked that lid, it exploded and the fucking corned beef went like halfway across the room.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is in a 12 by 24 kitchen.
Well, they're little boiler systems like, old trains and shit. It's a fucking boiler, man. That's a lot of hot, pressurized steam.
Oh, yeah.
That's why it cooks rice in 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, it'll hurt you or kill you if you don't respect it. But yeah, I actually have, other than my electric one, I have 3 regular ones. I got like a 2-quart, a 4-quart, and an 8-quart. Depending on what it is that I'm cooking will depend on what it is that I use. But I have a 4-quart with me, and I got a little butane burner. And that's all the more important to have the butane. If you're using a butane burner and you're traveling, you want to be as conservative on your your fuel as possible. So that's another good reason to use pressure cookers to cook things.
Well, being the van, being parked, I got an exhaust fan with a skylight in it. But like cooking, because I got an oven and stuff in there. Summertime, man. Yeah, you don't want to have that. If it's 90 degrees out and you're in the shade, it's still 80. It's still pretty toasty inside there with the doors open, the vent going. Yeah, that's what it convinced me. The fuel consumption and how fast I could cook shit in it.
Yeah, and if you want to buy the cheaper rice instead of buying the minute rice, because the minute rice, I mean, heck, it takes literally 2 minutes to boil the water to make a batch of minute rice, which, that doesn't use up much fuel. But if you're going to boil, as we know, if you're going to boil the regular rice, it's going to take you 20 minutes of cooking time. That uses a lot of freaking fuel, 10 times as much, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I
So
don't like the minute rice, man. I do real rice. I don't like
Really?
it at all. It's like, nah, like paste.
You know what it is? All it is it's pre-cooked regular rice, and then it's dehydrated.
Well, Uncle Ben's come in those pouches now, man, and it's moist inside there. All you got to do is pop it in the microwave for like a minute and a half, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I usually don't go for any of that stuff because all that stuff is just increase in cost for the same end result.
I'm still, my thoughts drift to San Lazaro. They have for a long, long time, man. Long, long time with something Forrest is trying to release, and his family wasn't interested in it. And I think it's San Lazaro. And here's another thing. I feel like I have to say this all the time because I still get people questioning me like, you idiot. No, it's not. The treasure's not in. I'm not saying the poem led you to San Lazaro. I'm saying the poem, if you answered the poem correctly, it wasn't the treasure chest. The lure was to get people involved to think about it. The actual prize, you could call it, is and even then, it's not a prize because, in my opinion, no one will ever own it. It owns itself. That's how it's protecting itself from, in a legal sense, it owns itself. And we could argue S corp, trust, whatever. It doesn't matter. What I'm referring to owns itself, so it will never be able to be taken away. It's safe that way. It's just going to be someone who wants to push the issue because information like this is dangerous, man. It really is, in my opinion. I mean, there's people that die trying to release information like this, or is totally been they're just they're treated like they're insane. They can disappear. I mean, all kinds. I'm not saying that's what will happen, but that's the magnitude of the information. I believe, in my opinion, is what the thrill of the chase was all about. This treasure hunt.
I agree. I agree. There is that is a huge possibility.
Well, and all of us, like Forrest Fenn groupie, yep, I'm a groupie, but all of us know how he talked. You had to, even if he was talking straight to you, you still had to second guess it and dissect it. It's like, what the hell? The fact that he said, well, a lot of things, rewriting Southwest history, talking about those chests, it'll rewrite Southwest history. Well, wouldn't Roswell, if it came out, yep, we got it. Part of it went to Wright Patterson Air Force Base. The other went to this place, this area. I won't say what, but went to an area. Yep, that happened. Did we reverse engineer and get fiber optics, computers, and blah, blah, and LED? Yep, we did. So do visitors from another planet exist? They sure do. Nothing we can do about it, man. We don't have a weapon that can stop them, so we got to be friends with them. We have no choice.
And the thing of it is, if it's, diaries and ledgers and stuff that came out of chests that were found at San Lazaro, or, from what he was indicating, he had at least one of them. That's some serious evidence too. That's some serious evidence that can be examined by any kind of expert on the age of it to determine that it's really that age. Written in a language, Spanish, that can be easily translated, so there's no discrepancy going on with that. And then if it's clearly written on that, okay, they traveled this certain area, they found these certain things, and everybody's like, those kinds of things weren't there. Well, no, they were there. It's just that nobody has ever been told about these things. And if anybody ever tried to bring out the information in the past, it gets squashed. I mean, that's the way the government always friggin' works. And like you had mentioned many times, go to Grand Canyon and the stuff found in the Grand Canyon, on how those areas people are kept out, and they got the black helicopters flying around.
And here I'm making an assumption here. Granted, I agree. I'm making an assumption. But when he said, "I'd like what would you like to see that happen to the chest?" He says, "I'd like to see it in the Smithsonian," and then goes off on a tangent about the solver, changes the subject completely, and goes off. Well, to me, once I got on the path I'm on, it's like bingo. It's like you're walking a path and you're looking at all these things, and then you make it like 2 miles down the path and you see a billboard and you say, "Oh shit, I know what that rock meant now. I know what the tree meant. Oh shit." And it's like you come to a realization. For me, that's what it was. When he said, "I'd like to see it in the Smithsonian," and then changed the subject and went off talking about the solver and blah, 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 blah. Because he knew, to me, he was referring shit. That's where I'd like to see it, but not in the basement. I want where people can touch it and feel it and hold it. It's history.
Well, if he found an old Spanish wooden chest from the 1600s at San Lazaro, that makes more sense of that chest being in the Smithsonian than the chest that he showed us that ended up going for auction.
Yeah, yeah. Or what is held within that? Yeah, what's held within that chest? I talked about it the other night. There's documented proof. I forgot to look it up. Here I'm talking about again and haven't looked it up. It was in like the mid 1800s, I believe. Early to mid 1800s, there was a town out west. I don't think it was New Mexico, but there was a town out west that got bombarded with what the Indians called the Phoenix. It was a metal Phoenix. It was a jet. What they were explaining in the newspaper articles around the area, it is a metallic object that's flying around killing shit. Cattle, people, buildings. I think that will be the tie. I think that's what Forrest found. He found a tie to the answers. And instead of saying this will change the history of the world, now let's do baby steps. This will change the Southwest, ladies and gentlemen. Well, if you change one part of the world history, it's a ripple effect. It's going to change everything. He just didn't say change everything, in my opinion.
And like you mentioned before, there's supposed to be 5,000 rooms there. He excavated 50 and stopped.
He what?
I said, like, like you had mentioned at one time before about how Forrest had only excavated 50 rooms at San Lazaro, and he says that there's 5,000. Yet he stopped and essentially abandoned the project to not continue and called it good. Why would he do that if he hadn't found something really, really substantial where he could say, okay, my work is done here.
Well, I think it's important to keep in mind the less than 1%, ladies and gentlemen, less than what that means, a point something less than 1% is what he excavated, and it was the kiva that he did, and that's their church. The kiva is their religious center. It's called the Cloud in the Sky. That was where they went for all their information, was the kiva. It was like, I call it their church, but it was their center of exploration. It's where all the windows lined up with fall equinox, summer equinox, spring, all that. That's where they did all their astronomy, their deep thinking. That's what he centered on, and then he stopped. Oh shit. And that's when the FBI come in. He was on their radar for, I'm sure, ever since he bought the Pueblo. Because like people alluded to the fact, Forrest owns half and the United States government owns the other half. And I think Forrest bought the first half and then the government bought the other half. So, in my mind, there's some nefarious things going on out at night that might explain why San Lazaro has 24/7 armed guard and audio and video surveillance. Whatever's there, why would the government move right in? The neighbor, hey neighbor, can I borrow a cup of sugar? No, you may not. Matter of fact, here's a fence and don't cross this line. Kind of adding up, man, for me. It all every day it adds up even more and more for me.
Yeah. And I agree, it's all a speculation thing, and that's fun. That's using imagination. And it's an exciting prospect on what's being talked about.
Yeah. And it's the path I'm walking on. I'm not at 9 Mile Hole. I'm not at Jack Stoof. I'm not none of that. That's why it explains why Forrest took the stance he did. And then it sickened me to hear people say, oh, and people now is just ruining his legacy. In my opinion, you don't even know what the fuck his legacy is. You have no clue. But yet it's people like, it's been alluded to me a lot. I'm ruining his legacy. How can I ruin it? Tell me what his legacy is, please do. And I don't give me the cookie cutter. He wanted to get people off the couch and blah 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 and out into the forest and blah 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 blah. No, try to be original. What's his legacy before you judge me on saying I'm ruining it? Sorry, just had to get that out if you're listening, Candy.
Yeah, I don't understand about ruining.
Well,
what possibly could you be ruining by having shows and talking with people and even talking about the treasure hunt and what people had done and what their thoughts are, and even on this part on what's going on from this point on? That doesn't have nothing at all to do with Forrest Fenn's legacy.
well,
we weren't connected to Forrest Fenn. We weren't claiming to be connected to Forrest Fenn. You went to his house a couple times. You told the people what it is that occurred during those times. You're not claiming any kind of connection going on. So, there's no effect of his legacy.
And I've never once said on either of those two occasions that I went to his house, did he give me inside information? Or did I do an interview with him and ask him questions about the chase? We never even talked about the chase. Never even came up in conversation. Well, yeah, it did. He asked me for my book to sign it. I said, I don't have one. That was subliminal, ladies and gentlemen, in case for the people that didn't pick that up. That was subliminal. I'm not here about the chase. This is personal. This ain't about the chase. If it was about the chase, that was the second visit. I gave him the book back, said, nope, don't want nothing to do with it. You mind if I go and turn around? You should have seen the look on his face. I swear to God, Dale's jaw dropped to the floor. Like, what the fuck? And poor he wrapped the book like X marks on his arms, like a schoolgirl carries her books up to his chest, and just looked at me with these fucking shitty grin, like smiled from ear to ear. He's like, "Yeah, go ahead." I was like, "Thank you. Have a good day." And then when we drove, we did the loop around his house, came back the driveway, and I looked at my daughter. I said, "Look at him and wave." And we both smiled and looked at him and waved.
Could
Now,
you imagine?
ladies and gentlemen, if you was there to see the look on his face, there's no way you would say I was bothered. Actually, I don't think he smiled like that in years, man. That was hilarious. It was priceless. The first visit, I had no book, but I wanted him to sign a piece of paper. Second visit, I gave him the book back with no dust cover. And asked if I could go in his driveway and turn around. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you imagine the conversation that went on between him and Dal after you left? What the hell? What the hell was that? What do you mean? What the hell does he mean? He doesn't need this, doesn't want nothing to do with it.
It was priceless, man. Freaking priceless. But in my defense, he was grinning from ear to fucking ear. Actually, both visits. Both visits, he was grinning ear to ear when I left. And not once did I ever ask him a question about the chase. Never. Never asked him for, well, I asked for his signature on a blank piece of paper. I did ask for something. That was opposing of me. Yeah. Knocking on someone's door? No. It just means I had enough resolve to follow my path, and that's where my path led me. If I pushed the button the first time and oh, who is it? Oh no, do you have an appointment? I wouldn't have like, well, wait, I'd be like, all right, I apologize, I'm sorry. Our trip was over. My daughter, I waited till the last minute before we was leaving town. We spent 4 days, Roswell, Santa Fe. We got all our shit we wanted to do out of the way, and going out of town is when I went to his house. That's not how it played out. I pushed the button. No one said nothing. The gate opened. I drove up, and Forrest was waiting on the porch. Good times, man. Good times.
Well, don't forget. Don't forget, he had a private investigator working for him.
Yeah. Well, I met him at February 2017. His private investigator.
Yeah. I'm sure he looked into a lot of searchers.
Sure. Yeah. Another thing I want to make clear, Davio keeps saying I took my granddaughter as a ploy to get in to harass Forrest. No, it wasn't my granddaughter. It was my daughter, my 14-year-old daughter. It was a subliminal message that I'm not a threat, not as a hook to get me into the gate. No, I figured I was confident enough I could get into that gate when I went there. And it was a subliminal message saying, if you had any doubt before, nope, make no sense to have, this isn't a threatening situation.
I don't know why Davio thinks that what you did was harassing.
Well, that's why when Candy looked down at the chat earlier and Idaho Buffalo and I was having a conversation, she's like, oh my, what's going on? No, Idaho Buffalo and Davio like go back to back. I was watching a show the other day, a rerun, and man, they were just beating the shit out of me, saying how atrocious, and I emailed him 100 times a day with 9-second videos. That's because that tells me you watch my shows and you listen to me. What the fuck would I send a 9-second video of my own making to Forrest? I've never known. That makes no sense. I've always said I sent him usually YouTube songs that I would use a string of songs to like the title to the lyrics. I'd write sentences with song titles and the music involved with it. Yeah, I had fun with it. Art, I was creating shit. He had the option to open it, close it, block me, whatever. I don't consider that harassment. And like Luli I'll just say this. Idaho Buffalo. We're all individuals. And I have an opinion. You have opinions on me because you speak them all the time. We're just talking about your opinion of me. I have an opinion of you. Everywhere you go, since you've showed up, you just go in and you'll target people. And I say target because you'll see someone come in, you'll say, oh, like earlier, Rob jumped in. Rob G, what's happening to Rob? Rob, what do you think of? And you'll go, last week it was the verified 9 Mile Hole video. What do you think of that? They're going to show it at World Series of Finn. And then you changed it to, oh, now, Zozo, did you hear that because there was no support from the community, they're not going to show that video, that 9 Mile? It's like I said earlier, it's just drama. I watch things, and ever since you've been in my opinion, you just go into chat rooms, and every chat room, I might add, which is kind of ironic because you and Davia were calling me a groupie the other night. Forrest Payne, oh, he's just a Forrest Payne groupie. Shit, listen to your ass, man. You're everywhere, but you never come on live. No, you'll hide in the chat rooms and spread your gossip and drama. So that's my opinion. Idaho Buffalo.
And besides, Christy's supposed to be gone. What the fuck? How many times is she going to say goodbye, good night, au revoir?
Friday is really not my day.
What happened?
Oh, just everything. Everything. At this point, I don't even know. I just don't even know. Bodysuit.
See, everybody likes a game of whack-a-mole. Oh, Luli.
Do they like whack-a-mole? Who'd you whack-a-mole?
Idaho Buffalo.
Damn it, Street, come on.
I didn't do it. Don't say me. I didn't do it. I just lectured the person.
You lectured them.
I gave them a lecture. My opinion is a lecture. I lectured them on my opinion. And I looked down and Luli whacked them.
You whacked them.
Whacked them for 300 seconds.
Street.
I didn't do it. Quit saying me. Say Luli. Oh, Luli.
Oh, Luli did it? Hey, Luli, I told you need my permission before you do that.
See, I did. You're blaming me, man. It was damn. Everyone blames me, damn it.
You were saying you were doing
trying to
whack-a-mole.
silence me. You're all trying to silence me. You're trying to silence me and
Shut up,
stab
you
me in the
drama
back,
queen.
you fuckers.
Shut up, you drama queen.
It's just like coming into a room full of kids. You pick at the oldest one and say, it's your fault all this shit happened in this room.
Your fault. It's your fault we can't have nice things.
I left you in charge and you fucked it all up.
Yeah. You had one job, Street. One job. Meanwhile, I have one job and I can't even do that. I don't know how to function at this point. This is not what I want. This is why I like to be a fucking hermit on the weekends. I like to be a hermit. That is my go-to, to be a hermit. And I'm being forced to not be a hermit, and I don't like it. Damn it.
Well, the weekend is just beginning. I mean, heck, it's only Friday and Chase Inc. still has a schedule to work tomorrow.
Oh, dear Lord. Who's doing what?
I think Street's gonna be on tomorrow, right?
Yes, of course.
Oh, streets chasing.
Got to get my hours in.
He's going to be going into syndication pretty soon.
My
Fingers
white girl
crossed.
can't even with you right now. My white girl can't even. Ow! Ow.
I'm on my second bowl of rice, and I just poured in a cup of broth. It's not real broth, it's bouillon.
Yeah.
That stuff that you buy, the real broth, that's better.
Yeah. Swanson. I usually get, I think it's Swanson organic. Got like green lettering on it, organic. As if it matters. I just organic. And it's not that much more expensive than just the regular. And it's less salt too. I think it's 50% the salt because, you know, I'm old. I don't want to, even if you're not old, even when you're young, you really shouldn't eat a lot of salt, man.
Well, I think with organic just means they left the leaves and sticks on the chicken when they turned it into broth.
Yeah. You get a little fiber in there. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, dear Lord. No, thank you. No, thank you.
This is all kinds of scandalous shit about organic stuff that most of it is fraud. And I believe that. I believe it. I really do believe it.
Ow.
If you do you know about the rice that's grown in this country? It is the worst rice in the world.
The white
Okay.
rice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Long grain. I like long grain. I don't like the wild long grain. It's like it's like chewing on, man, I don't, it just sticks around. You can't, it don't dissolve. It just kind of balls up in these. Yeah, I don't like wild rice, but long grain rice. Brown long grain rice.
Well, I mean, what if it's grown in this country? There's a good chance that it's highly contaminated. And when I say highly contaminated, I mean compared to other rices around the world. I read statistics on it, and it's funny how our government that's supposed to be looking after our best interest hides things. For instance, water things down instead of just telling us, okay, this particular area where this particular rice was grown, the arsenic level is this particular level, right? Instead, they turn it into a region and they average it off. But still, there are regions that are freaking horrible. And what it is there was old farmland starting with, I believe it was Louisiana, and it had been for years used for other types of crops. And in the pesticides that they were using had arsenic in it. And arsenic stays in the soil. So when they turn them into rice paddies, the rice uptakes the arsenic. So the arsenic level in American grown rice is, you could call it off the charts compared to other countries. And in some places, it's just crazy high, but the government won't tell us so that we can decide whether we want to buy our rice that comes from that area or not. They're doing us a serious disservice.
Well, they actually do tell us through the FDA by allowing it to be sold with their stamp.
Well, I mean, they
Agriculture
don't tell us what places the rice is grown at that has the worst and the most amount of arsenic in it. When they get the data, they obviously have the data to compile the study that they did, but they don't release that portion of the data to let us know.
Well, speaking of toxins in our growing system, around where I live, everywhere, thousands, hundreds, if not millions of acres of corn and soybean every year. You drive 5-minute drive and you're in a corn or soybean field. here recently, I don't know how they passed it, but a water treatment plant, a sewage treatment plant, they clean their sludge pits, and basically it's just shit, human shit. It's sludge pits, man. They've been selling it to farmers for fertilizing these fields. And I live in town, and probably the closest field that's using it is probably 5 miles away. And if the wind's blowing the right direction, you can smell when they put it out. The entire town smells like a fucking porta john in the dead of summer, man.
Yeah, and the only thing they have to do, and I'm not saying that it isn't sufficient. I believe it is, but the only thing they have to do to that sludge is they have to add an alkaline to it, like calcium, for example. They'll add calcium to it to bring the alkaline level up to number 12. And it has to be at number 12 for at least 2 hours, I believe. Once it's been through that, then the sludge can be spread out on fields as fertilizer. And I know that from my research for doing home treatment of sewerage and septic and sludge and stuff like that. Just like the EPA puts out a brochure that you can get to tell you how to treat water in an emergency situation. But it's the same standard in parts per million of chlorine. And they even give you ratios on the amount of bleach to put in your water to purify it. But you can have as much as 4 parts per million chlorine, and it's acceptable to use as drinking water according to the EPA. That's like swimming pool water. That's like swimming pool water where you can smell the fucking chlorine, 4 parts per million.
Well, once again, like they're talking in Lorraine says Cheerios, organic, high arsenic. It's and the fields are getting worse because they can't like strip the topsoil. They just keep adding more fertilizers and chemicals every freaking year. No matter what, like around here, they rotate from corn to soybean. I don't know if it's on like a 2, 3 year, 1 year rotation. Never really paid attention, but I do know they rotate the crops because they don't want to deplete the topsoil and all that. But it's the same freaking soil, man. How can you get around that? From this point, how could virgin land? That'd be what, wiping out national forest and land like that that's never been farmed.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's not the fertilizers themselves that's a problem, because if they're making proper fertilizers, which are chemicals, which are what constitutes everything in the material world, is some kind of chemical, some kind of mineral. There's not a problem with that. It's the runoff. It's where it's used and where it's allowed to go to that's a problem. There was just a court case out in Oklahoma that was being won by the state against the poultry farmers that would spread the poultry, they call it poultry litter, but it's when they clean out the chicken barns. For years, they've been polluting the watersheds. They finally won after battles going on for 14 years or so. But it's because of the runoff. It gets into the watershed, gets into the streams, gets into the rivers, gets into the drinking water, and pollutes it, causes algae to grow. In that particular court case, it came to be proved that it was causing a bacteria problem, but bacteria goes hand in hand with that particular kind of fertilizer. But the chemical fertilizers aren't bad. It's the pesticides and the herbicides that have the really crazy chemicals. I'll call them designer chemicals. They're designer chemicals. They're not natural. And the ones that are natural, like arsenic, are really fucking bad for you anyhow. But they're like the weed killer, that Roundup, crazy shit like that gets into the water system. Roundup is like in the water system around the whole country now.
Yeah. Well, the sad part about this, what we're talking about, think of how impossible it would be to change that cycle. It's already, the ground's already saturated. How are we going to deal with the growth and bottom line of growing more on smaller amounts of land, blah, blah, blah. So many people need fed. It's sad. It's depressing to think that, man. But that's what that's why I keep saying, man, I'm glad I'm 60, honestly. I would hate to be young going through this shit, man, with knowing what's going on. It's sickening for me.
Hey, I'm 34.
I feel sorry for you, man. I really do.
Yeah. Tomorrow, or actually, I think today we're supposed to hit our debt ceiling, right? For the economy. We're supposed to hit our debt ceiling.
Really?
Yeah, like we have fucking Congress needs to go fix that shit because we have literally no debt capacity left. And they had to do this back in 2021, and now they have to do it again. It's fucking annoying. Ugh. Okay. Me multitasking is great. I am the ultimate multitasker. God, I almost feel like I'm a bachelor or some shit. Living in a tiny ass corner. This is bullshit. I have to fix 3 nails that I broke off. 3. Count them, 3. Ugh. And now I just inhaled my Febreze. Great. I'm not one to function properly. Okay. Damn it. See, my issue is I like showers too much. Okay. I'm a mermaid. Okay, so did Barb come on while I was gone?
Yeah, she did. She wished you farewell, and she had to hurry up and go.
Verified pleading.
Something about kajashkis or something was in the oven, some dessert or something.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she had to pull the kajashkis or whatever the hell they're called.
You know what makes me sad? If she wasn't such a fucking psycho, I would actually like her. Like if she wasn't fucking up the chase, messing with Fen and the family, and doing all the fucked up shit she's been doing, I feel like she'd actually fit right in with our crazy asses because we talk about the same shit, even though she won't admit it. Am I wrong, Street?
I'd always be paranoid about waking up to a lawsuit, man. Drinking and partying and wake up like, what the fuck is this? I don't remember saying that. What the hell? You're suing me? Yeah, I don't know. I'd ever be comfortable, man. No, I don't think I would anymore. From this point, no. Won't be comfortable ever.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it happened before all this other shit happened, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe if she was more part of the chase community back in like 2019 at Fenbury when all shit was happening and no drama was going on, maybe it would have been different. But no, she's never gonna let up on that shit.
Nope.
She's going down with her ship.
Drink every time you hear her say verified pleading.
She will not take a life boot. She is going down with that ship.
That's funny.
In any event, it's like every paragraph has at least 1 or 2 in any event.
Is it really?
Yeah. It's my OCD kicks in, man. I just cringe like, oh, God, there it is again. In any event.
I cringe every time she says verified pleading. Like, I can't get past that.
Every time I hear her say that, what's that song? I believe I can fly.
Oh my God. You know that guy's a rapist, right? R. Kelly?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I just mean the song, not the person, the song.
Not the person.
The
Null
song.
and void. Null and void. Cancel culture. Null and void.
Yeah, anyone can sing the song. It's the song. Just a piece of paper with song lyrics on it.
Song.
I believe I can fly.
Hold your horses, cancel culture. I don't know if I'm doing this right. I keep having to do these motherfucking nails. They're supposed to be indestructible, and I don't know if I'm doing like missing step. It's really annoying. How am I supposed to cut a bitch if I try and cut her and they fucking fly off? These nails have fucking failed me, Batman. Whee. It's another TikTok trend. I blame TikTok. You know, every morning I wake up now, Street, and I have my motherfucking greens. TikTok's got me over here being healthy.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Through your dealings with the force fin community, who says I'm out? I'm out.
Oh, dude, I'm so famous for it because I'm very emotional and I let shit get to me when I shouldn't. And so I'll be like on my fucking wits end. I'll be like, fuck you all, I'm out. I mean, come on, I deleted my channel because Carter ruined my fucking live. So I'm famous for fucking bowing out and coming back.
Well, I'm just saying, someone in chat typed in, no, Sam, it is for real. Type 2 and IIB is out. Who does that sound like?
What's type 2 and IBB?
Oh, they're having a little pity party.
Oh, Idaho Buffalo?
Idaho Buffalo is throwing a temper tantrum. If you all, because I lectured them about my opinion, now they're saying they're threatened to leave. Type 2 and IB is out of here. I'll never be here again with you guys. Oh my
I'm
God.
so confused.
How dare you give your opinion of me?
I'm so confused as I try and paint my toes.
Well, I asked IB a simple question. What do they think the blaze is? Now, any other time I have ever engaged with IB in conversation, the minute I put something up, they reply quick, and it's always drama. I type a legitimate question. So, IB, what do you think the blaze is?
Well, if they tell you, it will give away their identity. Right? Because there's certain people, certain solves, and if they say, oh, well, my blaze is Moses, you'll be like, hi, Bill.
Well, it's Candy's show. It's Friday night. I'm feeling generous with my wisdom, IB. Let me lay some on you. You can choose to listen or not. IB says this is the only channel I have. Choose Street 1 or 2. The only channel you're on every fucking channel, IB. What do you mean this is the only one? You're on every channel. Mine, I know I for sure I got you blocked. What do you mean the only one? And now you want me to choose what here and now? I want you to choose answer my question if you can.
Like the only channel they're allowed to be on?
What is your blaze?
Ah.
What do you think a blaze is? I'll call it your blaze because it's your opinion. What do you think the blaze is to you? Pretty simple.
Ah. I'm a hot mess right now. I don't need help. I have all these fuzzies on me and I don't know why.
Yeah, like a Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory, INFJ. Look at me. No, that was they took a candy bar, Willy Wonka vision, where they shrink it down and put the candy bar and the little kid goes in. Yeah.
My TV.
Yeah, INFG says make in camera makes me think she is shrinking down and crawling inside an old Polaroid.
You know, today is Jeep Girl Jody's birthday.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Happy birthday, Jody.
There's so many birthdays in January, especially like this week of January. When I was at the restaurant, there was like, I think 4 people there for the birthday. Just in the restaurant with me. I was like, you're stealing my thunder. How dare ye?
I always thought statistically there's more children born like in summer because of, or whatever, the 9 month, because you're cuddled up in the wintertime more. So there's more children born nine months after winter. Than actually January means what? Springtime. Well, spring, March, April, when you was conceived.
Hold on. Okay, sorry, what was that question?
I forgot.
Street was saying some people only have sex during winter.
Yeah, I said when we're conceived. So if you were born in January, that means you were conceived in spring. I always thought statistically there's more children born 9 months after winter because couples are cuddled up more in the wintertime, closer, dark nights and all, longer nights and all that.
Dark nights, long nights.
Yeah, so January, that would be like springtime conception.
Whee! So pissed off about my eyelashes, motherfuckers.
That means conception in April.
April.
I
9
can't see
months.
anything.
Yeah. When our parents were filing their taxes, they're like, we need another baby.
Just did the dishes for the 3rd time today. This is gonna drive me bonkers. Why? Why do you put it in the sink? Why? I need to get drunk. All right, I'm putting a dish in the sink. Fuck it. No, straight. I've done the fucking dishes 3 times today. 3 fucking times. Okay. I'm gonna drink a lot of the champagne or Chardonnay or whatever the fuck it's called. I'm gonna just sit here with you guys and drink it on camera like a crazy bougie bitch and then add more to it and then move on to Fireball because fuck it. Technically, it's still my birthday. I've got a birthday week because my birthday fell on a Wednesday, which is some bullshit.
Lucky says she was conceived at the prom. Happy times, happy times.
Wee. Okay, here we go. She was conceived at the prom. Oh my god. You're lucky. My eyeball burns. Where's my eyeball burning? I'm not wearing any makeup. I'm so over this shit. Ugh, okay. Okay. I'm shocked Paul isn't trying to get in and stir his shit up for his daily Friday bull crap. Aren't you shocked, Street?
Yeah. He always tries to make an appearance.
As always.
So that's it. We ran out of material.
No, I'm just being a little prissy ass bitch because I'm mad my eyelashes got stolen and also I need to drink my alcohol.
Why was your eyelashes outside on the porch? That's my first question.
Because I ordered them from the UK and they got delivered, and the UPS people either delivered it to the wrong house, or because they sent a picture showing that it was delivered, but I never got it. Like when I went out in the morning, it was never there. So either someone stole it before I went out there, or they delivered it to the wrong fucking patio.
Okay, well, when you told the story initially, my brain was like, the fuck, who leaves their eyelashes sitting out on a table and by a chair on the fucking patio, man? What the fuck? It must be a California thing. The fuck is that shit?
Oh man,
That's
sweet.
like, oh, someone stole my purse. Oh shit, they did. Where'd they get it from? I left it on the porch all overnight. What the fuck? You left it on the porch, for God's sakes.
Whew. Been one of those days. Whew. I'm gonna drink an entire bottle of champagne or / Chardonnay and see what happens. Ow, my eyeball burns. Fuck. Yeah. You know, I'm still okay. So did I tell you my dreams last night all consist of me fucking trying to fly to Vegas and the plane crashing every time?
Oh, look, a piece of candy.
Yep. And then what was even better was my last dream, which it was just reoccurring dreams of just like continuously trying to get to Vegas. But my last one was my fucking ex was there and I had to share a room with him. And the best part was he had a new girlfriend that I had to accommodate and let her borrow my clothing and all kinds of shit. Like, what type of dream? Like, what is wrong with my subconscious self? Why am I like torturing myself in my fucking dreams?
Do you want my opinion? You want to go? You want to go over this live, or
Go for it. Go for it.
let me start with, when you wake up, do you wake up in the morning or in the middle of the night from the dream?
I think last night I woke up in the middle of the night from the dream.
All right. Did your body feel all tensed up and knotted up, and you were breathing heavy and maybe sweaty?
No, I was annoyed and I was like, I need to go back to my fucking friend Joey just messaged me. She's like, hold on. She says, oh God, am I that bitch? Okay, hold on. She says, I dedicate this song to you, Flowers by Miley Cyrus. You're welcome. You and every other bitch on this planet. So, fun fact, you know who Miley Cyrus is, right?
Oh, yes.
So, you know how she was married to Liam Hemsworth and then they ended up getting divorced?
Okay.
So, she waited until now to release a new song called Flowers. And the thing was, when they were going to get married, he dedicated that song Flowers or When I Was Your Man by Bruno Mars, that says, I should have bought you flowers and held your hand, given you all my hours when I was your man. She found out he cheated on her with 14 women when they were married at this one huge like mansion in Calabasas or something, right? So not only did she film the music video for the song Flowers, she took the song When I Was Your Man by Bruno Mars and changed it to I can buy myself flowers and hold my own hand. I could talk to myself for hours and you'll never understand. Like, she took the song, turned it into like the epic theme song for all women who say, I don't need a man, fuck you. Wore the suit that he wore to their wedding, like topless at the fucking shoot where he cheated on her with 14 fucking different women and dropped it on his birthday. So I'm sorry, that's the ultimate fuck you to any ex that has wronged a woman. So my friend Joey just sent that to me. She's like, here, this is your song. And I'm like, bitch, you can't go on TikTok without hearing that song every 5 seconds. Like, every woman, even if they're in a relationship, they're like, I don't need a man. I can buy myself flowers. Fuck you.
I'm with you, Miley.
Yeah, like she's already at I think 125 million views on YouTube right now because of it.
How long were they married?
Like not even a year, but they were together for like 14, I think.
And he's the one who played Captain America? Is that the
No,
same guy?
no. You're thinking Thor. That's his older brother. That's Chris Hemsworth.
Okay. I know there's a few brothers from Australia, Hemsworth brothers, right?
Yeah, she met him when they were really young. Like she was like 17 or 16 or something, and they were in this one movie together, and they were like together forever. But then it came out after she got divorced that he was super fucking controlling. And there's even like video footage of them at like one of these award shows or something. And she's like just being herself, and he's like, try not to embarrass me. And then he grabs her and pinches her like it's gonna stop her from acting out. I'm like, I officially do not like Liam Hemsworth, like at all. And I already didn't like him because they fucking fired what's his name? Oh my god, what's his name right now? I can't remember his name. He plays Gerald of Rivia from The Witcher. I can't think of his name. He's the most gorgeous man on the planet. But they fired him, which was the stupidest thing that Netflix could ever do. And they now replaced him with Liam Hemsworth. So everyone who's a Witcher fan and a oh my god, I can't remember his name. What's wrong with me? We're basically rallying and rioting, and we're fucking gonna boycott the next season of The Witcher because it doesn't have him in it. So fuck you and fuck Liam Hemsworth. And I even went to Liam Hemsworth's actual page when it was announced he was the new Geralt of Rivia, and I was like, no one wants your bitch ass in the fandom. And I got so many likes on it. It was ridiculous. And there's people saying like, that's not nice. You're hurting his feelings. He's a person too. And I was like, fuck you and your feelings. I'm like, you take away my real Witcher. Fuck you. And now to know that he's a controlling asshole that cheated on Miley while they were married with 14 different women at that fucking little chateau. No, sir. No, sir. It's not how shit goes.
Well, here's a follow-up question. Those 14 women, was it like a weekend rendezvous or spread out on 14 different occasions?
I have no idea. All I know is it was released that she's a badass. She found out all the cheating scandal shit that went on. And what was funny is we thought she was the problem because like all of a sudden it was announced they got married and then they got divorced like 6 months later. And I'm like, fucking Hollywood, right? Well, they divorce and then she runs off with some girl that I forgot who she was the ex of, but she like went full on lesbian and just ran off to like some fucking island, like the Cayman Islands or something, with this one girl. And everyone was like, poor Liam, he got his heart broken. And then he started dating the one girl I watch on Dynasty. And I was like, oh, yay, that's cool. Feel bad for him. And now it's like the real truth is out. And you're like, fuck you, Liam. Fuck you. You deserve every fucking piece of shit heartache you got. Like, I hate it. I hate men right now. I'm telling you straight, I hate men.
Well, if it's at 14 in a weekend rendezvous, that tells me cocaine and Viagra is running strong in Hollywood, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Ew. I mean, it's Liam Hemsworth, though. I might hate him, but I'm not saying he's ugly. I don't think he means that. No, but it's pretty much saying like Miley Cyrus is a badass because she waited all this time, was super quiet and graceful about it. And then finally she was like, nah, fuck this. Drop the shit on his birthday. Ultimate diss track. Everyone's like, oh, Liam Hemsworth needs to have a tea party with Jake Gyllenhaal because this happened with Taylor Swift. She dropped her song, the like Red Scarf or something. And it's about her hooking up with him and losing her virginity when he was older than her and he used her. So everyone looks at Jake Gyllenhaal like he's the ultimate fucking villain, right? So now they're like, hey, Liam Hemsworth and Jake Gyllenhaal could have like tea together and like bitch about how they need to like find better ex-girlfriends.
Well, that's interesting. I've watched Jake's movies before. I never knew like stories like that before. That's interesting to know about him, man.
Yeah,
Taylor Swift.
right?
That's interesting.
Because usually like the girl stays quiet and doesn't really air the dirty laundry. And it's funny because like Taylor Swift is like fucking famous for like airing dirty laundry. And one time she was getting interviewed and they're like, aren't you afraid no man's ever going to want to date you anymore because you keep airing the dirty laundry when you break up? And she was like, well, then maybe they shouldn't do bad things for me to write about.
Well, you got to keep in mind, look at it. Look, picture this, like the story you just told, a male actor slept with 14 women, we'll say in one weekend party. Now, if a woman came out and said that, they would say, oh, you fucking hoe. It'd be like, shit, I wanted 15, but he passed out, man. I mean, seriously, that's the world we live in.
Well, that's what's fucked up too. I was saying that to Joey earlier. I was talking to her and I was saying, it's pretty fucking damning that if we get pissed off, like men get pissed off if we talk to more than one guy, right? But the moment they fuck off and they're seeing multiple women, we're seen as drama queens for saying what the fuck. It's like, if you get to be a fucking hoe, why can't I be a fucking hoe? It'll never be like that. So the same concept with San Francisco. You know what I did? Because I had a little bit of Chardonnay. I messaged his ass and I was like, hey, I really appreciate you for what you did with that phone call and everything a couple of months ago. Long story. But I'm like, but after I finally realized what respect's like, you're nothing what respect looks like. So I was like, have fun in San Francisco. I heard that pussy's drowning over there because, you know, they're getting the fucking like flooding and shit. And I was like, karma's a bitch. Let me know if you need a sailboat. Fucking stupid. And then the worst part is he has this fucking hat. He has this fucking hat that looks like this little Amish rabbi hipster bitch hat that he wears everywhere that I want to burn. And so when I think about it, he's shorter than me, wears a rabbi hipster hat, and he doesn't shave his beard. It drives me crazy. So those three things, I'm good. I'm good.
Well, I've heard many times women, and this is the society that it's not just my generation. I think it used to be worse, but you'd always hear the women, I respect my body more than having orgasms. What? And sharing my orgasm with others. That's what they're saying. When they say, oh no, a real woman never does that. She respects her body. So what you're saying is you don't enjoy orgasms. That's what you're saying. You know, the old biddy type. Oh, yeah. That's disgusting. Is it?
I'm sorry.
Orgasms are disgusting. Huh.
No, I'm sorry. Anyone who says that really has to be over men because I spent an hour and a half in the shower tonight. So fuck that. They're lying. They're fucking lying.
Well, it's just the prim and proper, better than you. Oh my God. No, that's disgusting. Is it? Well, they forget that's how you're here. Each and every one of us is a byproduct of an orgasm.
That's what we were seeing the other night. That's so funny. It's like, here we go. We came full circle again.
Well, I like to keep, it puts things in perspective. Our parents was in ecstasy, especially if they both timed it at the same time. They both got off at the same time.
I don't want that. I don't want that image. It's bad enough I had to walk in on my mom making out with the guy I was dating back in 2012. Okay, so no.
Well, believe it or not, we were there when we were conceived. We were there. We were just getting mixed up in a blender at the time. We were there, though. We were present. Like it or not.
I finished my bottle of Chardonnay, or I almost did. I poured it, so now I gotta drink it. This is gonna be fun. I'm a firecracker. This is why I don't drink half the time, because people can't handle my ass.
You let your week of frustration get to you and it blows up.
No, I'm fun. I'm fun when I drink. It's like I prefer my own personality when I drink. No, so did I ever tell you when Heather and I went out the day before they shut the entire fucking economy down? We got so fucked up. We got the whole bar shut down before it was even last call. Like we had everyone acting a fucking like psycho fool, pretty much. I remember at one point, I decided I wanted to dance on the bar, which I normally don't do as much. I haven't done it in a while, but I was like, I'm going to dance on the bar, even though you're not supposed to. And I ended up like doing something. I think I tried to drop it down and obviously I couldn't drop it down. So it like flew off the bar with a huge ass stein of like, it was either like no, it was a snake bite. So it was like Guinness mixed with hard cider in a big stein. Fell off the bar, did some weird fucking like, I don't know, jujitsu trick type shit where I didn't drop a single drop of alcohol. And the whole bar was like, oh, and I was like, yes. Like, I did some crazy ass spider monkey shit. And I like don't drop a single drop of alcohol as I fall and eat shit off the bar. We were running around rampant the whole night. I remember I kept playing people pool and taking all their money because I love to do that to people. But we got so fucked up street that when we finally got home the next morning at like 3:00, I was still drunk and I was like, Heather, where is my Los Angeles hoodie that I just dropped $100 on? And she's like, you told me to take care of it. I'm like, okay, where is it? She's like, I left it at the bar. And to get it back, and they were like, the whole economy shut down. We're not going to be back for a while. I was like, fuck. But seriously, when I need to, I know how to go hard. And I'm probably going to do that in Vegas. Not going to lie. But because of the psychos that fucking obsessed, like that are obsessed with me, I'm going to need one of those little condom hats so I can protect my drink.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what they call them. Someone invented them. They call them condom hats or condom cup hats. I'm just like, it's got to be a millennial who invented that shit. Love it though. But seriously, I'm concerned because last year Ashley really did get drugged, and that's fucking scary.
And the problem is you start having a good time, belt down a few drinks, you let your guard down, and the more drinks you have, the more fun you're having. All of a sudden, yeah, you're walking away, leaving your drink, blah blah blah. Complacent.
That's
You
why
get
you get
complacent.
with the necklace. No one could drug you if your fucking drinks at your tits. Like, come on.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe get you one of those baseball hats, like hard, like batter's hats with the cut 2 cups on the side.
And
Yeah,
then
with the straw cup. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
I actually would do that. I would be like, I'm here for the party, bitches. Did I tell you? Remember I think it was the night before my birthday. Remember Copper was like, I stayed up all night to say happy birthday. And he said like Caper was in chat in Discord. I came in. I don't know what it is. Like, she fucking hates me. And I've been trying so hard to just play it cool and be cordial and everything. And she's like, oh, I'm so tired of the people who are kissing ass just because they want to go to a WSOF. She's like, it makes me not even want to go. I'm like, I'm not kissing ass. I'm just fucking keeping my mouth shut. Like, there's a difference. There's a major difference. Ah, shit. Hold on. Take over for a second, Street.
Got it.
Meow.
You still here, Trusted?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Davy B. I seem to remember us telling the comet coming, and you, Robert, said nothing is going to happen. How's that working for you? The worldwide news, written in the poem 28 years ago, found March 20. Here's what I heard about it. I watched one YouTube video about it. How do they know it only circles every 50,000 years? And basically, Neanderthals was the last to see this comet. And with our sophisticated radar system and satellites and everything we got up junk in the sky, they know when these things are coming. So they knew it was coming way before March, Davy B, in my opinion. They've known about it for some time. But here's the question: how did they calculate that it has not made an appearance in over 50,000 years if they didn't know of its existence? He's talking about the predictions in the poem that the poem predicted the green comet 28 years ago when Forrest had no idea it even existed. I beg to differ. Once again, our viewing capability off this planet is remarkable. We see these things coming. That's how they came up with the calculation. It hasn't been there for over 50,000 years because they've been tracking it for who knows how long. So yeah, I disagree with that. Something breathtaking, phenomenal prediction that Forrest made 28 years ago and put it in the poem. No, we've known about it. We've seen it coming. In my opinion, of course. Science. Science. I'm taking science was a fifth. Yeah. They had a calculation. Its trajectory and yeah, however they whatever astrophysics or what however they do that, astronomy.
Well, it's probably following the same path that everything else is following as it's swirling around the galaxy, heading towards the center of the Milky Way.
Yeah, well, everyone's heard that we can see outside of our Milky Way. That's our capability now, especially since we got outside the Earth atmosphere with those space telescopes we got out there. Once we broke that, it unblurred it a lot. We can see outside of the Milky Way. We can see into other galaxies. Now, if we can see that, I'll bet you $1 million we're patrolling. We have a grid. If we have grids on America and on the planet tracking weather and systems and all that, we're tracking any movement in the sky all around us for potential hazards or who knows what else, looking for something moving. So yeah, they've known about it. It's not like it's never, oh, they just, you know, what? No, they've known about it. It's just when it comes to, they give it a name. I'm sure they gave it a name way back when they first noticed it, like RS52C. Yep, we're tracking it. It's moving, coming this way. And that's when their scientific brains just started doing the calculation of, okay, its trajectory, where's it coming from, how fast it's moving, blah, 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 blah. That's how they can comfortably guess, not for sure, comfortably guess mathematically with the mathematics they know and they're using every 50,000 year trajectory. And why is it when someone gives their opinion, like I'm giving my opinion many times about how Mario and Davy B's reading the poem, they get all angry, upset, all because I don't agree with their opinions on the, and we see it a lot. Disagree with someone's Bill, he does it. Bard, Dave, man from back east, a savant. That's interesting. I ain't trusted.
Yeah, I only got through the man from back east video, about 6.5 minutes of it, and I had enough of it. Because it was stupid. It was stupid. He was pointing out all these people that are considered savants, right? And what they were a savant in. This one had a talent now in music that they never had. This person was a calendar savant, where you could tell them, give them a date, and they can tell you, what the weather was at that date. Even if it was 50 years ago, and just, things like that. And then he throws himself in there at number 12. That number 12 number, 12 is an important number, right?
Yep.
Dave throws himself in as number 12. That the reason he's a savant was because he solved the Forrest Fenn poem. Like, excuse me? How is solving the Forrest Fenn poem any kind of talent or ability? What is the ability then? Because his ability, Dave's ability, was being able to read comic books and being able to do a Google search for comic books with certain keywords or phrases in them. Nowadays, 4 and 5-year-olds can do shit like that. I don't see what it is he thinks his ability is that makes him a savant. He hasn't described anything.
Yeah, I agree with you. Unless there's a savant syndrome of cracking puzzles. Is there a puzzle cracking savant?
But it's no, nobody really knows what the puzzle even is. It's just a poem trying to figure it out. Nobody can factor in what specific ability. I mean, I made a video on it on what my opinion of it is, but that's only an opinion. That's only if I'm right. I could be totally wrong. So there's no particular ability narrowed down and follow and figuring out the Forrest Fenn poem. Maybe there is something special, and Forrest might have identified it somehow, but I doubt that. But certainly reading comic books and doing Google searches for keywords and key phrases and comic books is no special ability at all.
Well, even we'll go back to the way Mario and Davy B's reading it. That's not, so you solved what? You solved that Forrest talks extensively in the poem and gives you all the answers in the poem. That's, I don't, I don't understand. I don't, I don't even know how to put it. I don't see that as solving it. If you believe, if they believe the poem, Forrest is telling everyone, you just have to, cracking the solve, I guess, to them is learning to how to read the poem and find what you need to find in it, I guess. I don't know. I don't consider that a solve, basically.
Well, they're adding all this shit in after the fact.
Yeah, that too.
You know, they're saying that, you know, that there's a prophecy that occurred there. Okay, why, seeing as you know what this thing's all about and how to use it and how to work it, how come you didn't bring it out before it came out onto the news? How come the news had to tell you about it and then you went into the poem and said, oh, see, it's obviously there? It's because what it is you're doing is a parlor game. Forrest didn't put any of that shit in there on purpose. None of it. None of what these guys are talking about did Forrest purposely put in there. It just happens to be in there because it's a bunch of words. You can take anything. What's it, 166 words that's in that poem? But you take anything that has 166 basic words, structure it the same way, and you can do the same exact thing Davy and Mario is doing with the poem. So what's so fucking special? You can take any book and do it. Matter of fact, there was a rabbi that did what it is that they're doing with the anagrams, with the, going every which way, like a word jumble puzzle, not following the words in a straight line. They can't do that. But in 1941, he found the date of what he said the Japanese were going to attack Pearl Harbor. And he put it forward. He was a cryptologist, but he obviously also was a Kabbalist. He was into Kabbalah because he was doing that kind of thing. They rejected him and the date and what was going to happen at Pearl Harbor. And then the date came and went. You know what I say about that? I say that guy was acting as a dual agent, and he passed that information along amongst the cryptology people that he worked with to find out what kind of feedback he would get back, to see if they would do anything about it, if they were accepted or rejected. When they rejected it, he called back to his people. It's a go. You can do it now. They don't believe it. That's not prophecy. That's called being a double agent.
Yeah, I just don't see it's in the poem and they know it and blah. I just, whatever, to each their own. I just basically the lecture I gave IB earlier, same lecture. And we see it a lot, this syndrome, whatever you want to call solver syndrome, we'll call it SS, solver syndrome. They get all pissed off. They get the SS going. They get all pissed off and get angry. And you're all a bunch of fucking idiots. And it has to be this. Don't tell me what, in your opinion, it has to be correct. It has to be in your opinion, in order for your opinion to be valid. And it's valid to you. It's not valid to other people. And when someone says, yeah, I'm just not seeing it, they seem to like hop with both feet. Well, then you're stupid. You're an idiot. Whatever, man. We'll see in the end. We'll see in the end who's stupid and who's an idiot.
Well, that's like any kind of word riddle puzzle. You know, I'm sure you've run into it in the past where somebody gives you some kind of riddle and a puzzle, and you're supposed to figure it out, and people try to figure it out. And then when the person says what the real, after the person says everybody's wrong, the person says what the real answer is, it's like, that's like the dumbest fucking thing you could possibly come up with. It's like, yeah, but you guys couldn't figure it out. Personally, I don't think Forrest put together an illogical poem. So there has to be logic in it to start with. It's not just, I decided to randomly say, well, my dad caught a fish and it was a brown trout. And if you happen to find the story about it and see the picture on the wall, you're privy to the right information and you're now able to figure out the poem. I don't think anything like that occurred.
Well, okay, I'll give you a fine example. I've said it many, many times. I've said it ever since I did videos saying I found Forrest Finn's treasure. And I'm going to show everybody. I've been saying it ever since January of 2019. You cannot my opinion, Forrest Finn's poem will lead you, it's a map to lead you to get lost in thought. No one can disagree with that. No one has ever they're like, oh, that's stupid. No, it's not. Prove me wrong. Prove me that you're not lost in thought. That means you have the answer. Well, prove it. It's very simple. That poem is a map to get each and every one of us lost in thought, lost in our own thoughts, lost in Forrest's thoughts, lost in thought. No one could disagree with that. No one. There's no basis to disagree with it. No one knows the answer. So, what's the simplest answer in this? What's Forrest Finn's very special spot? Lost in thought. We're all there. There's not too many people know it. But when you do know it, guess what? You go from a smile to a grin thinking, son of a bitch. I've been fucking there the whole time. Damn. I didn't even notice. I didn't even take the time to look around. That explains why I walked past the first two clues and didn't even realize where I was. But when people disagree with me, you don't see me saying, oh, you're fucking idiot, you're stupid, you're a loser. No, whatever. I just laugh and say, okay, well, until you can prove me wrong, I'll be laughing.
Have you ever read this about the rider of the white horse in the Book of Revelation?
Yes, the pale rider.
Well, the white horse, the pale horse was a different horse.
Oh, yeah, the white one. Yep.
The rider of the white horse was in Revelation 19. It was a separate statement about the white horse, where 19:11, where it says, "And I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war." It actually has the name in it, but the next one, where does it say? His names were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, and he had a name written that no man knew but himself.
Yeah.
And he was clothed in a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the word of God. If you look at where they put is called, because you don't need is called in that sentence to make it a sentence. You could read that sentence, and he clothed with a vesture dipped in blood in his name, the word of God. Well, the word is called is the Greek word kelio, which is the same word back in 1911, where it says there again, where he sat upon him, called, you put kelio there, kelio, faithful and true and in righteousness. Now, if you look at that old Greek word, there's only two consonants. Hebrew writing only has consonants, it doesn't have vowels. So you can look at that Greek word and just omit the vowels and just look at the KL. The KL is the grail. It literally makes the picture of a cup.
Wow.
When you put the two of them together. And as everybody would pretty much agree that they were talking about Jesus was the rider of the white horse, who was the grail, who was the knowledge, who was the Kali. I believe they're referring in this in Revelation to the Hindu god, Kali, the goddess of death.
Yeah.
You ever see her?
Yeah.
She has like a belt of skulls and she makes war, and she got like 4 arms or 6 arms, whatever it is.
I think she's blue too.
Yeah, she's blue, and she went out and made war. She went out to make war against the demons. And that's really what we're talking about here.
Okay, I always found in that story, the book of Revelation, I always found it interesting. Jesus was we'll call him a guru, a wise man, a sage. That's what he was. Now you call him son of God, whatever, but he was a sage. He held knowledge, wisdom. Have you ever heard of a guru coming down out of the mountain after being enlightened and start killing people? No, gurus don't do that. That totally goes against everything that they stand for. Don't you think it's interesting that the Jesus guru who left this planet was killed by this planet to save us all? His return is going to be bloody and he's pissed off this time. What? That's illogical, ladies and gentlemen. A guru cannot get pissed off, or they're not a guru. They never were a guru. You can't, if you're a guru, you can't like have it one day and it's gone the next. No, once you become one on that path, you maintain that path. So why is he covered with blood all of a sudden, and he's vengeful and he's killing people, man? That don't sound too guru-ish. Does it?
No.
No.
But when you continue on with it, it explains what's going on. It's not even though they use words like blood, for example, which leads you to believe that people are being slaughtered. Oop, I lost my place here. Blood. Let's look up the word blood.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
There's not really nothing to look at that. But if you continue on, where is it? Oh, 1915. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness of the wrath of God of Almighty. There's a sword coming out of his mouth. They're talking about harsh speech. They're talking about this slaughtering that's occurring is being done verbally.
Yeah.
That this blood is some kind of figurative writing, because it also means grapes. Yeah, it also means grape juice or juice of grapes. So this is figurative on what is going on there. But
well, he said he'll rule with what? How did they phrase iron? Rule with An iron fist or iron?
A rod of iron.
A rod of iron. That's DNA, blood, iron. Iron is in our blood, DNA. That's what I equate that phrase to. He's going to rule with our DNA, speaking the truth, his knowledge. But the world will take it as swords, slaughtering their blood onto the land. No, they're going to slaughter themselves because what he has to tell them, they're going to freak the fuck out. Oh shit! What?
Yeah, and it says he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty God. And people are all assuming that they're talking about bloodshed, and they use the mention winepress. Yet people want to associate the winepress with blood and killing, because we're talking about a bloodthirsty religion that was created. We know Christianity was a bloodthirsty religion for 2,000 years.
Yes. The most bloodiest, I think, of all the religions. They thirsted blood more than any of the Aztecs, Incas, and Mayans.
And they still seek it today by going along with what's going on in the Middle East today, because they want that day of Armageddon to come. Yeah, but this is the Grail. This is where the Grail's written about. The Grail.
There you.
So if you add Grail in there, the Grail is faithful and true, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war. That's the Grail. That's the knowledge. That's what you do with it.
Just the act of him speaking the truth is going to cause nations to go to war and destroy themselves.
Well, we know in our day and age, and these time frames have already come and gone, Street. This second coming of Jesus, that happened long ago. All this stuff that's talking about all should have already occurred. But as we know in our time frame, yeah, speaking the truth is going to cause mayhem, because the people that control everything, that don't want to give up control of the world, is going to cause such wicked chaos in the environment in hopes that they're going to be able to sneak away out of it.
Well, Lucky Digger in chat's a prime example of it. She's a Christian, and she believes that if you're not a Christian, you're going to be slaughtered, like the Bible says. According to how she read it, all of us non-believers is going to get slaughtered, and all the Christians, which, if I remember right, there's only 100,000 that's getting shepherded off of this planet. So Lucky believes, I'm guessing she's saying in here she's going to survive it. So I'm guessing she thinks that she's one of the special 100,000 of the 2 billion Christians. If there's 2 billion Christians and only 100,000 is getting shuffled off by God to save them from the misery that we're going to go through, what happened? I guess the other 1 point whatever billion aren't true Christians, maybe? I don't know. What's the story there?
Well, there's definitely a story there, because what she's talking about is the rapture. She's going to survive it because of the so-called rapture, where they're supposed to go meet Jesus up in the sky, which means their heads are in the clouds, which means they're not dealing with reality, they're dealing with a dream state, therefore they're ignoring what's happening.
Interesting. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. So only 100,000 of the 2 billion plus is going to be ignorant enough to daydream it away and disappear off the planet. Is that what Christianity is? Learn how to daydream?
Lost in thought.
It's in the book of Revelations. Look it up.
Lost in thought. It's in the poem too. It had lost in thought. God damn it, Mario! You refuse to acknowledge that.
Now there's the book of Revelations is in the poem, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it first. Breaking news. Way to go, Trusted. You broke that down, didn't you?
Well, it's just, I mean, for a few weeks, you know, Lady Otak has been pushing about the Grail and knowledge and the discussions about that and the things that she has found. So, you know, that's what got me thinking about this particular thing where the Grail is actually mentioned in the end of the book of Revelation. And it describes what it is, being faithful and true, and in righteousness doth judge and make war. So you got to stick with it. You're still gonna make your good judgments and be faithful and true in what it is that you're doing, and you're doing the right thing.
Well, once again, Lucky, in my opinion, Mario and Davy B are relaying information that they are extracting out of it. It does not, I don't believe Forrest put it in there. I believe they're extracting these things out of it. Yes, I'm not, he showed us him doing it. Yep, I see him extracting it. I'm saying I don't believe Forrest put it in there. I believe that quote about I felt like an architect and he built that poem up like it's a fucking masterpiece. I don't think it took him 15 years to write it. I think he wrote it like shit, maybe a month, few weeks. He wrote it, but he sold the picture. It took him 15 years to implement what that poem meant. I think it was on his mind for 15 fucking years, but he built that poem up and that instantly threw all easy solves away. This has to be complicated, and I got to get my ass to the Rockies. I got to go out in the middle of fucking nowhere. That he sold it. Full pay color ad, man. Sold it. Not as a fraud, not as a hoax. To get people out to realize what better way to meet yourself if you're over 12? What better place and way to meet yourself than out in the middle of fucking nowhere in the beautiful Rockies? No cell service, just you and nature. Perfect.
Well, you know, if you look at it in that respect, the chest was a bribe for the parents of the children to take the kids out.
Yeah, true. Yeah, don't forget the kids, man.
He was bribing parents to take their kids out into the wilderness and into nature.
Hell, that's a good point. I think I'm going to file a lawsuit tomorrow. How dare Forrest fucking he bribed me. He forced me to take my child out and have a good time in nature. How dare him do that?
How dare he put that bribe out there?
Damn, I feel cheated, man. I'm suing. Harassment.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, he said he did it to get the kids out there, but the kids aren't doing it on their own. The kids aren't saying, Mom and Dad, take me 1,000 miles away from where we live because there's a treasure hunt. And Mom and Dad say, yeah, we'll do it. Oh, it's a couple $1 million? All right.
And the sad part, most of the parents left their kids at home. No, it's too dangerous. You can't come along.
Well, all my kids are on the older side, but my 3 boys went, not all at the same time, but they all had gone out at some point in time with me.
Well, I had 2016 and 2017, I had 2 separate daughters with me, the youngest 2. And even though they were peeking and freaking and their hearts were pounding, I said, just remember this moment, man, because someday you're going to sit back and laugh your ass off retelling this story. You're freaking right now, But I guarantee you'll remember this story, man. You will remember this.
Well, one of my sons was with me, and we were in New Mexico at the Casa del Gavilan. And so anyhow, we went out for a hike to go searching out to an area. So he's staying ahead of me, like friggin' 15 feet ahead of me. And, you know, as I'm trying to catch up to him, he'd still keep the distance. So I said something to him about it. I'm like, you know, why don't we walk side by side and near one another? He's like, the mountain lions go after the one in the back.
Well, you should have patted him on the back and said, "Oh, I see you did your research, son."
Oh yeah, I'm like, oh, this is beautiful. I love you, son. Yeah.
That's when you should have turned your ball cap around and said, "Yeah, that's why I got eyeballs painted on the back of my hat."
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's okay that you're trying to feed dad to a mountain lion, because it is smarter for you to look out for yourself first.
Well, every time they pull the slowest one, we know we can outrun you. I'm like, that's why I carry this walking stick. I'm tripping all you little fuckers and climbing over you, man. Good luck. I'm sending out a smoke screen of children.
Yeah. But I was happy. I mean, I was proud of him. I'm like, yeah, you're thinking, good thinking. You're aware of where you are. You know there's mountain lions out here. You know that they'll go after the one in the back. You don't want to be in the back. I don't fucking blame you.
And it's interesting. He went to assess the dangers of the area. Okay, there's this type of snake. There's mountain lions, bears. This is how you deal with that. Yeah, that's good assessments, man.
Well, he had been in what's called Royal Rangers, which is the equivalent of a Boy Scout type group, but it's done through the Christian churches. And all my sons had gone through that. So, you know, they learned a lot of things. They learned things about going out into the wilderness and that kind of thing. Camping, survival.
Yeah. It's another one of those examples. You can research it all you want, but you won't really fully grasp it until you're there. Yeah.
Hey, Street.
Yeah.
Have you ever been so happy you nipple pinched yourself?
I'm doing it now. I'm so fucking happy on this Friday night.
Yeah, there was a guy on Waterboy.
We gotta find Trusted, his Amazonian woman.
Yeah.
I'm telling my friend Ryan about the 8 Lounge and how we're fucked up and we profile people from photo shoots.
I'm fine. I'm not shopping for any woman.
Street sure as hell is.
Yeah, that was definitely for me. That was funner than trivia night. That was I had tears in my eyes that night, Candy, going through those bar scenes, man. Especially when you eyeballed that happy nipple pincher. Like, damn, that makes my day. I don't feel strange after them all. There's more of us out there.
Oh man, that was hilarious. I'm sorry. I can't. It's okay. It's okay. So like next Christmas, be sure to put on your wish list a butt plug and a rainbow thong.
I'm hoping they got my email. I hope they send them to me. I don't want to waste my money. I'm hoping they send them to me.
I think Ryan's looking at me like I'm absolutely off the deep end.
I'm good. What's up, guys?
Right.
I'm on
camera? No?
Happening?
No, you don't go on camera?
Fine.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I will show you the Ryan. That is the Ryan.
What's up,
happening?
guys? What's happening?
Hello, Ryan.
What's
Welcome
happening?
to the madness.
Looks like Candy's really into this podcasting, huh?
Yes.
I mean, when I want to, we get really philosophical. We talk about some really deep fucking shit.
She's really smart, and I'm not. So I'm just like sitting here listening to her, and yeah.
Says the IT guru. Are you shitting me?
Yeah, I'm the IT guy.
You have to be smart to be IT.
I'm a programmer. I'm not a philosophical kind of person.
Okay, straight. Ask him a question. See how philosophical he can get.
Oh shit! No. Well, okay. How would you equate this? You're a man. I'm a man. Let's say two other YouTubers say every time I picture you, Ryan, I see you sitting on a throne wearing a rainbow-colored thong bikini with a butt plug. How would you take that? Philosophically, of course.
Huh. I'd almost take it like, well, it sounds like you had a dream about me last night. And I'm not sure why you got those images, but but it sounds like you got your dreams mixed up with another dream that had to do with someone else, but they were mixed up somehow. I don't know. Actually, you know what was funny is I had a dream about candy last night, and then I saw your blue car in my dream, and then sure as shit, she texted me that night.
You mean tonight?
Yeah. Anyway, how would I take that? No, yeah, that's what I would say. I mean, oh, you know what? I have dressed up as a woman about 2 times for Halloween when I was about 14 and 15. I used to dress up as my sister's cheerleading Halloween. So, but I've never done the butt plug and thong thing.
You never took it that far, huh?
No. I think, no, have not done that.
I would answer with, how much are you going to give me in order to get the fucking photos?
Hey, I never thought about that. I could make some money off this. Shit.
Exactly. Instead of calling it OnlyFans, call it Only Streets.
Damn, I went right past me.
Come on, straight. You got to make a profit off of this. Everyone else is profiting off it. You got to make a profit too.
Why,
well,
did someone ask you that yourself and you didn't know what to say or what?
No, they were talking about me on one of their feeds on one of these podcasts, and I took it like, wow, I'm flattered that you want to fuck me, man. I kind of feel good, man. I feel real good. I'm not into it, but goddamn, I appreciate you. You know, hell, that's
when someone says something like that, usually they might be they might be gay, and they're only saying that to flirt with you to see your reaction. If you like it, they know to flirt more. If you don't, then they know to stop.
His laugh
well, I thanked them, and by God, they amped it up, man. So I think you're onto something. You are a philosophical type thinking person, man. Good for you.
Okay, now ask him some really deep question.
Oh man, trusted. You take this one over. I gotta get another beer for this one. We're talking philosophy. I gotta get a buzz going.
There you
I
go.
don't have any deep questions.
You don't have any deep philosophical questions?
No.
You always have deep philosophical questions.
Yeah, I don't think I do either.
Okay, I'll throw this out. I'll throw this out before I go get a beer. Do you believe in Christianity's belief of God and the universe and our interactions on Earth?
That's a good one.
It's okay. You could challenge.
I tend with those kind of subjects. I tend to just go with the crowd. So yeah, I did grow up kind of Christian, and I mean, I try not to be. I try not to go against a lot of that stuff because I know it just causes problems with people around you that are Christian. So I just kind of go with it.
Well, but that's the thing though. Like it's your religion, it's your belief, so you shouldn't have to go with the flow or be a people pleaser based on that. Because one, based on my research and fucking trusted and streets research, it's actually all built on lies. So even though you were brainwashed and taught upon being a child the Christianity beliefs, it's not actually accurate because it's not based on the Bible. The Bible's a lie.
Well, yeah, there's just certain Christianity things like that I've done it a little bit. You know, I try to read the Bible every night and pray a little bit, some here and there. And I think when I was doing that, things kind of seemed better. But I don't think not spilling your seed or all those things. It's just I don't think it's really necessary for me. But I don't even think that I need to go to church on Sunday to be content with my life. So I just kind of don't.
Well, I can add in, You know, those particular kind of things that you read in the Bible, such as don't spill your seed, such as any of those things that they consider to be moral things, they were only in there designed for specific reasons of how these slaves are supposed to be behaving. They should be totally thinking about being a slave,
Or
creating more slaves, and being obedient. And that's why they
Interesting.
say things like, don't spill your seed, you're wasting it. You could be making another new slave for us.
Well, I don't know. I actually, a lot of the things that those sayings, I think that there's a deeper purpose behind them, because a lot can go wrong when you start to sling your seed around, right? You sling your seed around.
Yeah, you got kids in orphanages.
You sling your seed around in the wrong directions, and all of a sudden there's problems, you know.
That's how you get psycho killers. They actually did statistics on that, and they said that the reason why we have a higher percentage of psycho fucking ex murderers now versus back then is because we have broken families.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's just But no, seriously.
That's our society. We're talking about how they behaved back in their society. And their society was a slave society.
I want to put on record that I still to this day have never read the Bible. I read the little kid Bible when I was a kid, but I've never read the actual Bible. Therefore, I have no confirmation bias. There we go. But no, they're mainly talking about not that, but based on, like you're going to go to hell and burn if you don't like confine to these rules. Like, what is your stance on that?
Oh, I think it's just a scare mechanism to keep someone in line, really. Exactly. But I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I think, well, I think there is good and there's sin. You know, you can do good things, you can do sinful things. It's just better to shine bright and go for the good things. It's not because if you do go for the good things, you're promoting good. If you go for the sinful things, it's really negative. Bad things can happen. So if you're shining, you're a light shining in the universe or whatever.
But what's considered bad isn't actually it's not defined as bad. It's just considered bad based on the Bible, and it's things that we do every day. So it doesn't make sense that you're gonna burn in hell and die if you go outside of the lines and you what's a prime example of you're gonna burn in hell and die, Street?
Even a simple thought of, say, I have a thought of, I'll pick a drastic one. I thought I wanted, and my thoughts were, I want to kill this person. I can go to hell. I can go to hell for that. But if you're a Catholic, all I got to do is go on Sunday and say, "Hey, please forgive me. Here's my sins. 12 Hail Marys." And Catholics will even let you go to your deathbed. You can commit you could be a serial killer, for God's sakes.
Hey, I'm so testy about that, okay?
But if on your deathbed, if you have a Catholic priest gives you absolution and you ask for it and accept Jesus, well, that means anyone can live whatever life they want as long as on your deathbed you have a Catholic priest there to absolve your sins. That doesn't seem right. What kind of game plan is that?
I mean, it could that might be what they believe, but then again, that might just be what they want to promote too, because they want to give people hope, right? So they don't want people saying, "Oh, there's no hope." Like I went this far and now there's no hope, but they gave people hope by saying that.
But that's the whole point of indulgences.
But they really believe in it though, so it's not that they're just saying it, right? It's what you're saying is that they actually believe in it.
Well, they're trying to justify it. That's the difference. They're trying to justify the fact that because they repented on their deathbed, it absolves them of their sins, no matter how bad the sin is, including a murder. So they took another person's life, but they're still held, worthy of God's repentance and going into heaven because they repented the person that they murdered. Do you see it? So if we're a murderer, if we kill someone, and we're not Catholic or Christian, we deserve to burn in hell. But if you're Christian and you keep that secret all pent up until your deathbed, and then you say, "Oh, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I fucking went on a killing spree." It's okay, sir. You are entry into heaven. That's what he's trying to say. How does that justify?
I understood what Ryan was saying, but That's even worse. If they know it's not going to happen, but they're trying to give you hope while you're dying, that's shitty of them, man. It's like, oh hell, you know, they
Well,
all of a
that's the
sudden they
whole
open their eyes.
concept of an
And they're in a,
indulgence, Street. You know,
well, they're in a,
indulgences were created because of the Catholic Church, and they said, okay, well, if you want to be absolved of your sins and get out of purgatory, they created what was called purgatory. It's not hell, it's not heaven, it's the in between, which is worse. You got to actually pay up to the church in order to be absolved of your sins.
yeah. And
You're forgetting that whole part.
Let me refresh everyone's memory. This religion we're talking about is responsible for more deaths than Hitler or any other barbaric person that lived on this planet.
But you also have to put on record that it's not slighting anyone's actual religion. It's actually talking about what happened before the religion. It's the people that put into motion their religion. So when you talk about, you know, the Roman Catholics or the Mormons or anything like that, it's not targeting someone in their religion as a whole. It's targeting the history that built the religion that you know today. Fucking Street, fuck you.
Nah, I heard you. I was typing something, man. I can't do two things at one time. Hold on.
I have to be very careful.
So yeah, I guess that's what you're like. So philosophical. That's kind of like a good philosophical sort of like question or thoughts that we've been talking about right now with the religion.
I mean, every time we go live, we go into politics, we go into religion, we go into like really deep fucking thinking shit. Nostradamus. We talk about Plato. We talk about San Lazaro in New Mexico. We talk about Seven Cities Gold. Talk about all kinds of crazy shit, especially stuff that challenges people in their way of believing and how they can separate themselves from the tyrants of society. Because like you said earlier, they put that mechanism to do fear mongering. And the moment that you separate yourself from society, and you decide to do what makes you happy, and you decide, I'm not going to waste my turn, and I know it's not how society perceives me, it's how I perceive myself. That's when you get into dangerous territory, because again, we're all supposed to be in this type of mechanism where we fall in line as fear mongering, so that we're not standing out and causing a bunch of trouble that they consider sinning, which isn't. It's just fucking thinking outside the box. So.
This chick is deep. She
Sorry, I do it a lot. It's okay.
You should get on my level. I can keep up with you.
Sorry. That's what I do a lot. This is why I hang out with these guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're good thinking too.
Hell yeah, Street Trusted. Trusted actually is translating the Hebrew language, the Hebrew alphabet.
Really?
Yeah.
While talking to us, or?
Oh, he does it all the time. That's what he has up right now. If you could see it.
Screen share. What's he using, a Mac or a Windows?
What are you using, Trusted? I think he ran away.
Oh, this computer?
Yeah.
This computer that I got the drawing on is a Windows.
You like Windows?
Yeah.
Good.
I've never used a Mac before.
See,
I got my work. I got my Dell right here. My Dell XPS.
You gonna do some work tonight?
No. But I'm
I like the older computer.
You like the older computers?
Like the old school ones.
Yeah, I used to have older computers at the other house that I lived at, and I like those better than the newer ones. I didn't like things that kept changing and changing, because I do very simplistic things, so I don't need fancy changes.
So does that mean you're on like a Windows 7 or a Windows XP or?
I'm not even sure what this one is, to tell you the truth. I think this one on this is like Windows 10.
Oh, it's a Windows 10.
I think that's what this one is, in Windows 10.
Yeah.
But
let me give you a rundown of our technical experience here. We're lucky to find the on off button. Once we find that and everything else, we'll spend hours just trying to find the shift button. How the fuck do I shift this shit?
I mean, if Street's fucking daughter, like if any of his kids go in the kitchen and run the microwave, he loses connection and audio. It's hilarious.
So funny.
It's funny.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many key bindings I push a day.
I don't even know what key bindings are.
I'll press Shift Control Alt C, Shift Control Alt F, all at the
Oh,
same
so
time.
like Control F and Control V, like for copy and
No,
paste, and
all
Control
at
copy?
the same time. Shift Control Alt D, F, and then I'll have Shift Alt stuff, Shift Alt G, Shift Alt F, Shift Window, you know, and then Control Window.
Oh, I got another hire. Woo! I did not see this until now. I got another hire. What's up? What's up? I'm the best
All
that
right,
there
so
is.
you're 9 out of 10 now for your goal.
Yeah, and I only have to hit 20 by the 31st, which is like I'll have it by next week. Yes, I'm happy. Sorry, I was neglecting.
So do you guys like Bigfoot, or what's on the conversation next?
Aliens.
Should we pick something I can talk about too? I think my dad was a big Bigfoot guy.
Wait, hold on. Let me bring it more. Hold on.
What
I mean,
state,
Bigfoot is a possibility.
what state did your dad grow up in?
What's that?
What state did your dad grow up in?
He grew up, well, he was, all his family was in Iowa. He grew up in Iowa till about 5 years old. He came over to Brea, and then he spent about 5 years here, and then went back to Iowa for another like 4 years. So he spent a good like 9 or 10 years growing up in Iowa, but all his family is back there. But he's a Brea, California kind of guy for the most part. But he is, he brought me up hunting, and he's always had that, you know, he's tough, or, you know, Iowa, he brought me up tough and stuff, and just Iowa sort of stuff. We still go visit family and stuff back there.
Wait, isn't Iowa more Mormon than they are Catholic?
Well, I don't think there was much of a religion. Well, for his family, but
Well, because my family's from Iowa too, and they're like super
Mormon. It might be Mormon. My dad's not against Mormon. Sometimes he lets them in, and we talk and stuff. But
I question Mormonism because.
But why do you ask? How about you guys? Where are you guys at?
They're in Ohio.
Okay. I just asked for the Bigfoot thing because, like, especially California, the West Coast is notorious for Bigfoot sightings, man. I mean, people, unless it comes across your path, I mean, it's not a normal thing. You have to like, it's not something that you're going to go out and seek. You know, it's not like, oh shit, heard about this big.
I don't want fucking Bigfoot seeking me. No, thank you.
Well,
right.
For example, like Northern California, Oregon, Washington, it's pretty much young children know the word Bigfoot. They're very familiar with it because they get all these sightings being reported all the time. So like Iowa, I don't know. I don't think they really have. I'm sure they have some spottings, but yeah. How did he get interested in Bigfoot?
Yeah, it's really flat out there. There's no real hills that I know of, mountains. But he's an avid hunter, and he's been walking the mountains of Southern California since he's been deer hunting since he was about 21 out here, and he's got pictures of tracks, and he's got books of Bigfoot, and I think he picked it up from like my mom's ex-husband or something like that, who was into that sort of thing. And so my dad's got a couple of books that he read through, and he's really into it. And he's been a track guy his whole life. So if he's walking through quail hunting, we're deer hunting, we're looking at tracks, you know, we're looking for tracks. And he knows the size of the Bigfoot, and he's actually came across, and he's laid his shotgun shells up against some Bigfoot, what he thought was Bigfoot tracks at one point. And he's like, I know if it reaches 4 or 5, that starts to mean that it was 4 or 5 shotgun shells wide or something like, or long. He knew that it was shotgun. Yeah, he said he didn't have his camera on him at the time, but he's always looking for tracks. He points tracks out better than I can spot them.
He should look up what is Skinner Ranch? Skinner Ranch. You hear of Skinner Ranch?
Skinwalker Ranch.
Skinwalker Ranch. There you go. Skinwalker. That's some crazy shit. It's like beyond Bigfoot. Like, is it where's Skinwalker Ranch? Is that New Mexico or is that
Arizona?
Arizona.
No. Idaho or Utah.
There you go, Idaho. So Skinwalker Ranch, there's some really weird, mysterious shit. And if you don't know about the legend of Skinwalkers, it's like Native American legends, but it's almost as scary as I call them a Wendigo, but they're also called Wendigos. And if you call it a Wendigo, it summons them, so that's not cool. So I call them Wendigos. But yeah, Wendigos frequent Skinwalker Ranch along with Bigfoot and other things and aliens. And there's an entire TV series on it about all these weird happenings in this property called Skinwalker Ranch. And there's some fucking crazy shit.
Really?
Like, prime example, Street, talk about like the mutilated cows or the fact that the
Are you guys
government.
talking about chupacabras?
No, that's New Mexico.
Okay.
Which again, why I don't like to frequent New Mexico. But no, there is the Windibagles, which is the Appalachians, which Idaho is Appalachian, right?
Idaho?
Is Idaho Appalachian or is that North Carolina?
No. Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee is
North
the
Carolina?
western edge of the Appalachian.
Well, then why the fuck is there a Windibagle associated with Skinwalker Ranch if Skinwalker Ranch is Idaho/Utah? That makes no fucking sense.
It's the Indian curse.
Yeah, but the Indian curse follows the whole Appalachians.
Well, I think it's like what Cherokee and whatever nations was down in the Appalachians before settlers got there. I think that's where the medicine man curse of Windibagles came from.
He says Windibagle too. Well, then what the fuck is Skinwalker Ranch associated with? Is it the Chupacabra? Is it the fucking aliens? Like
Aliens and skinwalk and an Indian curse. I guess the story is basically white men took over the land or something, or there was an Indian uprising. However it happened, the Indian group that got their ass kicked cursed the land, and they put their medicine man did it, and medicine man basically think of it as Darth Vader. That's what Windibagles are. Skinwalkers, they are medicine man that went to the dark side.
So basically, Darth Vader got pissed off. He got his ass kicked and didn't get to use the Death Star to blow the bitch up. So he is going against the rebellion.
They just fuck with anyone and everyone out there. And there's some alien connections with some, and there's some, now they're saying there's some astronomical, strange occurrences. They both brought in this NASA scientist, and hold on.
Is Skinwalker Ranch on a ley line?
Yes, it is.
Fuck yes, I knew it.
Well, they brought in this astrophysics, I think, guy from NASA. He's pretty famous. I've seen him in other documentaries. And he's saying there's an atmospheric occurrence happening like, 10,000 feet above the ranch. There's something there, there's energy there that shouldn't be there.
Because it's on a fucking ley line.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Because it's based on the astronomical events like they've been talking about with Nostradamus. So every certain amount of years with the timeline, the stars, the planets align with the as above, so below that you're aware of. And that creates I guess you could say a magnetic shift. And that's why all the weird hauntings and all that weird crap happen on ley lines. And that's why all the historical monuments and things like the fucking the Pyramid of Giza and all those other things, they're all on ley lines. So if the Skinwalker Ranch is on ley lines, that's because it is an astronomical occurrence, which therefore will bring on poltergeist shit called skinwalkers, aka
especially when certain planets line up with a gravitational pull. Somehow it charges this atmosphere. Yeah, it charges the atmosphere.
Right now we're in the time of fucking Hercules. If y'all watch Disney's Hercules, that's when all of the planets align, planetary alignment with the fucking fates and shit. And they're like with the sisters, and we're gonna cut your lifeline. Yeah, that's happening right now, which allegedly is gonna fucking open up Tartarus. Which, have fun with that shit. Just saying. I know my Greek mythology.
Goodness.
But seriously, if they're saying it's a fucking astronomical occurrence, good God, no thank you. But it makes no sense that the fucking skinwalker /
What do you think it is, J Street? What do you think's going on there?
I think it's a lot to do with spiritualism and the Indians. They put some mojo on the land, and I think they had, especially these medicine man. I don't laugh them off. Yeah, there's documented proof they had powers and visions. So yeah, I don't disagree with that. But it's interesting that Native Americans, these medicine men, was getting their energy. They knew about these ley lines and how when they interacted their beliefs inside this field, they knew their outside, God, spirit, whatever you want to call it, the universe, they would have a better reach at them.
By a buffalo woman.
Yeah. So I think it proves to me the Native Americans, especially the medicine men, knew of these. You can call it God. They knew of an outside force that was planetarily aligned, and they used it to their advantage. There's some type of power, and consequently, these same areas is where visitors from other planets, a lot of people call them aliens. Now they're visitors from another planet. They seem to gravitate towards these areas too. So maybe it's indicating a wormhole type thing, a
That's true,
stargate.
because the shaman aren't fucking oppressed by our goddamn government. So they're not fucking fed bullshit lies about the certain types of religion that conform to society for the fucking fear mongering.
Now,
They're released from that. So therefore they know more knowledge than we do. And remember, knowledge is power, and knowledge is what we're looking for, and knowledge is not being suppressed by them, it's being suppressed by us. So therefore they're gonna know more shit than we do, because we're the dumbasses and they're the ones that are actually like, they have hands-on knowledge for everything. You think about that?
Yes.
Exactly.
I think Candy, maybe you go way far left on it, but maybe it's like the true source of what we're looking for here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Left field Candy.
Let me simple this down. Okay, planetary alignment. Okay, planetary shift. What is being suppressed from us, from society, especially with the religion that we know today, is how to read the stars. We don't have astronomers, and when it comes down to astrology, they're basically chalked up as conspiracy theorists or people that are like absolutely cracked out and talk to rocks, right? That's actually how you read what's going to happen, and that is how you actually understand where the planetary alignments go with the ley lines, because the ley lines are meant to actually mirror the stars. That's where you get the whole as above, so below. So the whole point of the Pyramid of Giza aligning with Orion's belt is because it's made for a certain time and place, and that's how you get past, present, future, and that's where Nostradamus got his prophecies. So if you want to talk about, the Bible and stuff like that, that's again planetary alignments, but they're trying to like keep that from you. So shamanism is the same as Taoism, and Taoism goes back to alchemy, and all of those all around the world go to the same thing, astrology. So if you can read the stars, you can read what's fucking going on down below. As above, so below. There you go.
I like it. So question to you, J Street. So that area with the ranch, Windwalker Ranch, is it? Skinwalker Ranch. Yep. What state and what area is that in?
Brian Gates says Utah. I think it's the northern. You know how Utah? Well, no.
You mean the Four Corners?
Utah has like that angled and then flat at the top. Isn't that Utah? It's kind of angled towards California, then flat across the top.
Arizona, Utah, New Mexico, and Colorado. So Four Corners.
My dad's always been preaching to me, there's weird shit out there with like aliens like hovering their spacecrafts into the rocks and doors opening up for them. Like we can house them up and stuff.
Yeah, it's camouflage.
Yeah.
Well, which I find it very, very coincidental and unique. The Native Americans, Indians, knew that's where their God spoke to them spiritually. And just so coincidentally, it's the same place that, like Bonner Day, we see spaceships around the same area. So that's kind of like
we also see government bases.
Yeah, like Candy alluded to, as above, so below. Maybe that's how they interpreted it. That's their God speaking to them, because that's where they get the knowledge in these certain areas, and consequently, that's where the gods, the visitors from other planets, come down to this planet. So it kind of adds up for me.
Well, think about it. It goes back to Mesoamerica, right? Or sorry, Mesopotamia with the Epics of Gilgamesh. So it's alleged that the crescent of life starts to Mesopotamia, right? And from there, it transgresses over to, I guess you could say, Babkas Gilgamesh with Persia and stuff like that. And from Persia, it goes to China with ancient Taoism. From ancient Taoism, it goes through the decades. And then you eventually, in the 12th century, you know that as alchemy, right? And it's about immortality, but not just about immortality, transmutation. And transmutation uses the planetary alignments because the elements of transmutation are symbolic of each planet that it represents. Like, prime example, I think Saturn is Saturn gold? I'm pretty sure Saturn's gold. Mars is Mercury. It's the different elements of transmutation, and people think you're actually taking those elements and creating what is known as Philosopher's Stone. But in reality, you're taking the alignments of the planets in which element it represents to create past, present, future, to do the prophecies that Nostradamus is known for through the Oracle of Delphi, which is associated with the Temple of Apollo.
Which ironically they call casting spells, when all you're actually doing is reading the universe.
Yep. All you have to do is read stars and you're considered a heretic. It's pretty entertaining though. That's why we have no astronomers / astrologers anymore, because back when it was the time of the royals, right? All they had were the astrologers and astronomers. That's literally what they had. Like, every king had their own astrologer and astronomer. You had like Plato, you had fucking, like, please explain to me the names right now because I can't think, I've been drinking, but you got Plato, you got fucking Socrates, you got Nostradamus, you have Ptolemy, like all those people that were known as the greats throughout history. They all knew astronomy, they knew astrology, they knew fucking everything. Especially
Leonardo da Vinci too. He wrote down riddles. He called them riddles, but actually it was foretelling the future.
Yep, because it's back to the troubadours, and from the troubadours you got the minstrels, from the minstrels you got this shit. So it's entertaining, but the most fascinating thing is as above so below, because once the Freemasons, which was Aleister Crowley, got a hold of this information, he kind of took it and perverted it, and then he took it to the 33rd level as a Freemason to understand this knowledge, when all you have to do is look up in the goddamn sky. Yeah, interesting, right?
My dad grew up in Brea, and there was a Freemason church. He's always mentioned that right next to his house.
That's actually the Freemason church my dad fucking grew up on. Like, my dad told me he never knew where his origin came from, but I figured it out. His dad was actually the 33rd degree Freemason. And then he got sucked into Freemasonry, and he was telling me some secrets about it and shit. And then
I have no clue what it's about still.
Oh, you don't want to. It's a fucking pain in the ass. Like, okay, so there's good, there's bad, right? The good is trying to protect the knowledge and share it, but the bad is trying to prevent us from sharing the knowledge, and they're trying to say it's like heresy, right? So if you talk about anything, let's say religion tells you you are going to burn in hell because you're sharing this knowledge. And the true knowledge, or the true history, is knowledge, right? And they're trying to suppress it. So you got Ptolemy, you have Nostradamus, all categorized under like conspiracy theories, right? But the fact is, they knew how to read the stars. They knew astrology, they knew astronomy, and religion was like, no, that's not okay, because they took the Bible, they rewrote it. And what is interesting is the Bible is it's considered an allegory. And this is symbolism that represents something to something else, right? So the allegory of what the Bible actually represents is how to read the fucking stars. And when you have the stars in a certain planetary alignment, it will tell you a day, a time, and an age. And that is where Nostradamus is able to predict his prophecies of, like, the Mayas, for instance. The Mayas, how they said, the world's going to end in 2012. It wasn't 2012 because the Julian calendar fucked up the whole system. So it's actually now, right now, it was supposed to reshift. And it's not like the end of the world. It's actually a new coming of an age. Right, Street?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Street's like, fuck, sure, yeah, whatever.
Yep.
I can add more in there about what Freemasons are. Originally, Freemasons were free men instead of slaves. They traveled around and they did masonry work, bricklaying, for example.
Yeah, stonework.
They were given the master mason knew a secret word So when the Master Mason traveled and he gave the secret word to the taxpayer, he did not have to pay taxes. So he was a free man that also did not have to pay taxes.
That's actually where the word freelance
Freemason.
comes from. Freelance comes from the same thing as Freemason
Okay.
or freelancer.
That
Sorry.
is so cool, though. That is such a cool story.
That is where the magic of etymology comes into play.
And most people don't have a clue about that. Never heard about it. They can tell you all kinds of Freemason stories, but they don't know the very basics.
Well, what's interesting too about Freemasons / freelancers is the fact that the whole concept of Freemasonry actually derives from the Temple of Apollo, which goes back to the sun. So that's why you can identify a Freemason in a signature. If he has a circle with a dot, that's called the circumpunct, and that's known as either gold or the sun, aka Ra, Apollo. Same thing. The Freemasons worship the sun god, and there's different variations throughout time and history about it, but that is how they reveal themselves. And they also have a secret handshake. Right, Tristan?
Yeah. And as you see, Ryan, each of us know a little bit of something as kind of more of a specialty that we have. And that's why we get together and we have fun talking about different things. And I'll sit here silent until there's something that I can add to the conversation. But I was a Mason for 35 years.
Wow.
You should have seen though, she was on my channel when it happened. I actually had a Freemason join my stream, right? He was a 33rd degree Freemason. And when I started talking to him about Solomon and the blue stones, he literally almost shit bricks, turned like fucking white as ghost, right, Street?
Yeah. It looked like he had to look like, oh shit, I'm dead. My superiors are going to kill me, man.
Yeah, no, he was pissed. He was just like, how do you know that? I was like, well, my family lineage literally came back from the like we were the protectors of this knowledge. And it was funny because my dad told me, he's like, yeah, I don't know who my actual real parents were. And I was like, actually, I know who your parents were and stuff like that. He was like, well, I was initiated into the Freemasons one day and didn't even understand why. And I'm like, yeah, because your dad was a fucking 33rd degree Freemason. And I have the book on it. And there's all these like different insertions about it. But the blue stones go back to the King Solomon of, ancient Bible. And so when I was telling him about the blue stones, it was like live on my feed. Everyone saw it. He was just like, what? Where did you get that? How do you know that? He was just like so mad. I was just like Street couldn't stop me from laughing. I was laughing so hard. I was snorting. And Street was like, stop it, Kenny. He's going to leave. You're laughing so hard. And I was like, I can't help myself. So funny. Like, do you remember that, Street?
Yeah, I've questioned you a few times. Hey, have you talked to him? I'm kind of scared for his life, man. After that, I don't know. I'd like to know if he made it out alive from his superiors or not.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. He reached out to me and offered me a marketing job for a cell phone company and asked for my address, and I was like, "Not today, you Satan."
He probably negotiated. Don't do it. Don't ask me. Here, I'll give her your address. I'll give her the address. Go kill her.
Yeah, it was pretty funny though, because I was just like, okay, I'm good. But he'll occasionally reach out and be like, hey, you're gonna go live, and I'm like, no, I deleted my channel. But yeah, it's pretty funny because like my dad is a Freemason. His family lineage goes all the way back to 33rd degree Freemasons. Fenn's family goes back to 33rd degree Freemasons, one of the very first Freemasons of Cozumel in Texas, by the way. And we already went live and I discussed that shit with the book I have over there.
So it's pretty much just like it's a society. It's kind of like it's in the same,
it's not really
like
Christian.
a belief system.
Yeah, it's a belief system based off of Apollo. The god Apollo, the god of the sun.
I think you tried to explain it earlier, but where does that god derive from?
Okay, so if you go to ancient Greek mythology, that is Apollo. If you go to Egyptian mythology, that's the god of Ra. It's representative of gold, sun. Every time you go back to like any type of religion, any type of mythology, it's always the sun, right? So the Freemasonry goes back to, let's say, Apollo, the sun. And then that shifts over to Ptolemy, and Ptolemy goes to Pythagoras, and Pythagoras is known for, geometry. And Sri, do you want to chime in to help me out a little bit?
What was it?
Fuck you.
No, you were doing fine. You were
Yeah,
doing.
it was
No,
really good.
I'm just saying, like, okay, so where does it really stem from? So based on my research, everything goes back to the sun, right? It's a symbolic representation of gold. It goes back to sun is life. You go back to different theologies, different religions. You got Ptolemy, you got fucking Pythagoras, you've got Ra, you have Apollo, you have what's another fucking deity that is associated with the sun?
Hell, every all across the land, like Thor. I think Thor in the
No,
Celtics.
Thor's the god of thunder.
Well, isn't he the most powerfulest god? Is he the most powerfulest in their beliefs?
No, Odin is.
Okay, then Odin would represent the sun. The
No,
sun.
Odin actually represents Thursday, which is Thor's day.
Well, I just meant the premise, whoever their number one god is in all these beliefs and religions and civilizations can represent,
so if you go back to the
because
cycle of life, which is Mesopotamia, that will be the epics of Gilgamesh, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was a demigod, and he was tricked into destroying the guardian of the tree that you would know through Norse mythology as Yggdrasil. And he beheaded the guardian, which gives you the mythology behind the Grail being a head on a silver platter. But I believe through astrology, the god of sun is actually Dionysus, isn't it? Dionysus, who's god of wine. Am I wrong? It goes back to the whole Orion thing, but I cannot remember because it was Orion and Apollo. Apollo was the one that shot down. He's the sun. He's the one that shot down the 7 extra suns, which goes back to Japanese mythology, which is Changa, which gives you the elixir of life, which gives you the philosopher's stone. But I cannot remember how far back it goes.
How fun. That topic is really, where do you learn that stuff in, like you said, like Greek
mythology?
Is that like a class in college you can take?
No, it's called researching.
Researching?
Researching. Stray is supposed to help support me.
Well, I can just ask my questions.
Ask your questions.
Yeah.
I don't know. I went off
Okay.
topic. I need
So
to
yeah,
get you
so
more.
I mean, maybe why don't you ask the 30-year-old the person he said he's gonna BRB.
What?
Trusted? Send a message.
Oh, but Street, why are you on fucking mute? He's probably saying this bitch has had too much alcohol. She's too philosophical.
Hold on. I gotta tape someone, someone that likes to do vicious YouTube videos
No,
and then take them
don't do
down.
it. She's so
I
fucking annoying.
Hold on.
Barbara,
I just gotta set up the record. I'll be right back. Give me 2-3 minutes.
But I can talk a little bit here. I'll
Okay.
add into what Candy was saying, but I'm going to talk more about the more modern Freemasons and Masonic Lodge. Their motto is to take good men.
We lost you.
I think you cut out.
Before he says anything, it's gonna go back to it's not dogma, it's the dogfish. It's the year of the fish. Dogana, Dogana. I think it's gonna be the Dogana. Right? Dogon. There we go, the Dogon.
Dogana. How much have you had to drink tonight, man?
Not
Dogana.
enough. I'm gonna drink more. I'm gonna drink so much more. I'm gonna get Ryan more.
She's a lightweight, I think.
I'm no lightweight.
Yes, you are.
Silence.
I drink my whole cup.
I will refill your cup. Good stuff.
No, she's smart either way, but yeah. Oh yeah, I think Trusted cut out. So man.
He'll come back.
But yeah, so a Masoner for 30 years should have something to say about it. Like, well, he can tell me what the difference between he's
He's still here.
say like what do you do as a Freemasonry? Do you go to some kind of gathering and you have a session of preach, and then you have some sort of belief, and then at least you can say you're part of something, and then have some sort of belief?
I mean, it depends on what you're associating yourself with. If you're going to associate yourself, if you're going to associate yourself as a Freemason versus a troubadour, there's a difference. The troubadours are a part of a secret society outside of the Freemasons that are meant to guard the knowledge of the true world. Freemasons have a fraction of that knowledge. So if I were to try and take a choice, I would take the troubadours or the mindsingers over the Freemasons. Just saying. Freemasons kind of like conform to society, yet they tell you they know certain things about society that you shouldn't know. So they're like, join our group, join our cause. And it's like, no, sir, you don't know what actually is happening, because the troubadours actually go back from the 8th century to the 12th century. And the 12th century is where you actually start to hear about the 12th century is where you start learning about alchemy. Alchemy wasn't called alchemy until the 12th century, and that's because the Christian church was like against alchemy. So that's why they took the symbolism of the Christian church as the Holy Grail and King Arthur, because the church couldn't go against itself. But
yeah, you were right. Freemasons is a group of people believing in a ultimate goal and a belief system, and they interact it. They meet all the time. Well, they reinforce their ideas. They support each other and try to enact it in the world. Basically, it could Christianity, any organized religion can actually, we'll call it a cult, even though cult has a bad name because then you think suicide. And no, it fits the definition of cult. It's just people are uncomfortable with the word cult, but it fits it perfectly because it's a belief system. A group of people follow it. Blah 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 blah.
And what differences, or what are the goods and bads that came out of the belief system that they follow?
The Freemasons?
Yeah.
They basically sorry, go ahead.
Were there negative outcomes of the group? Were there positive outcomes of the group? Were there improvements that could have been made, and maybe it would have lasted even greater if they made a couple adjustments?
Nobody will know because it's a secret society.
But we can start with those first two. Do you know of any weird things or really positive things that other religions could have done better if they believed in a couple of things? So what are the pros and cons?
So the whole concept of religion is it's the same story being retold over and over from the different religions, different fucking point of views, and it's being reiterated from that point of view. So like you got Greek mythology, Norse mythology, you got fucking Persian mythology, you've got ancient Taoism, you've got shamanism, you've got clue in here, History and Time, if you want.
Did you see
well, it's Freemasons, it actually follows the Christianity, the belief in a higher power, but they draw the line. They don't believe it's an invisible bearded guy sitting on a throne that sees everything we do and the streets of heaven are paved with gold. They actually believe it is visitors from another planet, just like Hinduism.
Oh, okay, I see. That's the big.
They follow here. To answer your question, they follow the same belief system. Do good unto your fellow man. Protect the knowledge, because if it gets in the wrong hands, they can use it to the dark side. It's basically bad side of it. Well, here's another thing. They promote each other, and consequently, Freemasons are usually the rich business people in whatever town they meet at.
But they also like to promote, different types of charity work when it comes to nature. So Yellowstone, Yosemite, different national parks. Like you could identify a Freemason just based on their fucking like contributions to national parks.
Yeah, that's interesting though.
Negative side, just to answer real quick, negative side is they keep their knowledge to their own little group. That would be the negative side that I see, that I'm aware of.
That's the thing though. You have one group trying to spread the knowledge and another group is trying to oppress the knowledge, and the other group that's trying to oppress the knowledge has a fraction of the knowledge that the one group knows that is the true knowledge that they're trying to share.
Yeah.
that might not be as much of a option they had, because, you know, I feel like if I went around and said, you know, I believe in, you know, visitors, you know, from other worlds and stuff, which is not necessarily wrong, but when you start to say things like that, you get Christianity or whatever to stop you.
You don't need Christianity to involve aliens. If you are so fucking like narcissistic in yourself that you believe that you are the only life being in the entire universe, you gotta question yourself. Because if you think Earth is the only fucking life form on the planet that has life in itself, I question everything. Like,
you question things, and do we need everybody questioning things?
But there's an entire universe that we don't even understand. And if we think we're the only fucking life being in the entire goddamn universe, you should question things. Like, come on, there's Mars, there's Jupiter, there's Uranus, there's so many planets. Saturn. And we're gonna sit here and say, nope, we're the only fucking planet with life on the planet. And everything else is considered a like non-existent. Like, are you serious? Like, it took me out of high school to understand this concept. Like, okay, there is another life form out of our universe. We live in a thing called the fucking galaxy, the Milky Way, right? Out of the Milky Way, there is another galaxy. Before the Milky Way, we have Orion's belt. Orion's belt lines with the fucking pyramids of Giza. The Egyptians said, oh, well, to get to the galaxy, we actually have to go into the water to get out of the water into the outer space, right? 100% believe it. Because did you know NASA started out as an exploration of the waters, and they discovered something that freaked them out so bad that the last thing they decided to do was, we're going to fucking spend every penny on this earth to get us off the fuck planet. Seriously. I'm like, can you Google that shit? NASA started off as a fucking scientific research system to explore the oceanic waters. And they found something that freaked them out so bad that they decided, we're going to do everything in our power to find out how to get the fuck off this planet.
I got a question for you, Candy.
What?
Since when did Egyptians talk like they came from Great Britain?
I'm just saying, ancient Egypt had the same concept. They said that they believe as above, so below, which is, by the way, if people think, oh, Freemasonry was the ones who started or penned the fucking phrase as above, so below, they did not. It was actually the Egyptians who started the phrase as above, so below. And as above, so below started because as above the stars, so below the fucking oceanic fucking core of our planet was our exit into the actual universe. Okay. So they believed the deeper you go into the oceans, it's going to have an exit into the actual atmosphere, which gives you the firmament from the Bible. Thank you. So no, the ancient Egyptians did not sound like that. They actually were the ones that penned it. So therefore the UK copied that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's all types of like truth that there seems to be certain like thresholds on that people want talked about, right? Like let's just say, for example, I mean, if the government, let's just say whoever's been in charge, they've definitely done a lot of research that they haven't really released to the public, right? Because they want to have tabs potentially on the public. They don't. They want to slowly increment us to the, you know, and bring us up slowly, just like how parents kind of don't want to raise their kids up super smart right away, right? Because they want to grow them up kind of like nice and slow. The same thing's going on with us too. Oh.
As far as what information you supply to them during a certain stage of their learning. Yeah.
So I mean, the same thing's going on with us too, and it's even if we know there's certain truths out, like aliens and whatnot, they don't want everyone going around believing that there are, because it just doesn't really do much good. It might cause chaos, it might freak people out. They want people working, feeling safe, normal, like there's nothing like that, you know. So I mean, I don't really think it's, maybe because I know Father knows best, right? A lot, that's the saying. So I kind of just trust in the system, but that's what I think a lot. I see the signs all the time of that sort of thing, you know?
Well, to follow your premise, we're starting to see the United States government, the Navy, release those unidentified flying objects over the Pacific, and they're starting to assimilate us. Yeah, I can get that. But here's my issue. I'm the type of person, I can handle the truth. I've known this forever. I just want to hear someone, the government, say, yeah, there is visitors from another planet. They've been around. I'm not going to freak out. I want the truth. But like you said, the vast majority, and I'll put it to organized religion. Now, Hinduism, are you familiar? Hinduism is over 3,500 years older than Christianity, and they had a bunch of different gods. They have 3 books that is basically their Bible, consists of 3 books, and they basically admit to it and show diagrams of, yeah, their gods are visitors from another planet. And they gave us this knowledge and told us the rules of civilization, and they readily accept it. Now, okay, that would, think about this. If you took, Hinduism, we'll leave Buddhism out because they don't believe in a God as per se a person. They believe in a thought that is a God, a universal truth. That's their God. It's not an actual person. They don't give it physical form. They don't even name it. They say to name it, it would be to diminish it. You can't even name this, what they're
Which
talking
religion
about.
is that?
Yeah. So if we take Hinduism, all the major ones, Buddha, or not Buddhism, but Islam, Judaism, all the big ones, Mormonism, that's like out of 9 billion people, you're talking probably 6 billion. Christianity's 2 billion. Now think of how and this is generational teaching through these guys. Think about it. If you laid this bombshell on their lap and said, surprise, here's the truth, you're talking mass chaos, man. The world would like implode. So yeah, I agree with you, man. I think it has to be disseminated. But once again, I'm one of the ones that if they put a survey out saying, do you want to know the truth? I'd sign my name. You're damn right I do.
Yeah.
I can handle it.
Yeah, for sure. We're tough. A lot of us are tough, right? But you see some of those people freaking out during those scary movies, and they can barely handle that, you know? So it's like,
well, it depends on scary movies. Like right now, we got the fucking Idaho 4 killer person I've been obsessed with for 2 months, and they caught him, right? Now they're saying, oh, it's a possibility he might go free because his friend, who was the drug dealer / security guard, he claims stole his knife, murdered the children, the 4 people, and happens to have been shot dead the day he went on a road trip with his father. Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry, if Brian Koberger fucking walks after this shit, I will never be the same again. He's the most psychopathic killer on the planet. And there's like every piece of evidence to prove he's the killer. And our fucking system saying, oh, it's possible he's not the killer. He could say he was visiting a friend when his cell phone pinged on the towers where the fucking residents of the people who live there were murdered. And then they could say, oh, well, it happens even though he messaged one of the victims on social media. He was just trying to reach out. And it so happens, even though he was stalking one of the victims at the place where they worked, it was just random. Like, if I have to live in a system that fucking justifies the fact that this psycho killed 4 people to the point it's not even, like, you can't even explain the fact that he like mutilated the one dude in the house. I cannot even.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of weird things in those cases.
There's like, they've got blood stains on this dude's fucking pillowcase that I brought with them. There is animal hairs that they're trying to test that they say if it's released to the public, it can jeopardize the fucking whole case itself. And I'm sorry, this is why women are absolute bitches to men. Because if you're a psycho bitch, you cannot be considered a victim. I'm just saying. Like, that's why I'm a bitch all the time. They're like, why are you trying to be so mean to me? I'm just trying to, I don't give a fuck. I buy myself a drink, asshole. Good fucking bye, Chad. Like, no, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, girls are that way to men because men are out of line and women, they have to put their defenses up. And it's been like that and it always will be, you know. Well, who knows about that last statement, but it's
always
I mean,
like that.
I mean, you know, feminism, it's like they got to put their guard up, right? So if there's some duality or something like that, or cause and effect going on with that. So, you know, I mean, how many times have you heard of a real strong man slapping a girl or something like that? And what happens? You know, she can't fight back, and so then you get some feminism uprise or something like that, and it just makes sense. And it's just a way of life. You got good and evil. Well, anyway, you got bad, you got men, women. Well, yeah, anyway, I guess maybe a topic switch or something, but yeah, I see that.
You want bailed out? I got to bail out for you. Isn't it strange? We never hear about a serial female rapist. I've never heard of one. If this is a notice, if you guys ever hear about it, give me her number. Think about it.
True.
That's what we're talking.
always got that.
Well, when you talk about feminism and how things have always been, that's the issue right there. That's the fucking issue. That's
There's a
nature.
difference.
How do we control our urges at a young age? I don't think they figured that out yet. I think it's impossible, man.
There's a different name for female serial rapists, and it's called dominatrix, and they make money at what they're doing.
Yeah, that's my point, man.
Yeah.
Think about
I
it.
mean,
That's the
hell,
world.
Yeah, the moment I got fucking dumped, my friend took me to a Hollywood fucking bar that was female dominatrix, and I had to stand there and watch these really, really pretty girls, just like all these people like lined up to get their asses spanked, and they're just like really creepy, weird shit. And they were like, "Do you want to participate?" And I'm like, "Nah, I'm good. Like, I'm gonna go downstairs and dance my ass off. I don't need to do this shit." Like,
Was there any nipple pinching going on? What's the name of this bar?
shut up, street. It was just creepy though, because it's like if I want some, I can get some, but it's just like I wanted to go to LA to just enjoy the bar, and it was just like really creepy. And then like recently, when I was on, I think it was like OkCupid or Tinder or some shit, there's this guy that was like, "Oh, I matched with you, but I want you to know that," I forgot the proper term for it, but it was basically like he was in a relationship and he wanted to watch me get fucked by his partner to get off. And I was just like, "Yeah, no, I'm good." And then my friend Allie was like, "Don't sex fucking judge him." And I'm like, bro, if you want to be a fucking freak, you can go to other websites and other dating apps. There's like so many out there. Why the fuck are you on Hinge? Like, no, thank you. And it was funny because when I said, "Yeah, no, I'm really not into this creepy ass shit," he was like, "Well, fuck you, bitch." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, your patterns show that you're a psych wax murderer in the making." Like, no, thank you. Just is like, ha 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 ha. You don't have to deal with California like I do.
Yeah, luckily, right? So you guys are kind of out there. Yeah, you don't have to deal with all the weirdos out here.
Wait, hold on. Street. Am I a weirdo?
Well, I was sitting here. I was sitting here while you was telling that story, and I looked. Ryan, right? Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching you. You looked over your eyes cut when she started like being and shit. You go like, "Oh shit!" And you took a drink, like, "Holy fuck! What kind of conversation am I getting into?" You were like, "What the fuck?" And then you looked at the camera and realized, "Oh shit! There's 2,500 people in chat right now, Ryan, waving at you. Hey, what's going on?"
Yeah, man, that would be. I mean, I'm not the best for a talk show host, obviously, because I haven't studied up on the stuff.
You didn't really study up on it.
I'm a natural rock star, though. I won rock star the quarter for the year for the no, I'm just kidding.
I'm like, we're not as your employer, sir.
No, I do like drinking though, so you will see me taking a drink, and I have heard a lot of crazy shit come out of her mouth. So every time I'm just no, not crazy shit. Don't take it that way. I'm just kidding, but yeah, cheers. Anyway, but. No, it doesn't faze me. what you saw, what you saw is my eyes widen up. That's a normal thing over here. It doesn't faze me. Doesn't faze me.
Bitch.
I'm just fucking with you, man. Welcome to the club. Don't take me serious, man. Don't take nothing I say serious. And
No.
as far as research, hell, I don't research shit. I'm shooting by the hip here, man. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Just jump in.
You got a good head on your shoulders. Don't you lie.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he's a psychologist / lawyer.
Yeah, you got a good head on your shoulders, man. Nothing that you said ever stupid or nothing. I recognize that.
No, seriously, Street and Trusted are like some of my favorite people to talk to. I'm surprised Troy isn't in here too, but it's funny because he said, "Oh, I'll be right back because who we cannot name is going live." He's talking about Barbara. Barbara is going live at what time is the Street? What fucking
I don't
time?
know. I just got the notification. I'm like, hold on. I got to set up my recording real quick because she puts it down. So I got to grab them quick. Hey, I have an idea. If you want to change subjects, let's bring Paul in here.
Okay, let's go. I will make you host, okay?
Oh, why? Oh, you want me? Do I have permission to boot his ass? When like,
Here, you're now host, Street. You're now host.
You should go
come on, Paul. I know you're out there lurking with your bikini thong.
You have admin on my laptop though.
Yes, I do. Hold on.
So not yet. I gotta restart my computer to the other drive.
Invite. Copy invite link. I gave you hostness, so you gotta let Brian in too, okay?
One sec.
Okay.
And you're like, okay, you're gonna make me do more than what my job is required.
I never agreed to fucking. It's always stipulations with you, man. What the fuck? It was simple. Make me host. I'm going to play whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole. Okay, you have total control. Are we
Come
really?
on, Paul. Where are you?
Are we
Hold
really
on.
calling here?
Hold on.
I don't even know if I have enough alcohol for this.
Come on, Paul.
Oh yeah, baby. Where's the extension cord? No, I'm just kidding.
If you knew, I think I have one.
We're good.
Over yonder, if I saw, if you knew.
You can try this loudspeaker though. We might hear him better.
I have a speaker. I got this whole thing.
Oh, to put them on it?
If I want to, but I don't want to. But we can if you want. Did shit.
That thing in.
Okay, we're gonna plug this into the thing. The thing with the thing. Okay.
I got a new iPhone 14.
Okay. Ah!
What do you have? You
I
have a
don't-
13 or 12?
I think 13. Good question.
They're kind of low. I mean, it's your sound. Yeah, I mean, you didn't have it all the way up.
Yeah, because it usually echoes. Question.
Hmm.
Do you want to go with me to the Vegas event in February
Mm,
for fun?
I probably not though, because back when you talked to me the first time about it, I was like, I probably will be busy or something. But
Oh, or something.
maybe next time.
I'm
Maybe
just
next
saying, it'd
time.
be
We
fun
just
anyway.
started being friends again, so it's like maybe next time. So that's in February. What, the 22nd?
No, in February 3rd to the 6th. That's it.
Mm,
I'm just saying, it's
Yeah.
actually a lot of fun.
3rd to the 6th. Sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. I'll think
actually a
about
lot
it.
of fun.
I'll think about it. And I'll let
I
you know.
already paid for the suite and everything.
Well, that sounds fun. Are the guys coming?
What?
Are the guys coming?
Street says he's not, but I feel like he is because he just like appears out of nowhere.
Hell, that's where I live. Haha, surprise. It's not Ohio.
Y'all, I gotta get back to the casino tomorrow night
Never know.
after your Bitcoin
Excursion.
come up. No, I was kidding.
Okay, so did you let Paul in? Because I'm like expecting Paul.
He must be, I don't know, not around tonight, maybe. I don't know. Maybe him and Bill are doing a live together or something.
I don't know. You said Paul's gonna come in tonight, and I was like waiting for some like entertainment or some shit.
I haven't seen him comment in chat. I don't know if I just kind of took for granted he's always lurking in the shadows.
Hold on. Let me just send him the fucking link in itself. Hold on. There was 2 packages delivered that day and you got both of them. So maybe they delivered it to the wrong house. How does it make sense? Christina, it makes no sense. Okay. Sorry, I thought you said I could protect myself. Idaho Buffalo was making up lies and I timed him out. Sorry I did that. I might leave if he keeps it up. I'm pretty sure it's Barbara. Oh, okay. Lily thinks Idaho Buffalo is Barbara.
Hell, Candy, you're like an hour behind chat, man. That happened long ago.
No, I got a text message that I'm reading right now. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Let me send the link to Paul just to keep the shit interesting so I could drink the rest of my drink that I just made. And I'm so proud of myself.
Careful, Candy. You don't want to have one of those nights when you smoked all that weed.
Oh my God.
I know you took that weed gummy, right? You were
Actually, Street was there when I took the weed gummy and he was like watching me on camera, cut my hair off. And he's like, I don't feel comfortable with this right now because I was like, I'm pretty sure the government's watching me. I was having like a fucking full-on paranoid attack. And he was like, Candy, you're one of those people where you get high and you're just like, why are you getting high around me right now?
You know what? As long as you don't talk about things that directly they're hiding, which are like the big ones.
I'm pretty good at isolating people's secrets, but okay, hold on. Copy invite link. When we go to Paul.
No, you went full Britney Spears that night, and I felt responsible because I was the experienced dope smoker, and I had to talk her through it. For God's sake, I've never had to talk someone down from a gummy before. It was quite a learning experience for me. Thanks for that. I learned a lot.
It's so bad.
You have those?
Yeah.
Go get them.
No.
Let's get Candy back on those gummies.
No, I cut my
the
hair
shit
out.
that came out of her mouth that night was unreproducible.
Oh, when he got me high, he got me contact high. It was ridiculous. And I was looking at him and I was just like, I don't like how I feel right now. Like, I don't like any of this.
I'm not a functional pot smoker, but I did bring the bong over that one night.
I don't like it. I don't like getting high.
But
like,
you asked for it the next day. You said.
Oh, I was asking for like one of those.
Fizzy.
Yeah, no thanks. I don't like it. I like to drink because as long as I drink, I'm still aware of my surroundings. I'm still coherent and I'm still smart.
No, yeah, I like you sober.
Yeah,
because you got a brain on you.
I'm not sober. I'm drunk. But
I don't know. And I'm not sure in any case where marijuana has made you think better. Well, I have functional pot smoker friends.
No, I fucking hate being high because I feel stupid. Like I feel fucking dumbed down and stupid. I don't like it. Mm-hmm. And Street knows. He witnessed me at my worst. He was just like, can we please get her to get off camera because I don't want to babysit anymore. Like that's what he says. He's like, I don't want to babysit. And I'm just like, Street, they're watching me.
Oh, and he was probably feeling uncomfortable.
No, he watched me cut my hair on live. He was like, Candy, stop it. And I was just like, no, Street, it's gotta happen.
I know what happened after that night. Was Street like, Candy, do you know what happened the night before?
Oh my God. He was like, it was so awkward. I wish it would stop, but it would not stop. And he kept going. And I was just like, Street, why aren't you coming out? He's like, it was your live stream. And I was like, I should have made you a host.
Hey, he wanted out of there, didn't he?
He did.
Is he still in here?
Oh God, Paul.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Hold on. Paul's watching things. I'm telling him to join because I don't know what's going on right now. And there's things and it's a shiny thing. And I don't know if I need to look at it, if it's going to consume my soul. I don't know, Street. What's going on?
What's going on?
Well, let's talk some soul consuming, Paul. I'll shut my mouth. I won't say a word unless you ask me a question, Paul. The floor is yours.
For my soul. What is this? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Is that Paul a join?
Yeah, you guys want to talk more? I mean, I was trying to do something tricky, like get us on my laptop where we could hear better, but it's okay.
Still installing?
No, I'm gonna go to another drive that I have for Zoom already installed.
I will tell you this: you're going to have to mute and you're going to have to talk off Candy's phone, or we'll get like a feedback thing going.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yep, that's what I was trying to tell you about.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you keeps it low so that you guys don't hear a feedback.
Yeah, you can still turn it on. Just mute it, and you'll be able to see chat and all that.
Who's that? Who's sending that?
Thingy.
Oh, stop! It's okay.
I don't like the thingy.
It's fine. It looks like a
Yep, Judge Christ, so Jesus. Yeah, I know.
no. It's just a human that was pinned by his hands and feet.
No, that's Jesus. That's supposed to be Jesus.
The real one.
Yeah, like okay, you don't understand.
That's like the modern day.
Hold on.
Anyway, I had a lot of fun talking with you, Street, but
Hold
we should find something else to talk about because I got sidetracked with the computer. But
Just join. It's not working. Hold on. God damn it. Just join. Straight.
Yes.
Paul is messaging me things that do not align.
And
Can't.
that's
He
par
says
for
he
the
cannot
course.
join. He cannot join because he sent me creepy ass fucking thingies,
All right.
idols and things.
what are we looking at?
I
Who's
don't-
that? Who's
no.
Paul? Oh, all right. Forget about it. Forget about it. Let's go back to what we were doing before.
No, go ahead.
Close. Okay, we're good. Having fun like that.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay. Cheers.
cheers.
Cheers. Good stuff.
Anyway, yeah. So there's so many good subjects too.
You're supposed to drink some when you cheers.
I just had a sip before that.
You just do a little stuff again, like y'all.
I'm a heavyweight anyway. But yeah, there's so many good subjects to talk about with someone that knows a lot. Like both of you guys, the both of you combined is so much fun. And how about Trusted's here too?
Yep.
Yeah, I like that view. So she scooted it over. Now I can see who's in here too.
Scooted over.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun questions. You guys like answering. Maybe once in a while you can have a guest on who asks a lot of
Go
fun
for
questions.
it. Ask them questions.
Yeah, we don't even have to. It doesn't even have to be a question asking. Stop.
Oh, you don't like the scratchies?
Hold on, I gotta turn this off.
Straight, ask me a question.
Damn, you just pop out of nowhere and expect
We'll go with
miracles to happen, for God's sakes.
Yeah, it's so much fun. Like every time, every topic you guys talked about, I get so much imagery. I was having a lot of fun. So when you guys were talking about out in Utah with the ranch and everything, I got all types of good imagery. Well, I drove through Utah. I did a round trip. I was a security guard before I was a programmer, and I had to follow this Samsung truck full of millions of. They hired my security company to follow a Samsung truck. We drove round trip around the U.S. and we did around the trip U.S. from basically from L.A. We went straight to Tennessee through Oklahoma, through Arkansas. Then from Tennessee, we went up to like Pennsylvania, through Virginia and West Virginia, all that. And I said that was the first time I ever did like a round trip. From Tennessee, we went back through Chicago, Nebraska, Utah, and through Vegas back to California. But I was just thinking when you guys said Utah, it really like kind of almost made sense because those are really hilly areas. When I went through Utah, it was almost like I drove from the corner of Utah. It almost seemed like a complete downhill the whole time from the corner of from Nebraska to Utah. And then at the bottom of Utah, we ended up in Nevada and Vegas. It was a downhill the whole time, and it was about like 3 hours of downhill. It was really cool. But to think about all the tectonic plates that could be going on there's a lot of weird activity with like probably magnetism and all types of stuff. But it almost made sense what you guys said when you said the ranch there was in Utah.
Yeah, these magnetic forces. And if you're interested and if it piques your interest and you got the time and you're bored or whatever, Netflix, I believe, has a series, Skinwalker Ranch. But take in consideration, you seem intelligent. It is Hollywood trying to sell themselves, but the scientific and the people they bring in some real scientists like that NASA guy. So they're finding actual data. And, the tectonic plates play a role. If you're interested in it, check out Netflix. And then if it interests you more, start researching. Google shit, man. Just start researching, ancient natives in the area and the folklore, and it's an interesting story. It really is. These are things I'd rather know about, and like anything, like, okay, teaching kids in school. We shouldn't cookie cut or force them. We should do it like the Montessori, I believe, or Montessori education. Teach them what they're good at and what they like. Don't force them to learn history if they're not good in it. If they're good in math, then fucking send them all through math through all school. That would make sense. And it goes hand in and we always end up on this education. They are our future, man. We just don't seem to be educating them worldwide, not just in this country, worldwide.
There are future, and I want to second back on the term Montessori, because I've got nephews and nieces. Well, I've got 2 older brothers and sisters, and they've got the oldest out of the 3 is probably 3 years old now. So there's three nephews and nieces that are under 3, and I'm buying birthday gifts, I'm buying Christmas gifts, and one of them was like a Montessori. It said Montessori. It was like a blocks thing. Montessori?
Yeah, monastery.
Monastery?
Yeah.
No, it's named after some French woman. Her last name was Monastery, not a T. There's no T in it.
There's no T. It's Montessori.
Montessori.
And it's a methodology that I haven't, but my brother had mentioned that. He looked at his wife, he said, "Oh, it's a monastery," because I got my niece a Montessori gift, and you have to put the blocks in, and they're carrots, and you have to, or they're different types of vegetables, and you have to fit them in the right slots to fit them through the blocks, or to fit them through the wood slots. And my brother looked at his wife, and he said, "Oh, it's a Montessori, Dave." He says, "Isn't it Montessori like a teaching methodology?" It was, and she's like, "Yeah, it was after some woman or something like that." So
think about it. Educating our children should be in a very comfortable, pleasing visual and not central, but like it should be comfortable for them. It should be pleasing to sight, sound, smelling. We should incorporate them and make them happy to learn. Everyone, you have a bottom line, you hate school. The vast majority, we shouldn't make our children hate school. That's no way to teach them. Put them in a position, tell them, shut up, don't say nothing, but guess what I'm thinking? You're not asking them and that's where this Montessori education comes in. You teach them the basics, reading, writing, math, but whatever they excel at, they pick their classes. If they want, there's no schedule for them. Oh, I'm just going to do math today. Okay. They're happy. They want to be there. They don't want to go. That's why don't it works? It's only logical. Could you learn say you go for a job and you're learning, or it makes no sense, man, to confine them like that, especially their little rambunctious little asses, man. That's cruel and unusual punishment to make a 5-year-old sit in a chair for 4 fucking hours and shut up. That's torture.
That's high school for you. And I did horrible in high school because that's probably what I felt like. I stayed up doing the thing that I wanted, and that was playing a video game all night. My parents would try to bust in my room and say, I caught you awake at 2 a.m. I'm in high school. I was playing World of Warcraft. I was addicted to a video game.
World of Warcraft.
It's so much fun. That's what I wanted to do, but then it made me tired for the next day, and I wasn't able to do good in class because those now I'm more scholastic. I'm down for the algorithms. I'm down for the math problems and everything. I like the problems now. But when I was in high school, I was very unmotivated because it wasn't fun. It wasn't what I wanted.
Give a shit about what they were teaching you.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a shit about what they're teaching us because it wasn't actually accurate what they were teaching us. It was just like confinement. So when it comes down to World of Warcraft, I'm aware of World of Warcraft. Troy is aware of World of Warcraft. That was the fucking thing. But if you had World of Warcraft during the times when we were in high school, they were just like, you're a problem child. We can't have you in our system. And they would literally reject you from that shit. I remember English class.
They said that about WoW?
Oh my God, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, they were trying to make people aware how addicting it was. It really was like a little world in a video game that didn't get you very anywhere, but it did get me somewhere. I spent my time getting good at World of Warcraft, and I ended up competing not professionally,
Systematically.
not professionally, but
Systematically.
semi-professionally. So I get very high ratings to the point where I'm playing professional players, but I'm not competing in the same competitions as them. But I'm good enough to the point where I can verse them in the arena. And what that did for me was that the way that you have to verse them is that you need to know about 50 or 60 different key bindings, where you have to press Control Shift T.
Yep.
You have to press
Key
Control.
bindings are Control Alt Delete.
Yeah, so I got really good with the keyboard. And so what that did for me was set me up for programming, because now I'm almost the rock star of the dev team, because I know all types of key bindings to get me around certain things and scripts and everything to get me around the computer and to build to faster. So it helped me in the long run.
Basically, in simplistic terms, he's got a Control Alt Delete or a backdoor when it comes to systematic systems.
I've got about
if your high school had a class that taught you how to write the programs and create those, would you have went to school every day?
I attended that class. You know what I did every time I attended that class? I brought fucking vodka and orange juice with me called screwdrivers to. Just saying. I know what that class was. Did I take it seriously? No, because they were assholes.
I did get 60 out of 120 units in college. So I have all my general ed plus 2 computer science classes.
Yeah.
1 second.
I just almost took a nail off for you. Hold on.
I didn't finish college, and the reason why was because I was a nighttime security guard, and they didn't have nighttime classes for every computer science class that I wanted to do. So if I wanted to do computer science, I would have to go dead tired in the morning to Mount San Antonio College, and it's in Walnut, California, and I would have to go dead tired after a long 8-hour shift. And the problem with that is I don't function well on no sleep. And being a nighttime security guard, you don't get good sleep anyway, because it's hard to sleep in the day consistently. So what I did was I found this community on YouTube called it's called the Self-Taught Developer community. And all you do is you program every day, you build apps, web applications every day, depending on what you want to do. But web is a very popular one, and there's a lot of resources online. You program every day until you get a job. So what I did is I joined freecodecamp.org. It's free, and they have a curriculum. There's 7 certificates. Each one of those certificates, there's 300 hours of material involved that you need to study, and then you got to do projects, 5 projects for each certificate, or for each section of the 7 certificates. So I ended up with 30 projects. So there was actually 6 sections. So I ended up with 30 projects, and then the 7th certificate was an accumulative. Oh, you finished all the 6. Now you get the full stack certificate for all of the 6. So you could, yeah. So that's the way I went, and it was good. I kind of slacked in high school. But yeah, it's really interesting to me now, and I'm one of the most motivated in the team of 10 developers of the company I'm a part of these days.
Nice.
Do you have more to add to that, Street?
I never went to high school.
I know you didn't. Neither did I. I went to high school and I dropped out, and I still am smarter than the majority of the people who have their fucking doctorate or their fucking diploma.
And it goes back to that Montessori, or however you say it, education. I didn't enjoy what they were teaching me, but once I was on my own, eighth grade, going into 9th grade, I picked the subjects I wanted the interest I had, man.
Yeah, everyone wants their own.
It worked out. I think Trusted did basically the same as me. He pursued the things that did what they were teaching, and the atmosphere wasn't what we liked. Let's just say the atmosphere. It hasn't changed from your generation or mine. I'm 60. It was no different, just different clothes, man, different fads. It's the same psychology of it. I hated to fucking deal with it, man. It's a game I didn't want to play with stupid people. And then the teacher, no, now I have to guess what you're thinking too, man. This makes no sense to me. No, not interested.
Yeah, it's tough. You have to learn. What's fun is when you're able to learn on your own, and then you can bring to the conversation. It's really hard when you get put on the spot, and you have to learn on the spot, and not be able to take your time to do the learning on your own pace, and then to get put on the spot and say, you know, you have to perform like that. I mean, it's almost like they're sticking a gun to your head and saying, no matter which however slow or fast your brain thinks, you have to be able to do this in this amount of time.
Well, think of it this way. If Leonardo da Vinci, let's say, for example, his father was a blacksmith, so therefore he's going to be a blacksmith, and he has to do it, and he has to learn that trade, we would have lost one of the greatest, man. But he pursued art on his own. That's what he wanted to do. I mean, we can look at all of them, all the greats, artists, philosophers. They chose that path. And when you choose it and not thrown into it, I think you absorb it better. You're more into it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems a waste to be throwing our youth away, man. Year after year, generation after generation, throwing them to the wolves.
Cheers. You have the knack for it. I mean, you almost can't force someone to get an interest into something unless you tie them down and you start poking them with needles saying, hey, you have to learn this. That's the only way you're going to get someone to be into something. But eventually the brain starts to gravitate towards something eventually, whether it's pulling weeds, doing yard work, you know, it's something simple,
Talking aliens.
programming, philosophy. Eventually you'll start to gravitate towards something, and then that's what you want to choose. Yeah.
Well, I'm under the belief that our public education system in this country was designed to educate workers just enough to operate machines, but not ask questions, not to sit back and philosophize. And the only thing, but I got people make fun of, oh, you think you're a philosopher? You're like, you're damn right I am. The definition of philosopher is a deep thinking man. You're damn right I am. I ain't going to jump into something. I'm going to dive deep before I talk about it. I'm going to have my opinions. But I think we're doing our youth in our country an injustice by allowing the government, the powers to be, to continue this public education system. We got police there. We got violence, metal detectors, doors being locked, kids shooting up kids because they're pissed at the school. What the writing's on the wall. It doesn't take we don't need a government panel to look at it. Hell, we're looking at it now. You're failing our children. You're failing me. I take it personal. Even though it's not my child, you're still failing me. They are our future. And you're fucking throwing us to the wind, man, to protect yourself. And that's why we're going to implode. There's an easy way out. We can stop this madness, man. We can put this worldwide, not just here. It has to start someplace. We can put it away. Educate our children, man, at what they're good at. Make them happy to be alive, not wanting to kill themselves and get drug addicted, man, because they want to escape the stupid shit they got to deal with every day. Makes no sense to me.
That's the kind of battle in programming right now. So there's the self-taught developer versus the computer science course developer. Computer science course developers get hired and they get a higher salary because, hey, they made it through that system. We know that they're good enough to do that. Therefore, they're pretty much reliable, or that's our best chance as a company to hire. We want those people. However, and it's not the worst way to go, because they certainly do go through a lot, and they have to be quite smart to pass the algorithm and classes and to, you know, go consistently every day. They have to show a certain amount of reliability in the way that they are. But yeah, it doesn't have to be that way. And it was in the way that I went was the self-taught developer. And it's more of a passion, and I'm still coaching some of the CS guys, but I might have gotten a little bit of a head start from them. And yeah, they certainly do show they show that they're actually Yeah, so I do, I'll make a shout out. So we have like a team, like a town hall on Friday. And if you want to give a shout out to some of the developer or to some of the people in your team that you think that they're doing good, you can. And two of the people that I gave a shout out to a couple of weeks ago were CS people that we hired, and it sure showed, it's true. They do get put through a lot, and they are actually, most of them that pass are, at least the ones that I come across, are actually very smart. They're very witty head, and very reliable. You put them on a task, they'll figure it out. But some of the other developers that are self-taught, it's kind of hit or miss, that they might be a little bit slower. I mean, even yeah. So for me, I know I'm a little bit slower to learn. And so what I like to do is I like to ramp up on my own and then come into the job to the point where I know everything. But if you put a person from a CS degree into something new, they kind of like perform better, in a sense that they were able to learn quickly on the spot throughout their whole degree. So it's kind of like, it's almost like an assurance sort of thing, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to be a self-taught developer.
Basically, it boils down to time spent on job, right? Time spent on understanding the processes of it. They have more time and they have more education to deal with any process coming at them, as opposed to someone who's just not ramping up. Is that what you're saying?
It's more of the fact that they graduated. Okay, so there's a lot of people that tried the CS degree that didn't graduate. That could be a self-taught developer. Okay, so there's a reason why they didn't graduate, is because they had certain things in their head that it wasn't easy for them to comprehend. Therefore, they weren't able to pass the classes. So there's that like almost like a threshold, or like there's almost like, yeah, there's a certain course like a Navy SEAL. There's something that you have to go through to be called a Navy SEAL. They went through each class, they passed each class, they were able to do it. Therefore, they are qualified for the bachelor's degree of a computer scientist. However, there's also on the other spectrum, on my spectrum, you can be a self-taught developer. You took your sweet time, you put a bunch of projects up on your website for people to see the sorts of projects. I ended up with 30 projects of different sorts of showcasings of my skills. And they say, hey, this guy's qualified, and sure as shit, I perform just as good as some of the other CS degree guys. But I do see there's a difference. I was able to do that, but it was really hard for me to pass classes. I really have to take my time. It just depends how well thinking the person is. I'm slower. I have to take more time to do homework and stuff, and really like comprehend what I'm reading. Sometimes reading, I'll skip back a sentence and read that same sentence 5 times. Some people just go right through that sort of thing. So you have to do what you got to do. And for me, the right choice was to be a self-taught developer and get in that way.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of respect for the people who do the bachelor's degree. They get themselves in debt. Not only is it the debt thing, their parents pay, 100 to 150 to 200,000, depending on where they go in classes. For me, it was like, it was almost like everything was free. I almost got paid to go. It was the whatever California thing there was. It was like they were not only paying for my classes, but there were certain years where they would give me chunks of $500 every quarter just to live. And it was like Medi-Cal or something, because I wasn't really making money, but I was living off my parents' money or something like that.
Pell Grants, PELL, Pell Grants.
Pell Grants. There was a couple of grants. There was a Pell Grant. That is one of them. There was another one. I forget which one, but they gave me almost $2,500 one time, where I bought a laptop, my MacBook, when I was learning. So yeah, I mean, these days I pay for everything, but which is cool, right? You give them money, and they gave me money, and I got through what I needed to do. And I ended up going self-taught developer. Now my company pays for my insurance, my health insurance, vision, and dental. And now I'm supported by the company, and I don't need any of the government stuff. The government wouldn't give me any money if I wanted to, because I make more than that. It's a very small amount that you have to qualify for that Medi-Cal. You have to make less than about 400 a month or something like that to qualify for Medi-Cal. It's pretty small. Yeah.
Plus, a lot of, I know I learned through my kids, because I never went to college or like solicited and all these grants, but they were turned on to a list of like institutions and private organizations that you write them a letter, and like every year they give out, $1,000, $200, $500,000 grants. You just send them your record. Hell, my kids were sending all kinds of shit out, man, grabbing every dime they could get.
Those are essays, right? I saw some of those.
Yeah, I think it was, they found it under like, I think it was grants, open grants or something was the site they went to. And it was like thousands of them, man. Institutions and trust funds and you name it.
Native American grants. There's if you can write a really good essay, you're going to be one of the top 50 qualifiers that get this grant, sort of thing. So I saw a lot of the essay ones, and my cousin, I think she's some sort of doctor now. Yeah, she 100% got her English bachelor's degree, decided that it wasn't going to be enough money, and she went for another 6 years for the medical doctor thing. And during that time, she's like, oh yeah, she's like, grants are the way that I got through. She's like, so when you see them give the option to send an essay, you write the best essay that you can, you send it in, and they give about, do you know anything about that, Kenny?
Shit, what? Essays and doctorate? Grants for what?
For colleges.
For what colleges?
Well, like when I was going to Mount Sac, they would have like grants, like say, we're giving out a grant for anyone for people who write the best 40 essays.
Yeah, it's based on the certain colleges that it derives from and certain grants. It's not just I got a grant and I got a certain college. It's just the certain grant, certain college.
I will say my kids, I'm an honorably discharged vet. They got a free ride, man. With all that and all the other grants they got a free ride. Plus, like you were saying, they were getting all their books are paid for, and they'd have like $400, $500, $600 for gas for the semester, man.
Yeah,
they got a free ride.
Yeah, I got a free ride big time. I mean, that was
they would always say, sorry to interrupt you, but they would always say, yeah, it kind of feels. I'm like, no, man, grab everything you can. It's not charity. They're going to end up making killer taxes on you. If you live a normal life to like work till you're 70, the money you're going to generate for them, you're working, taxes, buying things, it benefits them. Actually, of course it should be a free ride, because in the long run, they're going to get more money now. It's like a payoff. They invest, $100,000 in you now, and they're going to get $1 million from you in the long run. It's a bet.
Absolutely. They're actually generating the person, and it makes sense to me now. They want to give them a little leeway. They want to give them they want to support the catalyst in the future. So if they can get you ahead, they think, hey, the amount of work that your brain can do is worth more than the amount that we're going to help you with right now. So I mean that's part of being a good government.
Matter of fact, all of them got the Daughters of the American Revolution, I believe.
Oh my God. Street. I love how you bring that up, because guess what I was working on last night? Everything pertaining to the fucking give me a second. Okay, remember Orange Chicken? Do you remember Orange Chicken?
Yeah. San Francisco.
Yeah, everything pertaining to The Secret actually drives to the Daughters of the American Revolution. I found that out last night. I found out it goes to San Francisco. It goes to fucking Florida, it goes to North Carolina, South Carolina, like every single whatever you call it goes back to the Daughters of the American Revolution. I found that out yesterday. I had someone else get hyped up about it, and I was just like, oh, I think I'm right. And they were like, yeah, you're right. So the Daughters of the American Revolution, therefore, right there.
Well, like I was going to say, all of my children got grants from the Daughters. They petitioned for the grants from the Daughters of the American Revolution. They all got grants from it. I think it was like $5,000.
From what year?
When the Daughters of the Revolution, where they solicited for grant money.
What is it now? I almost want some background now. I mean, without looking at Google.
So it's American Revolution. It's different. It is different. It is different.
So they got grants for this Daughters of American Revolution.
Yep.
However, do you know what it's about?
Well, no, the Daughters, the grants are coming from this institution. It's nationwide. They're called the Daughters of the American Revolution. It's like the Freemasons type. It's not Freemason, but it's a group, and it's the Daughters of, it's all women. And they hand out educational grants. And all you have to do is petition them. It's like any other. They were on the list.
Did they collect enough money that they could generate with whatever stocks that they had, or sorts of ins that they could generate grants for this long since the American Revolution?
Yep.
Yeah, you're talking blue blood money, old money. That's what started it, is old money from England.
It's not technically old money, it's new money.
Well,
old money started it, new money closed it.
Yeah, okay. They were the plantation owners, they were the north south.
Southern California.
Yeah. Industrialist. They were big money, rich people, very rich. And they've set up, well, shit. When was the Revolutionary? 1776? I don't know when it started.
The Revolutionary War was Paul Revere.
So do you remember, Candy, when the Daughters of the American Revolutionary War was founded?
1600s. 1600s, Paul Revere. Just saying. Revolutionary War was 1600s, Paul Revere.
Is that right, Jay?
I'm not sure, man.
Oh, I can tell you right now. I'm an excellent Googler. I Google about.
I'm an actual Googler.
I Google about 300 things
a day.
day.
Google things, and the Google
All right,
says.
what's up? You're grabbing my phone.
Revolutionary War. The Revolutionary War was what? 1600s or the 1800s? It was probably the 1800s, actually.
What are we looking at? Revolutionary War or the Sisters thing?
Revolutionary. Well, the Daughters of the Revolutionary War would be the fucking Revolutionary War, which would give you Paul Revere, which would probably be the 1800s.
Daughters of the what?
Daughters of the Revolutionary War. Star. It would be 1800s. 1800s is accurate. Good stuff.
Daughters of the American Revolution, nonprofit organization.
1800s.
History. We got to add into that.
1800s.
The Daughters of the American Revolution, or DAR, is a lineage-based membership organization for the descendants of those who aided the fight for American descendants of descendants of those who aided the fight for American independence. Those was organized in 1890.
I said 1800s, and I was accurate.
When the Sons of the American Revolution was refused. When the Sons of American Revolution refused entry to women. So there was a Sons, but they refused entry to women.
But
therefore,
it's the 1800s. Like I said, 1800s. Thank you, good sir.
So I mean, with that said, what comes next?
Drink your drink, good sir.
I was just saying, anyone that's you don't have even adults looking to go to college. There's these just Google. I can't remember. It's basically, I think it's like open grants in America or something, and it'll feed you a bunch of sites, and you just start writing. Some of them aren't even essays. It's basically say, hey, if you meet this certain demographic, if and then, they have their criteria, apply. You don't even have tell us a little bit about yourself and have at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so my point was when I discovered the secret of the secret street, it was actually pertaining to the Daughters of the American Revolution. So everywhere where the Daughters of the American Revolution actually have their plaque, that is the actual dig site where we were supposed to dig.
Okay, that park I'm telling you about with the flagpole and the small brick around it
San
has a
Francisco,
plaque.
North Carolina, South Carolina.
Are we getting into national treasure sorts of
Thanks. That's later. No, seriously. So if you go to South Carolina, North Carolina, San Francisco, you go to hold on, Baton Rouge, it's all the same. I looked it up yesterday. It's all the same plaques. It's the Daughters of the American Revolution had some part to play in the plaques. That is the dig site.
Gosh, this just really brings up a lot of stuff in my head.
Like,
You know,
what?
there's all sorts of cool like Thomas Jefferson stuff from like a National Treasure.
I
But
love National
but you know
Treasure.
what's really cool is like, some of these people in the history in the 1800s, there's a lot going on, right? And they want to be heard in the future, right? So they write these documents.
Mhm.
So what sorts of documents are there for us to read? And what do you guys know about that sort of thing? Like really crazy like stuff that reveals a lot of things about that age.
Street, do you want to have this or do you want me to?
Are we talking like official government documents or like literary works of the time?
Okay, so there's literally like, and there, I guess there's like journalism and, but even that literary and journalism stuff, that's kind of regulated too. So there's not going to be like anything weird that or too. I mean, there's going to be some stuff, but it's regulated, right? So the government's already been to it, right?
Well, no. I would say the regulator would be the government as far as propaganda. And I believe like your Benjamin Franklin's, your Paul Revere's, your hell, all the way up to Mark Twain, they were pretty much speaking their mind, man. They were given a what for. I don't think they were still regulated, but not as much as what the government documents are going to tell you the story. They're going to lie. They're going to hide the shit. All they got to do is not write it down, and it didn't happen. Simple.
Yeah.
Whereas your literary works and your tabloids, newspapers, they're going to pick up the scoop. Oh shit, we just saw Andrew Jackson kick his dog, man. Shit, let's write this. Hell, that was front page news. Andrew Jackson loses it in the front White House yard and kicks the shit out of his dog. It's all about it.
That's funny.
Whereas the government record of the day, the century on, nope, I didn't see nothing. Nothing happened here. Nope, didn't happen.
On my ass.
Huh. The whole century. Oh. That's so interesting. I mean, life is so interesting, the way that things are, and the fact that we're here in time in this certain stage of evolution for a species is just cool. I mean, any stage is cool, right? But the fact that we're 2000, or we're just getting to the .com era, we're in the technology era, and it's just ramping up. How special is that we got to see that era going from nothing to the internet? Is that really special? I mean, out of 1,000, out of all of the evolution of a species, how special do you think that is to be in that?
It's not special at all because I don't know how to read the fucking stars.
Here's what's strange here. Like I said, I was born in '63. My first color TV, and we had an antenna. There was no cable, and like 3 channels, man. And at 11 o'clock, you got that Indian and that test screen.
Hey, don't forget the lollipop, okay, Street? Don't forget the lollipop.
So from my viewpoint, holy shit, what we have now, oh man. I don't know how I don't know where I'd be in my thoughts right now if I had access to this shit back in those days, man. I really don't. The first game was that Pong. You all know the joke Pong. I mean, and look what your guys' first game was. You had flat screen. Did you grow up with flat screen TVs?
You said palm. Okay,
Oh.
we did not grow up with flat screen TVs, but we did grow up with HD color TVs.
We did. I did grow up with a flat screen.
Oh,
Since about 9 years old or 8 years old and above, I played Halo on a flat screen TV. It had a very big back, but it was still flat screen that said HDR sound or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was about a $200 or $250 TV.
Now, if I witnessed that born in 63, think of what you're going to be witnesses when you hit 60. Holy shit. You guys got to edge up. You're like, I have for whatever reason, I blame it on my age. Eye-hand coordination, playing like, if you give me a joystick and one button, I'll play the shit out of that game. If there's like what sequences, hell, I'm too busy looking down, man. I don't have the repetitiveness in my, and I think it's my age. It's what I didn't grow up. I grew up with a little round dial where you hit this bouncing ball. Ting, ting.
Yeah.
Not a lot of work there, man.
Yeah, I mean that just goes to the amount of discipline that you put yourself to learn it. If someone stuck a knife to your ribs and said, every time you do something wrong, I'm going to poke you with it, you might learn a little bit faster. It just depends on how much you push yourself.
Now you've taken us right back into the public education system. I believe that's what they're doing to our children.
Yeah, it just depends, and honestly, you could top someone very quick at it. Pretty quick. I mean, look at the amount of knowledge that you have in your head. This doesn't go, or it actually transitions to those types of knowledges quickly because you're a smart person. You have a good head on your shoulders. You can understand conversations. You can learn quickly. It just depends how much you push yourself.
I'll tell you, Trustin and I, we grew up watching these futuristic commercials and concepts of flying cars, and like you push a button and the food come, like the Lost in Space Jetson type. I think you guys, when you get older, I think your generation can't possibly, if shit don't hit the fan naturally or man-made, I think you guys could actually see that world, man, where like houses are up on the little pedestals and floating and
I don't know. That's a little bit far-fetched because the problem is. You okay?
yes. Did not like that I did that though. So
You're okay. How about we fill you up with water instead? You good? You want some water? I've got my gallon of water.
I'm fine. I know you have a gallon of water. Good, sir. You were fine. There is a thing.
What I was gonna say.
It's still there. It is still there.
Is this the same screen that we had before? That one.
Yep.
That's good. Yeah. What was the topic? I forget. Oh yeah, the amount. Okay, so you said if you guys push hard enough that you can see those sorts of things, but the truth is that we have certain blockers. There's something weird going on. I don't know what it is, but it's like with my parents. You got to teach them 20 times to learn the TV remote, but it's almost like it's not possible that you can learn that slow, or maybe that the younger generation is so smart. The younger generation is so smart that we think that way, but it seems like they're literally slowing things down to the point where it ain't gonna happen. So, I mean, I don't know what it is, but I mean, that's just in the young kid sense. Once you start to get things, it's like, I'm starting to see a pattern here that we just got to live our own thing, embrace the moment. I've got some web applications I can go learn. We can build a couple of robots if we want to do some flips and go collect things and do some stuff, but it really is going to take 500, 600, 700 years to get this AI down. It ain't going to be instantaneous. It's a learning process, and that's part of the thing if you don't want people growing up too quick. And there's probably a good reason for that methodology. It's because they grow up too quick. The problem is when you're a hunter, I mean, you can almost correlate this to being a hunter with other people. So when you're hunting in a field, you got your shotgun, you're walking, you're hopping a fence. So say we hop the fence, we get a little bit of a head, but we don't want to flush the birds up while you're the only one pointing the shotgun. What you want to do is you want to wait till you want to wait till everybody else catches up. Then you want to walk forward because then everyone's going to get a shot at the bird. So it's the same. I think it's the same concept that's going on. We're going to go slow and steady.
Interesting.
I don't know. I think it's been going slow and steady. This AI stuff has been talked about 30 years ago. I remember talking about it 30 years ago about brain implants where people could access their computer wirelessly. They could access the internet. They could see in their mind's eye, literally see the pictures coming up on the internet. They can make phone calls. This was 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I thought when they implemented it, Apple, whoever did Apple, who did ones that did the eyeglasses that you like click and you could see the screen and do shit? Who did that? Apple? Google. When they did that, I remember hearing the same shit 30, 40 years ago that you're talking about. I thought, oh shit, here we go, man. They're getting used to people having it on their eyes. Next, they'll say, hey, for an extra $100,000, we can put that right inside you, above your eyebrow here. You have a little scar, it'll go away. Yeah, we'll have it right there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you guys bring up great points. I mean, that's something new to me that Trusted was saying. I mean, this is 30-year-old technology and shit. I want to bet you that's 1800 technology, what we're experiencing now as a civilization. They have been on it since then, if not the 1600s. They've been able to do that sorts of things since way before. But you gotta release this sorts of things to the community slowly. Let them learn it, let them evolve, and say, now that they've evolved, what's the best decision from here? Because we know a whole lot that if we gave them the whole thing, it would be way too much and a lot of bit of chaos. So they learn a lot. They release these sorts of things slowly, and meticulously. I mean, that's just that seems obvious to me, but I mean, not everyone's that way.
Are you indicating the masses are ignorant and dangerous to themselves? That's what I heard.
Yeah.
The people that are promoting this stuff are scared, and rightfully so. People will literally rebel against it. We're talking some dangerous stuff, this AI stuff.
Yeah, you're right. People do rebel against that sort of thing.
Okay, I'll give you an example. I have sleep apnea. They hook you up with like 20, 30 receptors on your brain, and they're picking up brain waves, and they know where these brain waves come from. And I don't have to explain. We all know they can tell where it is, what I'm doing, what my brain's, how it's reacting. Okay, if they can do that, we have right now, like Parkinson's, for example, they can go into the brain and the patient's awake. You can't be asleep. You're awake. They go into your brain and put an like little charger, basically like pacemaker type idea, and it stops the tremors. So now that tells me they can physically implant things. The next step, and it's not a far step, it's a baby step, not a leap and a bound. It's a baby step, is where, guess what? We're going to implant something that will control everything. You push a button and it'll like, oh, feeling low? Deep. Now you're not.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think it's, who knows, actually. I don't know, and I don't want to speak on it, but because I like to let things just run its course, because Father knows best, right? So I'm not trying to go against who brought us up. And
Well, father knows best, depending on the father. I've met a lot of ignorant fucking fathers in my life that I don't think they know the best. So I guess it depends on the father
yeah,
figure you're
true.
looking for.
There's not too. I mean, maybe yes, we can look at history, for example, as that, right? So how many people were following Hitler when he said kill all the Jews? And they did.
Not a good father figure. Not
Yeah,
a good father
that's
figure.
father knows best, and they followed it, right? So it's not
Well,
always.
they followed Hitler for a reason, because the communist Jewish people that fled Germany when Hitler took power in America started a boycott against Germany to destroy them financially. Before Hitler was doing anything wrong to any Jews, and they put in a newspaper, and it was March 24th, I believe it was 1939. Judea declares war on Germany. And if
Wow.
you were to if you were to see that newspaper thing, it's literally what drove the citizens of Germany against any person that was Jewish. Now, the communist Jews that were living in America that did this at that time certainly knew what was going to happen to the people that lived in Germany that were Jewish.
Wow.
Because they literally described it in that newspaper thing about the boycott, that what Germany was going to do was going to take all Jewish people, put them into concentration camps, put them to forced labor. They described exactly what was going to happen before it happened. They incited them. And that's what the public doesn't know.
They
That's
do now.
And now, yeah, I've heard some sorts of things like that. There's always that one person that sort of rebels and says, oh, maybe I believe in that sort of thing, or believe in what he did, because maybe they know some other truths about what was going on. Which is, I mean, to think that someone would just do that for no reason, that's insanity, right? And we all think, oh, why would you do that? That's sin, that's the Antichrist. And but to think that maybe that there was some sort of like declaration of war before that happened, and that the whole declaration of war was hidden before that happened. I mean,
yeah, but that's the thing. It was right out in the public. If you were to research what it is I'm talking about, you could find that there was all kinds of newspaper articles put out in the United States where they were operating out of. That article came out of Britain, that one that I had just mentioned about Judea declares war. This stuff was out in the public at the time, but it was forgotten about. Historians wrote history, they left all that behind. And there's a reason, because if you look at what different types of Jewish people, the Jewish people that fled Germany when Hitler took power are called Zionists. And Zionists wanted to create the new Israel. The people that were not Zionists refused to go to Palestine to create Israel. So the Zionists forced them to either go or be killed. And that's the real history. And it's terrible. It's an atrocity. But the people that died and suffered, what they went through is, in my opinion, is trivialized, because the people left behind were the people that caused it to happen. So we have a victim class, and we have a class that profited off of the victims. And that is how that society that we call Jewish has always traditionally operated. If you go through the history of the Hebrews in Israel, they have always used Holocaust. They have a book in the Babylonian Talmud called Haggadah, and Haggadah is the book of Holocaust and the rules on how to conduct a Holocaust. I mean, it's amazing that it gets right out there that they literally call it a Holocaust and have been doing so for decades upon decades. And nobody says, where'd the name Holocaust come from? Well, it's a Jewish thing. It's a Jewish tradition. They've done it for thousands of years.
Hey, I'm going to bolt out of here. It's a pleasure talking to everyone as usual, man. Everyone in chat, Trusted, Ryan, Candy. I'll talk to